start up here real quick. Dude, just give it a quick second. What's up, everyone joining in here in the stream? What's up, what's up, what's up, what's up? Overnight, we have some crazy news. Trump was going on Truth Social spamming Truth Social posts. Literally, like, he posted over 50 Truth Social posts overnight. It's insane having to scroll through all of them. One of them includes him calling Obama a traitor, and it's nuts. Because remember last time he called someone a traitor, he was calling for their execution. So it looks like this time he's probably invoking the same idea, but without adding the extra thing on top. And he's claiming that that a bunch of stuff just came out saying that there was a fabricated Russia hoax against him. The whole Russia thing that they're trying to run again. It's ridiculous. They're still trying to act like the whole Russia investigation was some big hoax against Trump, even though there was legitimate things that we found from said investigation. It was a legitimate investigation to be conducted. And by the way, the conclusion wasn't that he colluded with Russia. So it's like, that's not a fabrication. That's an investigation. So that's insane to me. We're going to start getting some people up here for some debates here in a quick second. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We're going to get some people up here very, very soon. What's up, everyone here on the YouTube? What's up, Jess? How you doing? What's up, Penny? How you doing? What's up, Kat? What's up, Glenna? How you doing? What's up, Jordan? What's up, Ocelot? How you doing? What's up, Najia? How you doing? Good to see you as always. What's up, Princess? How you doing? What's up, Chloe? What's up, Jez? What's up, Oliver? How you doing? What's up, Carl? What's up, Skirrington? How you doing? What's up, Waterfall? How you doing? How you doing? What's up, Sunny? What's up, Lady? How you doing? What's up, Rebecca? What's up, Lime River? How you doing? We're going to start getting debates up here in a quick second. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Walker. I want to nine your mouth, your mouth.
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Najia, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you very much. Good to see you as always. Good to see you. We're going to start getting the debates up here. Do just give us a quick second, everyone. Sometimes it takes a second to get some people up here because we get a bunch of trolls in the beginning of the stream. So only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Do you support Trump?
Yep.
Election held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Bro. Trump. Like, what?
Okay. What's your birth year?
05.
And what month?
July.
Okay. And why do you support Trump?
Because he was the best option. It's like,
okay. What makes you think he was the best option?
There's no way I'm going to vote for someone that ran with Tim Walz. I mean, Tim Walz was literally making fun of his own wife at the DNC when they were running. He was like, oh, my wife cooked me like this sandwich, typical white sandwich, you know, mayonnaise.
Okay, I think this person's trolling. Because doesn't even sound like a real argument. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
22.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
2006.
I think they're trolling too. Let's go to the next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you? 43. You gotta get a little bit closer, Mike. Do you support Trump?
43.
It's still really hard to hear you. Do you have maybe Bluetooth connected on accident?
Now?
It's just really hard to hear you.
Well, it's hard to hear you too.
What? I'm literally just telling you that for the stream that like I can barely hear you. If you want to be able to turn up your audio, if not, I have to go on to the next person. Nope. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 40.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
That's a crazy question. Donald Trump, obviously.
Okay. Are you driving?
No, I got the Bluetooth in my car. Hold on, let me turn my car up 1 second. Okay, there we go. Should be good now.
It still sounds like it's on Bluetooth. If you just want to turn off Bluetooth, it might be helpful.
That's crazy. I took my keys out of my ignition. Can you try to talk again so I can see if it's...
Yeah. I'm still here. I'll just say thank you to someone. Midlife Maddie, thank you so much for the 15 membership subscriptions. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it on YouTube Super Chat. That is incredibly kind of you. Thank you so
I'm
much.
just gonna... Sorry, I'm gonna request back up, Parker. I
Yeah,
can't
for
figure
sure.
it out. I'll call you in a minute.
Totally fine. Yes, Trump did call to arrest Obama. It's outrageous, chat. It is outrageous. He called him a traitor. He called to arrest him. It's absolutely insane. It's ridiculous. Yeah, for what? Because of the Russia hoax, the Russia hoax, the Russia. That's literally the reason. No joke. Trump is saying that he wants Obama arrested because of him perpetuating the Russia story. It's ridiculous. Like that's obviously not something that would hold up in court. We'll see how that goes. But let's try to get this person back up who was just on the stream. I actually don't see their account. It looks like they didn't send a guest request back. We'll give them a second. If not, I'll just add up a different person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. If you're on YouTube, make sure to hit that thumbs up. It really helps get it out to more people. We're going to need the debates going for today. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Twitch stream Parker.
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I just wanted to say thank you for...
Appreciate you very much. Appreciate you. Midlife Maddie as well, always. So thank you so much for the 5 membership subscriptions again. Thank you so much. That's incredibly kind of you. Incredibly kind of you. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Can I debate?
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 21.
Thank you so much, the Lewis the Cardinal. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker, I love you.
All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Farming Simulator.
Alrighty, everyone. We are just looking for debates. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, Parker, imagine only getting children.
It's the beginning of my stream. I'm less than 10 minutes into my stream, and a bunch of kids troll on the stream because there is a lack of Trump supporters who want to debate. So imagine...
What's up, you little nugget? What's up, you little...
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo.
How old are you?
18 right now.
You said what?
18.
And do you support Trump?
Yes.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
And what's your birth year?
2008.
Okay, and what state do you live in?
Right now I live in Wisconsin.
Can you tell me what time it is?
11:50.
They would have got it right, by the way, if they didn't laugh. They would have actually been fine. Yo, what's up? How
Hey
old are
Parker,
you?
did you pray today?
I'm so confused with some of these guests, dude. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
37.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I think what did it for me was the overturning of Roe v. Wade in 2022.
Okay, what about it?
Well, so you know how like after it happened, there was a lot of controversy. You know, like the Fuentes fella was saying, "Your body, our choice," and women were angry and said, "Our body, our choice," and it was a lot of drama back then, if you remember.
That was actually after the 2024 election and after Trump got elected. It wasn't after the overturning of Roe versus Wade. You're mixing up your dates
Oh,
there.
maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. Or maybe it happened both times. I don't know. It was
Nope.
all
The Your Body, My Choice
uh,
thing happened after Trump won.
really. You would think it would happen right after Roe v. Wade. Why didn't that happen? Are you sure those whispers didn't happen to start happening in 2022? I guess it doesn't really
The
matter, but
whole viral thing
uh,
happened after Trump got elected, I promise you.
yeah. Well, 2022 wouldn't have happened if he didn't win in 2016, right? Because he
Okay.
installed those Supreme Court justices, so it's all kind of relevant,
Okay,
right?
but I'm asking you, like, why
Um,
is overturning Roe versus Wade a benefit to you?
oh well, so it all kind of correlates, right? Because I guess it's all about bodily autonomy, you know. I would rather see a UBI system instead of a child support system for kids. That way,
That is child support. A UBI type system is child support, and in that circumstance, I would argue that just giving money to people allows for the suppliers to increase the price because of
forced
increased
birthing
demand.
and
So what you want to do is you want to provide the services themselves.
no. So UBI is different than child support. Forced birthing and forced child support are both factually outdated right wing ideologies that look at patriarchy by upholding capitalism at an unnecessary level. We're a mixed economy,
Oh,
and we
hold on.
choose.
I just wanted to clarify. There's child
Yes, sir.
support that exists from a governmental perspective. I thought you were referencing social welfare,
I think
not
that we
child
could
support from
absolutely
people.
we
Like,
can.
sorry.
No, it's
What?
okay. No, I just think that we can implement a system like UBI to replace child support because, like, let's say you and I both have kids, and I make 100,000 a year, and you make $7.25. You know, it's not fair. Like both of our kids are equal. Period. You know, it doesn't matter how much either of us make. So, and at the end of the day, if women can justify forcing us against our bodily autonomy for 18 years, they better not have the audacity to cry about 9 measly months. So that's my kind of thing about it.
Oh,
And,
I
and
think
I
that's
noticed.
when you say measly months, it's crazy. Like you're trying to act like the outside of the womb obligation is a harsher obligation than inside of the womb. I think that's nonsense because you have to literally have medical risks. You have significantly more financial risks in the short term. You have significantly more psychological risks. You have significantly more risks of dying. All of those things are significantly more prevalent given the fact that you are dealing with pregnancy comparative to taking care of a kid outside of the womb, which you can also yield adoption. You don't have to continue to take
Well,
care of the kid. You can give away that obligation. For the person who's pregnant, they can't do that, and when they
they
do
can.
that, you consider it murder for some reason.
No, I
So
don't. I'm
it
not. I'm
sounds
not.
if you're trying to say that they should be forced to go through a pregnancy because you are forced to go through a pregnancy, that's actually not an argument that follows. Right? Couldn't you
I
just
just
argue from your own perspective that you think that both people should just be given a choice?
that's well. What I did you? Well, my very first sentence was forced birthing and forced child support are both factually outdated right wing ideologies that believe the patriarchy. So
Okay,
that's
wait.
why I
So
mentioned.
let me clarify real quick. So then, why are you upholding that by voting for Donald Trump, which
So
overturned Roe versus Wade, which restricts access to abortion based upon the
so
state that you're in?
so can we go back to like the 1900s because it's the same correlation. So
So
back
can
in
I
the
have an
they
answer
tried to.
directly to what I just said, and then you can move on to
No,
whatever point
no,
you'd
I
like to
will. I
make?
promise I will. It all goes in. No, no, no. Just you can answer. You can because maybe you can inform me too. Because I'm not like a typical MAGA. I'll listen to facts. So back in the day when men tried to ban birth control, right? Um, and then what did women do? And rightfully so, by the way. I support them doing this. They said, well, you think birth control's against God and against our natural bodies and yada yada. Well, then we can ban Viagra. And then all of a sudden men changed their tune and allowed birth control because it directly correlates, you know, because if a woman doesn't abort, then I'm forced against my bodily autonomy for 18 years. And my wife's a nurse and a doula, by the way. I don't need anything woman explained to me. And at the end of the day, more people are unalive being forced to work or even driving to work than lack of AB access, and it's not even close. So at the end of the day, I do support it's either force both or don't force either. This women's superiority and is just nonsense, you know. So like I would never want to live in Canada and be a man. I would like shoot the school up or something. That would be crazy. So I think we're heading in the
What?
right
Get the
direction.
fuck out of my live. Get the fuck out of my live. What the fuck did he just say? That's so disgusting, dude. What's wrong with these people, dude? These fucking psychotic individuals that decide to come on my live and just do the most fucking egregious shit ever. Why are people allowed just to do that? Fucking whack job. Get the fuck off my stream, you weirdo. Never join my live again, you disgusting piece of shit. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Well, yo, what's up, man?
Do you support Trump?
Yeah,
And how old are you?
19,
What's your birth year?
2007,
And what month?
April.
Okay. And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, you said you'd vote for Trump?
Yep,
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
he's doing better for this country than Biden did.
Okay. By doing what?
I appreciate the mass deportation, very much so, and he's helping out and taking care of Iran.
Okay. How does mass deportation benefit our society? Can you name one way it's materially benefited you?
Yeah. For example, I mean, just take construction as an example. Whatever, let's say an illegal immigrant gets a job there, it takes away from an American citizen getting it because it would be too much.
Okay, so then let's give them a pathway to citizenship where if they haven't committed a violent or serious offense. Did you know immigration as a whole has led to an increase in the employment rate of natural-born U.S. citizens?
So you
Plus,
said
if you engage in mass deportation, it reduces the jobs for natural-born U.S. citizens because many jobs that natural-born citizens uphold currently right now rely upon labor that's fulfilled specifically by individuals who are undocumented. Because the
you're
labor
saying
that individuals are undocumented do inevitably makes their labor more productive, which increases the openings for their jobs. So
oh my God. Yo, if you are saying
when you say,
that,
"Oh my God,"
no, because I'm trying to say this. If you're saying that as long as they come in and they don't do any crime, right, they should be allowed to be here, correct?
if they haven't committed a violent or serious offense, they should be given a pathway
A
to
serious
citizenship.
offense is entering a country illegally. That's a serious offense.
I don't consider it a serious offense.
Let's just say I was to go to North
Can I ask you a
Korea.
question?
Not allowed to do that.
Kaz, think of the galaxy. I mean, I don't judge my laws and standards based on how North Korea operates their laws. Is that the way that you judge whether or not we should have a
I'm
certain
not
law?
basing off how they do a law, but if I was to go there, I'd be arrested and taken back to my country.
Okay, but like
if
we
not,
don't
that's
judge
no
how
good.
we think our laws should operate based upon North Korea, my guy. That was
All right, fine. Would you
that
like
was a
me to change my
terrible example.
Okay, let's take
By the way, and if you want to look at like other countries, for example, let's look at a bunch of European countries and developed countries around the world. They have universal healthcare systems. We don't. So are you saying that because they have universal healthcare systems, we should too?
Was I talking about healthcare or was I talking about
Well, I'm just asking because you were saying a bunch of other countries have this certain thing. This is how they do it there. So since we're running our country based on how other countries operate, why can't we do that with this?
What I'm trying to say is I appreciate how other countries do it. America needs to be more strict on deportation and all that.
Okay, but like how so? Like what do you want to do to be more strict on deportation? And how is that going to be a benefit to us?
Anytime they find illegal immigrants, send them back to where they came from.
Okay, so you understand under the Democratic administration, they're still criminalizing undocumented entry. They're just prioritizing going after those that have committed violent or serious offenses.
Yeah, I'm aware of that.
Okay, so then the point that I would make is that they're still criminalizing undocumented entry, and they're actually going after those that are a threat to the safety and security of our population, and they're just advocating to make the legal process go quicker. So
Right,
doesn't that sound like
can't-
it sounds like you agree with that position then, right?
I do, but why would they not go the legal way? What's wrong with doing that?
Well, we want people to go through the legal way. It's just right now it takes too long and it costs too much to go through the legal way. You should ask Trump why he's not going through the legal way to deport all the undocumented immigrants.
I mean, he's put him on a plane, put him.
He's
back
not
where
going
they
through the
came
legal
from.
way to deport all of them. He's violating due process rights of immigrants in this country. So can you explain to me why he's doing that if you care so much about upholding the law?
I'm not Trump. I really can't tell you.
Yeah, along with the fact that you voted for a convicted felon that
I
wasn't
didn't
sent to
vote.
prison
Wasn't able
because you
to.
guys voted for him.
I didn't vote.
Well, you support him. You said you would vote for him if the election were held today over Harris.
Yeah, I would.
Okay, so you would have voted for him.
Yeah, I would have.
Okay, so then what's your whole point with saying, "Oh, I didn't vote"?
Because you said I voted. Whatever you say matters, man.
Okay. Do you want a cookie? Now do you want to respond to the point I made?
And what point was that? You made quite a few.
Really, you can't repeat back any of the broader point that I was making there?
I mean, about him doing it the illegal way?
Oh my God, dude. I'm asking you, if you care so much about upholding the law, right? Why'd you vote for a convicted felon that wasn't put in prison because you guys voted for him?
Didn't vote for him. You're saying I voted for him, didn't vote for him.
Why would you? Sorry, let me add that one.
Because you know what? Let's be honest here. He's better than Biden and Harris in any sort of way. And tell me, like 5 ways Kamala Harris would have been a better candidate than Donald Trump. Same thing.
5 ways. She believes in science. She hasn't been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. She specifically would cut taxes on working class people disproportionately, wouldn't cut taxes on the rich and wealthy. She wouldn't have started a war with Iran, and she wouldn't have imposed tariffs.
Tariffs have been a good thing for this country.
No, they haven't. According to the Federal Reserve, they've increased inflation, and we would be below pre-pandemic levels of inflation right now if Donald Trump never imposed tariffs in the first place. Right now, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, in April, inflation over all items is 3.8% year over year.
Okay, and you said that he was held liable for doing stuff to women, correct?
He was held liable for forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will.
Was it proved?
Yes, in a civil court, unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people. The judge said that, in fact, Donald Trump raped E. Jean Carroll.
Why wasn't he arrested then?
Because it was in a civil court, not a criminal court, because of statute of limitations in New York that prevents victims from holding their abusers accountable in the context of a criminal court, in the context of sexual abuse cases, after a certain amount of years, which is 5 years in New York.
So why didn't he go to criminal? Like, be honest here. Like, if it was actually true, he would have been arrested eventually. So
These people. Did you hear anything I just said, sir?
yeah,
What did I just tell you?
you told me that because it was like in civil, due process in New York takes like 5 years or something.
This guy's very smart. Okay, so listen closely. Put your listening ears on. Is that okay? Can you put your listening ears on?
Come on. Let me turn my volume.
Okay, turn it up. So because of the statute of limitations in New York for criminal cases relating to sexual abuse, victims are not allowed to hold their abusers accountable after 5 years since the event has happened in a criminal court. So because of statute of limitations, it prevented E. Jean Carroll from coming out and holding him accountable in a criminal court. That's why it was a civil court rather instead.
Okay. Oh, what about this whole Epstein stuff? None of that's proved, but y'all love saying that he's guilty of it.
He's guilty of preventing the release of the Epstein files. He's guilty of the fact that he's credibly accused by a minor in the Epstein files that got a settlement with the Epstein estate. So if we believe victims of Epstein that got settlements with the Epstein estate based upon their accusations against Epstein, based upon his conduct of trafficking or sexual abuse, well, then I think that we're also going to believe this because it implicates Trump, because she said that she was trafficked to Trump by Epstein. So it's a claim and an allegation about Epstein's conduct as it relates to trafficking, which we've deemed to be an accusation that's credible about those particular behaviors. So if we accept those to be true based upon someone who has had a settlement, well, then that's going to then indicate that we're going to believe their accusation that implicates Trump. This might be too complicated for your brain, though.
No, it's not. And first of all, I'm also in college, so it's.
You said what?
It's not too common for me. Did you go to college?
Mm-hmm.
Really, what college?
I'm not gonna say.
All right, that's perfectly fine. But accusations truly mean nothing. You can accuse anyone of doing anything. Like, for example, I could accuse you of like scamming people, but I'm not gonna do that.
Okay, but would you be able to get a settlement from the court for that? No. And we're also talking about victims that got assaulted by Epstein about their accusations against Epstein's conduct relating to sexual abuse and trafficking. You don't accept that to be true when they got settlements with the Epstein estate? You would say that they're lying?
I would not say that they're lying, but I could also
Okay,
say
so if they're not lying, then you would wait, so if they're not lying about the accusation against Epstein, saying that Epstein trafficked her to Trump.
Where does it say that?
Look up NPR investigation into DOJ scrubbing files associated with interviews about allegations towards Trump.
I know what you're talking about.
Thank you for the corgi, thank you.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, so then why do you still support Trump? Because I think that would then indicate not only Trump's guilty of raping E. Jean Carroll, but also Trump is also guilty of sexually abusing a minor that was trafficked to him by Epstein.
Trump, for example, he pretty much saved multiple countries in a way from Iran getting nuclear power. If it wasn't for Trump.
Well, these pivots are crazy, bro. Whenever I prove you're wrong with a point, you just pivot like nuts, bro.
Exactly.
Straight up.
'Cause, I mean, can I be honest with you?
Pivot. I choose you.
Can I be honest with you?
What?
You are. Let me say this. You honestly are a better person than Dean. I've talked with him before, and he's just like pretty much a jerk off. But you're actually like a decent guy in my opinion.
Kaz, thank you for the well diving. Thank you so much. Okay, so given that you think that about me, why don't you take into consideration my argument here and address these points? Because I think these points are a really good reason to say that you don't support Trump, right?
Well, being raised in a house of like Trump and all that, it's kind of difficult to see the other direction.
I grew up in a conservative Christian household. I grew up in Iowa. You just get a flag for something. It just says it contains some things that may find uncomfortable. If you have a second account, you can come join back. Otherwise, just come back on a different day. Oh, it's harassment and bullying. I don't know why he got harassment and bullying, but let's go on to the next person. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you're above the age of 18 and you're a Trump supporter, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh, he was mean to Dean. True. Alrighty, let's get this next individual up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Respectfully, I'm not voting, but I would choose Trump.
What? I heard I'm not voting. I just kicked them. So, is this your second account?
Yeah.
Alrighty. Apparently, you were bullying Dean. So,
Wow.
how rude. Okay, so based upon my points, why don't you consider them as reasons to stop supporting Trump?
I do. I honestly feel like he's a strong leader in a way.
In what way?
So, yeah, I don't want to look at his past stuff and like judge him off that. I'd like to look at what he's currently doing.
So let me just clarify with you. If you knew for certain that he raped kids, you'd still vote for him?
No.
Okay, so I think that obviously you care about things that he's done in his past, so long as it's relevant to like some of the most morally atrocious things a human can do.
I agree with that statement.
Right? So like, then why do you still support Trump?
No, I don't really know, man. It's I just feel like he's doing good for the country at the moment. I wouldn't vote for him again, but
So if the election were held
I
today,
would
Harris
have
versus
this
Trump,
time.
who would you rather vote for?
I'd probably rather vote for like probably RFK if that was the choice.
Who was not even on the ticket?
Yep.
I'm just gonna be honest with you, that's no different than writing in Parker get a job.
I mean,
Like I'm just gonna be totally honest with you, no different than writing in Parker get a job.
I mean that could be true, but also just whenever she was vice president, I really didn't see her do much.
She had the most tie-breaking votes of any vice president in U.S. history, including the Inflation Reduction Act. Now, let me ask you this question. Can you name one thing that J.D. Vance has done as vice president?
I've seen videos of him, like, giving food to veterans.
You saw a
Yeah,
video of him
honestly.
giving food to veterans.
That's really it, honestly.
Okay.
What
That
is-
would be a
can
good
you,
thing,
like, tell me
but
what
how
the
is that
role
any
of a
different
vice
than something
president
that he could just do as a volunteer? That's not like
Yeah,
something
but
you do as vice president. It sounds like volunteering. He just did volunteering?
Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know much what JD Vance does. He's usually just like doing his own thing.
Okay.
What is the vice president even supposed to do? Like, I feel like they just take the role of the president whenever he like passes or something.
Okay, so you can't name anything he's done as vice president?
No, honestly.
Okay, so
That's
then
good.
explain to me why you think that that's going to be like a criticism against Kamala Harris, but I bet you would rather vote for J.D. Vance over Kamala Harris.
No, I mean, I've heard the rumors about him doing stuff to a couch.
Oh, that's too much for you. But, you know, like sexual abuse of a woman or, you know, literally like trafficking of kids, you know, that's enough for you. You're okay with supporting that.
I don't know.
But if
I
it's a
told you-
couch,
I told
okay,
you
if
I
it's a
don't-
couch, then too much.
No, I told you I don't support that.
Okay, so then you would you wouldn't vote for Trump, right? You said you'd vote for RFK. Okay, I guess that was true. You said you'd vote for RFK, which technically wouldn't impact anything. But
Yeah, it would
whatever.
make
So you
make
wouldn't
him
vote
better.
for Vance over Harris,
I would vote for Rubio over Harris.
but you wouldn't vote for Vance over Harris.
No, but he was the vice
Let's
president.
hope it's Vance. Let's hope it's Vance, everybody. All right, I'm going to go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Let's hope that JD Vance is the candidate because, you know, I'm going to be totally honest. I do think that more Republicans would vote for Marco Rubio than Vance. Like, just to be totally honest, I do think that we have a better shot against Vance than Rubio. I just don't think Rubio will get through the primaries. Like, I think it's really hard for him to do that. What's up, Paul, to you?
Yo.
Do you support Trump?
I support the Republican Party. Not really so much of a Trump supporter over the Republican Party.
Okay. Like, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I don't know, man. Probably Trump, because I don't think Harris could speak and talk the talk. My personal opinion.
Okay. And what makes you think that?
Just watching her on the TV explain what she wants to do for the country, she kind of back talks herself a lot. Not saying that Trump don't back talk out from. He backtracks. Excuse me. He talks about the same shit over and over like she does, but he has more of like a fear to put in people's hearts. She don't really like fear nobody.
Okay, can I ask a question? Can you name me one specific example of her doing this?
Doing what?
What you just said she does. The backtracking? The saying the same thing over and over again? Can you give me one specific example?
Well, there was a, see if I can give you an example. They said, why are prices so high? And she said, prices are high because prices are high. Like, that don't give me an example of why they're high.
I don't think that's something that ever happened. I think you just made that up.
No, I didn't. You probably can go look it up if you type
where
in
can I find
Harris
that?
talks about prices. TikTok, YouTube. I mean, you can kind of look it up.
So just general social media.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna look up. Kamala Harris says prices went up because they went up. Okay, let's see if we can find this. Videos.
I appreciate you taking my live too. I'm a supporter of you, by the way.
No, there's no clip of this.
Okay, so you can't find it. So that means since you can't find it, it never happened, or you just can't find it.
No, it means you just made that shit up.
No, I didn't, man, because I actually have a coworker who we kind of debate about this so freaking much, man. It's crazy.
Well, I looked up that exact quote, and there's nothing that comes up. So if you'd like to tell me where I could find this, I'd love to see it.
If I find it, I'll send it to your account. If that makes sense, if I could do that for you.
I guess you can, but I mean, I just like the point that I'm asking you is that if you want to go look it up right now, you can find it and try to make that claim, because otherwise I think that you're just making this up. I think it's like, just to be totally honest with you, this is utter fucking bullshit, and I know it as a fact. That's not what she said at all.
So what did she say?
It depends on what clip you're referencing. There are plenty of clips of her describing why prices went up, and many of them relate to the context of inflation, of being relating to the supply chains in COVID, which is an explanation that makes sense. That's not saying they just went up because they went up.
So you would support Harris over Trump, is what I'm guessing?
Absolutely.
Okay, can you tell me why? Just so I can know.
Yeah, she has more tax cuts targeted towards helping working class people, whereas Donald Trump increased taxes on everyone by imposing tariffs, which disproportionately negatively impacts the lowest income Americans, especially those that don't even pay into the income tax structure because of the fact that they make a lower income than the standard deduction. So, I mean, there's countless things I can bring up there. The expansion of the child tax credit to $6,000 for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18, $25,000 tax credit for first-time homebuyers for new homes, $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket for everyone, $35 cap on insulin for everybody, which are things that she passed in the Inflation Reduction Act, which were just for individuals on Medicare, which she wanted to expand to everyone. She wanted to expand to access to a universal health care program to ensure everyone's taken care of in this country, and many others as well.
I don't see it that way, man. I'm not saying you're wrong or you're right, but I don't see it that way. That's just my personal opinion. I just think she's a bullshitter.
Okay,
personally,
why do you think that?
I don't want to put just the way she talks. her demeanor when she goes about topics about the world.
What about it?
You know, that's just kind of what I think, man. I think she just bullshits around too much. Like her little vote for me shit with Meg Thee Stallion come and dance or Beyonce, whoever it was, man. I don't want to give the wrong celebrity the wrong title, but like, what was the purpose of that? Do you think that her own campaign is the reason why she lost the presidency?
No. Now, when it comes to Meg Thee Stallion, I think that's a bullshit criticism. You don't even care about yourself, because when Trump parades himself right next to Nicki Minaj, there's no deal from MAGA. No one gives a shit. No one criticized that from MAGA. But apparently, when Meg Thee Stallion, right, literally does one fucking
did Nicki
concert,
Minaj
one fucking song for Kamala Harris, then it's the end of the world because she has
No, I
twerking
ain't never
within
said
her
it was the
within
end
her
of the.
video
I
or
never
something.
said
Like,
it
what?
was the
I
end
just
of the
don't understand the
world.
argument. It's so stupid.
I'm asking, it's not, but I'm asking if do you think that's what hurt her in her
No,
running for the
absolutely
president?
not. Absolutely not. I think
So what do you
things
think
that if you
hurt
want to
her?
reference on her campaign that could have hurt her to a greater extent, I would say support for the state of Israel, and I would say the inability to provide a distinction between what she would do versus what Biden would do. I think that you can. I think it's very important to provide a distinction between what you would do as a person to show your individuality comparative to what Biden did, and I think that that limited a lot of people from feeling like they could vote for her because of that reason. Those are two things I could point to that are criticisms. Now, these are incredibly minimal to anything you could point to on the side of Trump. If this everything that Trump did on the campaign trail was actually fucking looked at with that same level of standard of criticism, right, we'd be able to give you a list that would take 15 minutes to go through of things that he did on the campaign trail that are even comparable to that, right? It would take, I would probably argue, even more than 15 minutes to do that, just because of how ridiculous the standard would be to apply to Kamala Harris, given that no one in their fucking right mind ever applied that to Donald Trump. And I just don't understand how we were going to apply that type of standard to her when just
Well,
the base of reality does not allow for that, because the other candidate was nowhere near and did those things to a significantly worse extent. Like, Donald Trump didn't actually give any specific plans for what he was going to do. For example, he said he was going to repeal and replace the ACA. He's still yet to this day to drop his healthcare plan. He's still yet to this day. We are over 10 years later, and he still doesn't have a healthcare plan. He's in his second administration. He's run 3 times, and he doesn't have a healthcare plan. He has concepts of a plan. You got to be serious. Like, that is ridiculous. Come back into the app. I can't hear you currently. You got to swipe into the app for me to be able to hear you.
I'm sorry, it said low battery. You know, iPhones
You're
are.
good.
I don't know, man. I don't see what fucking Biden brought to the table either. If you want me to be honest, like, I don't really see what they do to
Bipartisan
benefit
Infrastructure
us.
Bill, CHIPS and Science Act, PACT Act, Inflation Reduction Act, Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, Violence Against Women Act, American Rescue Plan.
But what that shit does for me, like, as a person, so that's what I like to vote on. What can somebody help me with? And I think
So
that
you don't think you benefit from expanding infrastructure access in this country? Look up Biden Infrastructure Bill interactive map, and you can look at all the different infrastructure projects around you that were funded by the infrastructure bill that are still being funded.
I love the comments say, "Stop talking to this person. Stop talking to
The
y'all
CHIPS
too,
and Science
goddammit."
Act, the CHIPS and Science Act helps build up domestic manufacturing of chips in this country, which allows us to have a critical industry here in the United States. We can point to the Inflation Reduction Act, which was the largest investment in renewable energy ever, which allows us to fight climate change, consider science, and also be more energy independent and not as reliant on foreign oil, which obviously would have been helpful. I can point to countless things, right? Like the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, right? That was to prevent gun violence and to ensure that people are taken care of, right? In terms of our broader system, and to reduce gun violence and ensure broader access to background checks, etc. So I don't understand why you would look at these policies and be like, you know what? They had no impact on our country at all. I'm just going to act like I don't care. Or it's because you're not
Fuck,
looking
man,
into it.
nobody
You
comes.
just don't know the impact because you
Nobody
didn't do
comes
the
and helps me.
research. What's up?
They don't come help me. I feel like
I'm
what
giving you
I
explicit
explain to
examples
people,
how it does so, and you're just not even
and I
addressing it.
appreciate it. I appreciate it. I'm not denying what you said. I'm trying to, like, just have this
Okay,
conversation with you
go
because
ahead.
I don't fucking know as much as you do. Like I said, it's an honor to talk to you. Because I've seen videos and clips about you in the past debating other people. So I don't see what they do for me. And I feel like the Democrats is like, they'll do everything for the whole world, even that's not United States. And the Republicans wants to do for the United States and not the rest of the world. So I don't know if that's like a true statement. So is that kind of
False.
how it is? Because nobody really broke down the politics to me, man. So I kind of go off what I see and what I know. So, and I don't see much and I don't know much, to be honest.
So Trump started a war with Iran. That's not a benefit of us. That didn't help you
But
out
they
here in
had a
this country.
nuclear weapon, though. So
No, they
if they
didn't.
had a nuke, and it
False.
So they were
False. We were not under an imminent nuclear threat either. According to the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, she testified in front of Congress on behalf of the entire intelligence community, indicating that there was no U.S. intelligence. They've been building up their nuclear program since the original strike that we made about a year ago through Operation Midnight Hammer on their nuclear enrichment facilities, which prevented them from developing nuclear weapons. Not only that, but you also have to consider that 10 years ago, under the JCPOA, we prevented their development of nuclear weapons because of the fact that we had an agreement with them to have unprecedented levels of surveillance over their nuclear enrichment facilities.
I guess they leave all that out when you watch the news and shit.
They do. They leave this out all the time. Joe Kent, which was the what's it called, the director of intelligence relating to counterterrorism, he specifically decided to leave, right, the administration because he thought that we were doing and going to war on behalf of the state of Israel and that we were under no imminent threat of being attacked by Iran.
I ain't got much to say, big dog. If you want to add somebody else to the chat, man, it was an honor talking to you, though. I don't really have much else to say. I don't really say.
Do you still support
that-
Trump?
I kind of never did because he's a dickhead. Like I said, I support the Republican Party. You know, at the time of the election, bro, he was just like the only fucking one that I've heard other people listen to, and I've heard a lot of people talk differently about him. So, kind of never heard that from the Democrat side. So, you kind of opened my eyes a little bit, and I will do some more research. So, I appreciate that.
For sure. Well, I appreciate you coming up. Just you're welcome to come back when I start talking about specifically the broader Republican Party after the midterms and whatnot, and I can debate you about
Thank
that.
you, man.
Of course.
Thank you, man. God bless.
You as well.
All right.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. We are just looking for debates. Cass, thank you so much. Really appreciate the membership subscription, by the way. Thank you very much. Morgan, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much for helping me understand. Please, if the 14th Amendment is overturned and birthright citizenship is not recognized, does that hold up, I gotta read the whole thing. It's not showing me. Does that mean that Marco Rubio is no longer a citizen? His parents were not citizens when he was born. They would probably try to find some addendum around it. But because they would say that they're citizens now or something, that he'd be granted it or something. That would probably be the argument. But yeah, they would have to concede, based upon that argument, that at his birth, that he was not a citizen. That he doesn't have birthright citizenship. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go on to the next individual here. Judy, thank you so much for the $20, by the way. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Bits, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate the kind words from both of you. Thank you so much. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump, of course.
Okay. And what's your birth year?
2007.
What month?
January 1st.
Nice math. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, how old are you?
32.
Do you support Trump?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, do you support Trump?
Like conditionally, I like some things he does. I think that I've lived in Germany, I've lived in France, and now I live in California. And when I think about Iran, you were talking about that before. I think about people I've gone to school with from Iran, how they've
Can I
been
clarify
sort
before
of,
you go into this real quick? Like, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would
yeah,
you
yeah,
rather vote for?
yeah, same thing, Trump.
Okay, alrighty. Why do you support Trump?
Well, yeah, let me get into that. You know, you were talking about the Iran war before, and I think you have to realize that on the primary fact is these guys got into power promising a liberal revolution in Iran and did the opposite, and they've been a terror to their neighbors who are now attacking them. They've been a terror to the world, and they'll lie on any diplomatic deal that you're trying to make with them. They're not people you want to have playing around with nuclear materials, no matter what Joe Kent says or whoever else says, or if they're gonna, or if it was an imminent attack, or just, oh wow, they have nukes and they have materials, and we have an advantage right now to go in and do something about it.
So they didn't have nukes. They didn't have the enrichment of uranium necessary to even produce nukes yet. We were under no imminent threat. We had a JCPOA that prevented their level of enrichment of uranium below 3.7%. We had unprecedented levels of surveillance over their nuclear enrichment facilities to be able to ensure that fact was true. Right? There was no violation of the JCPOA. Trump ripped up the JCPOA and put us into the circumstance where they're then building up their enrichment of uranium since then. And it's made it hard to be able to negotiate. The Biden administration wasn't even able to get it done because the impeding or next Trump administration would just come in and just get rid of it again, right? Which puts them into a position which would be harmful for them. So obviously they're not likely to do it in that circumstance, given that that's true.
When do you think they built all these underground facilities that were just bombed? Do you think those just sprung up overnight, or do you think they were actually violating the JCPOA?
Since the undermining of the JCPOA by Trump.
No. See, these guys have been advancing their nuclear program. You don't spin this up in 4 years. This is a
lot more than 4 years.
Takes a while.
Trump pulled out in 2018.
Right, and you don't spin that up by Biden and then have this was something they were doing for a while. They were doing it since Obama. They were doing it since they put the money into no, it's just true.
Wrong, because we had unprecedented levels of surveillance over their nuclear enrichment facilities, right? We had the IAEA go in to be able to surveil, right? They literally gave up their enriched uranium and sold it to Russia. So I just what are you talking about, dude? We had it that was the best possible deal to prevent them from enriching uranium. Trump ripping that up was a foreign policy disaster that's put us in a worse circumstance right now with less political concessions than what we were 10 years ago under Obama's JCPOA. So this is a foreign policy blunder. This is not something that's good for foreign policy, and to view it anything other than that is to be literally deluded by Trump's narrative.
View of how like an actor, a state actor who will literally go over and kill kids at a music festival or sponsor that activity, right? I think we have a very naive view of how they operate diplomatically. They're not telling the truth. They're the international watch guards who are in there. Like you can't trust that what they're doing.
Okay, then how is Trump going to get this 15-point plan done? If you can't trust them diplomatically, why are we trusting that right now? Why are we trying to end this conflict?
I don't think we are.
We are, right? They dropped a 15-point plan.
The UAE is in there right now attacking them.
Wait, you're not listening because no agreement has been accepted on. You're not understanding. The 15-point plan that Trump sent out.
Yeah, you want an agreement.
You're not listening.
There's force. There's an agreement or there's force. And the force is the UAE is in there attacking Iran, and we have a blockade. You can either trust that the people who lied about their liberal revolution and not killing their own citizens on the street, by the way, will continue with are suddenly trustworthy now, or you can say, actually, we have force and we can implement a blockade, and the UAE can go in there and overthrow this regime or help those circumstances arise.
Okay. So again, I don't think we're really addressing this. I think that you're still acknowledging, you have to acknowledge from your position that diplomatically you have to be able to engage because you're trying to do that right now. Secondly, I think that we actually had no basis to say that they had violated the JCPOA. I think you're just assuming that because of the fact that they're a bad actor. Of course they are, but the JCPOA was a strong agreement to ensure the prevention of them developing nuclear weapons. There is no other basis to do that. Okay? So if your goal is to go to perpetual war with Iran, where we have no objectives that we've been able to meet through the war, we have got no political concessions through the war. We've been there for months. It's destabilized our relations all around the world. It's destabilizing the global economy, destroying our oil reserves, right? It's causing inflation to go up. We're at 3.8% year-over-year inflation for April.
What's your point here?
What's my
Like
point?
I
We're in a
think that
worse off
if
circumstance.
you were,
You see
yeah,
no benefits. What
I don't
are
think
you
we.
getting from this?
No, you saw the detriment of the JCPO. You saw what Iran was continuing to do with state-sponsored terrorism. They got that money I guess you could argue it was their money that we unfroze, but that's like a really weird semantic point. But we essentially gave them money, which they turn around and use to support Hezbollah, to support terrorism around the world. There isn't I don't know. I don't think you can look at the world and say, oh, it was safer because Iran had the regime in Iran had money to operate in some sort of normal capacity. They've I don't know. They've done a lot of bad things. Like October 17th or 11th was one of them.
October
Um,
7th. So, yeah, so
yeah.
again, I'm not seeing the argument here. Is the argument is that they're engaging in other bad behaviors, therefore we
Yes.
shouldn't be doing the JCPOA to prevent them from enriching uranium? That was their whole issue here. You said that they could get
No,
nuclear
dude.
weapons.
It's the
So
idea that
what's
you
your
have a
solution?
military.
I have a question. What's your solution? Because right now what they're doing right now has us in a worse position than what we were under the JCPOA. That was my point.
I don't think so. I think you
Then how?
have.
What political
I think
concessions
you
have
have.
we
I
got to a
think you have a
greater extent than what
regime
exists?
that's.
No. I want you to answer this. What political
I think you have
concessions
a
have we
regime
got to a
that's
greater
crumbling.
extent, right, than what existed under the JCPOA?
Dude, I do not care about the Iranian regime's political concessions. Like the concessions they make are not real concessions. They are subterfuge.
Okay, so what do you prefer to do? Do you prefer to just like go to perpetual war for them, or with them?
No, and we're not. That's
Okay,
why
so what
there's
do
a
you want to do then?
blockade and we don't have troops on the ground.
So what do you
Let the
want to do then?
UAE,
What's
let
the
their
goal?
neighbors who, let their neighbors deal with them.
What is the
Destabilize
goal
them. That's the
with
goal.
our involvement?
The goal is Iran doesn't get to operate freely.
What? They already weren't under the JCPOA. They weren't operating freely because we literally
Yeah,
prevented their enrichment
they
of
were.
uranium. They gave up their enriched uranium
No,
to Russia, and they had surveillance over their nuclear
yeah, and
enrichment
somehow
facilities.
the same ones we bombed, or were these different facilities?
The nuclear enrichment. Wait, say that one more time.
Were these the same facilities that we bombed, or were these different facilities that we were surveilling?
We had surveillance over all of their enrichment facilities at the time. Every single one of them.
How who has this list? Who made
The
the list of like
IAEA.
I have? And why do they know? There's some international
Because they
group.
had
They're not.
unprecedented levels of surveillance over those facilities.
I don't know. Like who has unprecedented surveillance is Israel, who's able to drop pagers and blow people up, and Hezbollah. Like those guys have unprecedented surveillance. The
I'm just not hearing a response to the point that this is how you
Dude,
prevent them
you're
from
making
enriching
some claim
uranium.
of no
I'm
evidence.
asking you,
You're
what is
making some
your
claim.
solution? What is your solution for addressing all of these concerns? Is it just to go to war with them?
Dude,
Are we
I'm
going
saying
to
what's
try
going
to
on
do
right
regime
now
change?
is
Like what
good.
is it?
No, I'm not advocating some like permanent like solution that's not going to react to the plan. It's like going into a game and saying, "Oh, we're going to play this game this way," and then you're faced with a changing circumstance and you don't adapt or react. I think there's a power advantage on like the Western side that we should use to achieve our goals and to move towards them. And that goal long term is no nukes for Iran, a peaceful Iranian regime that's actually
So
like a
regime
liberal
change. There you go.
democracy.
So you got
Yeah,
so
sure.
he says liberal democracy. So your goal is regime change. Okay, so how do
No,
you achieve regime
these are
change?
directions I would like to move in. I'm not going to
Okay, but
like
how?
I
What do you
wouldn't
do
judge.
to? Okay, so what can you do? What objectives can you meet through what you're trying to do? What things can
I
you
don't know.
do that will actually lead to those directions?
There's a blockade right now in the UA. I said this several times. There's a blockade right now that is effective
At
in
harming their civilian
stopping.
population. The IRGC
Yeah,
is still getting
yeah.
oil
Who
from
harms
Russia.
their civilian population, dude? Is them who kill them by the tens of thousands in the streets with machine gun fire.
Yeah, and you're harming those civilians to an even greater extent as well.
No, you're not
harming
killing them.
the IRGC is still able to operate because they're getting
No
oil
machine
from
gun
Russia.
fire. That's wrong. What? What'd
Yeah,
you
they're
say?
getting oil from Russia and they're still able to operate.
Okay.
So like you
What do you mean?
understand
Like
the
they're not
blockade
gone
is
right now? You're mad because they're not like there's no finality right now. You're worried about the circumstance.
I'm mad because it's created worse off conditions for a bunch of countries around the world to stabilize our relationships with a bunch of countries in terms of being our allies. It's
Which countries?
acted as a war of aggression. We've met none of our objectives. We're in a worse situation right now than we were a decade ago. We're wasting a shit ton of money. We are what's it called? American service
Put a
members have
number on it.
died.
How much is the
Iranian
shit ton? Put a
civilians have
number on it.
died. What's that?
Put a number on it. How much is the shit ton?
A shit ton of what?
Money. You said a money. How much money are we spending here?
We spend what, 35 to 50 billion dollars on this?
Yeah, pretty cheap war. Pretty cheap war.
You think
Pretty
30
cheap
30 to
operation.
50 billion is cheap
Yeah, for military
for 2 months?
operations. Yeah.
For fucking
Yeah.
2 months, dude? Are you serious?
Yeah, nobody on the ground.
That is
Yeah, are you
not
kidding? How
cheap,
much
dude.
money this country spends every
If
second?
we extrapolated that on a yearly basis, what, 25, let's say 25 billion, 2 months, we extrapolate that over to a year basis. You multiply that by 6, that has us over 120, that has us over $300 billion a year.
No, it doesn't,
And
because we're not
yeah, it does.
flying missions right now. We're not flying any missions right now. You're conflating a period of time where we were flying planes every.
Wait, no, I did that wrong. I did that really wrong, actually. Holy shit. It would be 180 million, sorry. Or so.
Yeah, yeah. But the spend is less now because we're just occupying the sea. We're not flying missions every day anymore. So that number's lower.
That's still an
and then
incredibly
you
costly war.
Okay, then you compare that with the cost of. We know they have cruise missiles that can reach Europe.
And wait, but by the
They
way, let me just
demonstrated
consider
that,
this.
going after
That's not even considering the increased cost in gas prices or the economic costs. That's only referencing the cost of military equipment and on-the-ground sort of services. We're not even counting the cost on our GDP in terms of growth. We're not even counting the cost in terms of increase in prices for people at the pump and the loss for consumers. We're not even considering all of those economic costs when we reference this, and that would make that number very fucking high.
Like Kamala Harris cared about that or was able to think about that.
What's
like,
up?
You know, like that's an interesting point. I think it's a disingenuous point. It's an interesting point, but like if your alternative to Kamala Harris, she's not doing better on that account. They blew up inflation.
What did they do to cause
stalled out
inflation?
the AI economy. They weren't allowing. What did they do to cause inflation?
Yeah.
Well, they had an infrastructure spending bill at a period of time when you shouldn't be doing that because inflation was picking up after COVID lockdown eased or ended. So a loose
Infrastructure could actually
loose
be helpful
fiscal
in those
policy
circumstances
in the
because it can
wrong
reduce
time.
cost of trade and transaction, which could be beneficial. But
Yeah,
I
but
don't think
instead,
infrastructure would be bad in
it's-
that context because it can increase productive capacity of an economy. So
But it
I think
didn't.
that's a
It
horrible
did
argument
not.
for you there. If you're saying the overall spending,
No, it's not. It did. No, look at what they did. They approved a rural internet plan.
yeah. How did that cause inflation?
Rural internet, and they couldn't give. What? They couldn't.
How'd
No,
that
they
cause
could not
inflation?
connect anybody to the internet.
That's just wrong. That people have been
You're
connected.
spending money. No, like yeah, now, but it's like I think 2 states have had their plans approved. It's like they decided to take 6 years to finally get plans approved.
Yeah, so just because there are legal barriers to get these things done doesn't mean that they're not effective.
No, they designed the plan this way. That's how they designed their own bill.
Yeah, it's supposed to be by
And that's
2030,
how
dude.
slowly they were
Yeah.
able to. Yeah, it's too slow. You don't need to wait till
Oh my
2030 to
fucking
get
Jesus
rural
Christ.
internet.
This wouldn't happen if Democrats didn't do this, dude. So you'd prefer it didn't happen? I'm sorry, things take fucking time, dude.
No, dude.
Does
No,
that
there
hurt your
is an
feelings that
option.
things take
No,
time?
it doesn't. Oh my God. No, it does. It's quick and it's easy. You guess what? Get a Starlink. Give people money for Starlinks.
That's
and they'll
not
have
very
rural
effective.
internet access
That
right
hasn't been
now.
effective.
Yes,
This
it
is
is because it works. It works.
This is the best way to ensure that people are connected in the long run and have the services to do so.
No, it's the best way to
No,
have.
this is
It's
absolutely
the
the best
best
way to
way to have
ensure
a
that the
whole bunch of
infrastructure
people
exists
involved
because
doing
1
it.
out of 6 Americans households aren't connected to the internet.
Give them a Starlink terminal, brother, and they'll be connected today.
Okay, so you understand that Starlink is not a complete fix to all of these things, and they say of just use Starlink. Oh, right away we can do this everywhere. And, like, Starlink doesn't have any issues. It's just embarrassing.
Have you used one?
Have I used Starlink? No, I have not used it. But I've seen plenty of issues with it. It's like saying, well, I haven't used a Tesla, but I know that there are huge costs of maintenance with Teslas. There are huge problems with being able to fix them because of the Tesla system. There are countless problems that exist with all of these things. Elon Musk is like
I don't know.
trying to portray himself as like the fucking next Tony Stark, and a lot of the shit that he tries to sell has a lot of problems that they try not to talk about because they want to keep up the valuation of the stock, because it's built on valuation kind of similarly to how certain cryptos gain value, or kind of similar to how NFTs have gained value. It's literally just because of the narrative about them rather than their actual like services that they've provided, right? And he'll lie about a bunch of shit that they have access to that they don't have access to in order to say that, oh, we're getting things done to then boost stock numbers. There's a huge history of him doing that.
We can agree NFTs are silly. We can also agree that Elon makes crazy claims about what's possible. That's me 10 years ago being like, this guy's insane. He's crazy. These things aren't going to happen. Then I blink and I look around and I'm like, oh, I can buy a Starlink terminal. I can be out literally at Burning Man and have 300 megabyte up and down connection, where before I wouldn't have a bar of anything.
How much
You
does the
can't talk to
infrastructure
anybody.
cost to get that in the first place, and the use of that?
The Starlink terminal, or what he's already put out? Like
Yeah, I'm asking,
the
how much did that
infrastructure
cost
is
you?
already the Starlink terminal. It's like $250, and then it's like
No, how
$40
much
a
is
month
the
or something.
$3 a month?
No, sorry, $30 a month, something like that. And the Starlink
Okay.
terminal is about $250
$30 a month,
one-time cost.
and it was $250.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure it's way more than both of those. Where did you
look
get
it up. Look it
it's
up. There's a
$30
Starlink
a
mini
month?
terminal.
How long did you use it for?
Well, I got the Roam. I got the because I was just camping for a little bit, so I got the Roam connection, like the just you're not relying on it for your main connection.
Okay, well, you
like
just said
every
it was
day at
$30 a
home.
month. If you look it up, not even the minimum standard is at $30. It's way above that. It's almost
Look at
double
the
that at
Roam.
least. It's 50 to 100, 120.
Look at the
60, actually 65.
look at the Roam connection. Look at the Roam connection.
The
There's
realm
like
connection.
there's like one for like intermittent use.
There's residential $50 a month. There's residential
How much?
$80 a month. Residential $120 a month. There's the Roam. Roam is $50 a month for data, and then Roam for unlimited $165 a month. So if you're talking about unlimited, which would be what people
I
need,
must have
not
increased
100
that.
gigabytes like we're on a data plan, that's going to then be $165 a month. Okay, so you have the original cost of everything plus the $165 a month. Do you think that's
Wait,
more
where are you
or
getting
less costly
165?
than
We just
the
saw residential for.
Now, do you think that's more or
You
less?
just said residential for 50.
Go ahead and say that again one more time.
You just said residential for $50. How are you getting $165?
These are for Roam.
Oh, yeah. Well, I don't know. If you're like, I think about, I was working on a project for like rural farmers, and these guys need to understand where their inventory is at. They need to understand like
Hey, I'm
what
just
they're.
pointing to the fact that like you were completely wrong about what you said. I don't know where you got those numbers from. I think you were lying
I
about
got it from
them to
my
make it
bill,
seem
dude.
better than what
The
it was.
prices change. Prices
How
change.
long ago did
Okay.
you do this?
I went to I don't know. Burning Man was like last. I went like last 2 years ago.
So in 2 years, they went from $30 a month to 50.
For a roam charge, yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Under
I
the
turned it
Trump
on when I need it.
administration, by the way.
You're
Mostly.
talking about a private company's prices for internet anywhere.
Well, this is what you're saying the government should be buying their stuff from.
Yeah, and you can make a deal with them that, hey, we're gonna lock you in. You know, you have economies of scale, so you can make a deal that we're gonna lock in a price for 10 years, and you can use the full force of the federal government's budgeting capacity, and you know everybody wants to deal with the federal government to legitimize and to promote their business, and you can do that. You can do that. You can lock it in at a reasonable price rather than telling people, yeah, let's just wait till 2030. It's like the same thing that happened with this freaking high-speed train in California.
Dude,
Like,
this is just like, I'm sorry that we're not going to tell you what you want to hear. And we're going to tell you that these are the plans to actually get things done. And these are the legal barriers that we have to get past. These are the types of investments that we need to make. We can't just say, oh, we're just going to give this money to company with absolutely no oversight. And you guys are okay with that. No. That's called
nobody's
in most of these.
saying no
Let me just clarify.
oversight. You're just
Let me
strawman.
please
You're
finish.
strawman
Can you please shut the
arguments.
fuck
Nobody's
up,
saying
please?
no oversight.
Respectfully,
Nah,
please
dude,
shut the
you can't
fuck
just
up.
say you can't just throw out strawman and like red
I'm not
herrings
straw
like that,
manning.
dude.
I'd love
Nobody
to.
said
I'd
no
love for you
oversight.
just to be quiet real quick, so I can finish my point. Okay. So, these are the realities of how it costs and the amount of time it takes to be able to ensure that the infrastructure exists all around the United States. The use of just Starlink in of itself, I don't think would be sufficient to take care of everyone. I think would be ultimately more costly as well. And I think that the way that they have it set up, where it takes another 4 years to be able to ensure that people have access to it, is totally okay and reasonable. And I see no problem with it. And I think that you're just fear mongering about it because you guys have no policies to address this.
Fear-mongering.
Why isn't Trump doing this? Why isn't Trump doing the Starlink thing?
Fear mongering, dude. Because the law's already passed, right? It's already passed.
No.
Reconsidering things has a political cost. They've
No,
already
wait.
passed it a certain way.
So does Trump not care to expand access to the internet? By the way, this is what you're saying caused
dude,
inflation. Let me just clarify.
I just
This is
told
what you're
you-
saying caused inflation. Let me clarify.
No, I'm not. I'm saying this was in that bill. I'm not saying this is the sole cause of inflation. I'm saying it's in that bill.
Yeah, and you're
Things
the
like
reason
this
why
that
did you
spend
bring
money-
up the bill, sir?
Why did I bring it up? Because the bill has a lot of programs in it like this that spend money right now that do not see any actual materialized infrastructure benefit.
It's spending money over time. It still hasn't spent all of this money yet. I don't know what you're talking about. Now, in terms of this, you're saying, oh, we're just not going to
It's
get all
also
this
spent money
infrastructure.
right
It takes
now.
time for these things. That's how infrastructure bills work, my guy. Infrastructure bills don't happen
Okay,
overnight.
I love the excuses. I love the excuses of why, it's it's why the Artemis program.
Why
is
didn't Trump
so
get an
slow at
infrastructure bill done?
developing toward-
And you think that if Trump got an infrastructure bill done, that this wouldn't have happened? You're delusional. This is Congress setting this up, and it's signed into law by the Democrats. Now, you're saying, oh, under a Republican administration, I think that we would have gotten it within the administration. We would have gotten all this infrastructure. It would have happened right away. Infrastructure bills take time. Infrastructure development projects take
It was the
time.
default-
They don't happen overnight. You don't fucking understand how government works. You have an incredibly naive understanding of policy. It is actually embarrassing that you're
No, you
trying to
have low
use this as an
standards. You
argument
have low
against
standards.
Democrats.
for project management. You have a low standard for project management. It's a very theoretical and academic argument.
You have no
based
examples
off
of Trump
like-
doing anything for this.
Dude, you don't need I'm just literally telling you that they had it set up in the beginning where Starlink was an option. They tested Starlink. It worked, right? And then for political reasons, they took it out.
Not just for political reasons. It's because of the cost. It's because of the implementation, and it's because there is definitely lots of infrastructure issues with Starlink in the first place that have already been prevalent. And also,
Okay.
this is significantly more diversified amongst building jobs, especially in rural areas. or rural areas, and ensuring infrastructure projects exist to benefit American citizens in this country, rather than just relying upon like some sort of satellite service that is obviously not the best in terms of infrastructure, and it would be a lot more costly to maintain in the long run.
Maintain for who? Obviously, what? Like, I don't. You're
It would be a lot more
like
costly in the long run to maintain
it,
for us.
the taxpayers don't have to maintain this. It's
The
already a
taxpayers
profitable
inevitably will
business.
be maintaining it. Think about it this way: when we get a bunch of people to rely upon this, inevitably when Starlink fails, monetarily speaking, who's going to end up paying that cost? The taxpayer, because then the threat will then be, all of these people will not be able to get access to the internet they got otherwise because this company is going to go underneath, which inevitably ensures that the cost would then be taken by the taxpayer. Now, if we have it sort of set up in this diversified infrastructure development project to ensure internet all across the United States, and it's diversified within this way, well, now just one business not operating in a way in which is effective or leading to certain types of costs or issues, right, isn't going to then ensure that they need to be taken, that every single one of those businesses needs to be taken over by the government and funded again, right, to ensure that those processes are going to be maintained. Because especially for satellite services like that, satellites are very costly, right? So it almost sounds like they would be trying to offshore or offload the cost of their satellites and infrastructure costs onto the taxpayer in that circumstance, because so many people would just
It's
rely upon that one
already
service.
profitable. They already make money off the consumer program. The costs are laid out plainly in front of you. That business is profitable, right? Somebody said, hey, the weather's bad. You don't have Starlink. Not true, by the way. I'm just looking at the comments. But I hear what you're saying, and it's a very like, let's make sure that people have control of this. Let's make sure there's like a jobs benefit locally. And that's an interesting argument. But I don't think you should target an infrastructure bill that has a plain goal of,
Well, I just want to let you know.
or
I
one of
just
the
want you to know
plain
the
goals of
weather-related
rural
disruptions are
internet
absolutely
connection.
true. Like, I don't know why you would say that that's not true.
God, dude, what do you mean?
Yeah, apparently, heavy rain, snow, or ice on the dish can temporarily block signal.
Yeah, not bad weather. Ice on the dish. Yeah, sure.
All of those are
But
weather-related
guess what?
disruptions. There's
Guess
also
what? The dishes
many
when you're.
subscribers report
But let
sporadic
me
drops,
finish real quick.
fluctuating speeds, or brief outages that resolve on their own. This can be caused by weather, heavy rain, snow, high winds, interference from obstacles, or congestion on the network. In North America, network congestion from rapid subscriber growth has led to noticeable speed declines in some regions.
Noticeable speed declines in regions. Very qualitative. Um, I know ice can affect it, and I know when you're installing it in like a climate where you're expecting heavy snow, you're supposed to take that into account, and they have a heater system to melt the ice off the top of the
I think I would prefer
the
fiber being set up.
dish.
I think that sounds a lot better.
Yeah, I like fiber too,
Yeah,
right? I
so
think
like, can we not
you
just
put
be
some
doing whatever
fiber
is in
in.
benefit of Elon Musk and complaining about this? Because this is all irrelevant to the broader point that I was making. My point was that Democrats didn't cause inflation. You were claiming that they did cause inflation, and you were saying that the reason they caused inflation is because they did an infrastructure bill, and that spending would cause inflation. One thing that you're not understanding is that the debt-related spending the Trump administration imposed is over $4 trillion more than the Biden-Harris administration that he signed into law. So the effects are more disastrous, right, under the context of the Trump administration's policy than what we saw from the Democrats in terms of their policies. Right, we see significantly more inflationary policy from Trump's side if we
That
look at
just seems
debt-related spending, if you look
counterfactual
at
to the
spending
effect of the
overall.
policy.
Not to mention
It
the
just seems
tariffs, not to mention
counterfactual.
the Iran war, and we see the 3.8%
The
inflation right
inflation.
now.
What is it right now?
3.8%
3.81
over all goods. 3.8%.
in April,
Yes.
month over month,
Yeah.
or year over year. Yeah. I know. It seems temporary. Not 8%.
Wow.
I'll say that.
Do you
Not
see this?
7%
Do you
or
see
whatever it
this?
got to.
It'd be so funny if these people were Trump were Biden supporters, what they would have said, like in defense of Biden. Like, you would be the guys that would be like, oh yeah, I see nothing wrong with Biden's cognitive health. Yeah, dude, absolutely nothing wrong. That's you. If you were a Democrat, that would be you.
Like, what's your...
You there? Hello?
What's your point here? What are you saying?
Yeah, my
Yeah, I'm
point
trying
is
to... I
that
can't hear
you'll
you.
try to find anything to defend them. Like you're just like grasping for straws. That's my
Not
point.
really.
Yeah.
Not really. I just came in because you're having the Iran conversation, and I sort of feel strongly about that, having like Iranian friends who have escaped from that country and understanding their attitudes towards the conflict. And so I think I can say that I think it's directionally good. I don't think it's flawlessly executed. I don't think
You can't name
you're
a single
gonna
benefit.
make everybody happy. Dude, I have, and you just don't, like, I hear what you're saying.
What
And
was
you have
it?
a framework where you want a very specific, I hear what you're saying, and you have a framework that is based off of a certain lens of understanding politics, which is cool, right? And I get your lens. I have a different lens. And in my lens, this is already directionally good.
So wait, what was it? What was the benefit?
Their leadership is dead right now. There is a blockade.
They're the same. The
Their
IRGC is still in control.
their neighbors are unified and opposing them. Those are my benefits. Their
That's not a benefit to
nuclear
the United
program
States
was...
of America. That's not a benefit to the Iranian people because it's the IRGC still in control.
Well, you asked me my opinion, and now you're like giving me a rubric for how my opinion should be formed.
Yeah, it has to be either a benefit to the Iranian people or to the United States of America.
Yeah, and I told you what my benefit was.
What was the benefit?
What I'm seeing in this.
We haven't seen a benefit
I
in
just
either
told you.
situation
I'm not
because,
gonna
again, the
I'm not
IRGC
going
is
to
still in
repeat
control.
myself. I literally told you. I'm not going to repeat myself. You're trying to like frame how I should be thinking about this. Cool, dude. I get it. You have a great audience, but that's
How
not how I
embarrassing.
think about
How
it.
embarrassing that you have to do this in order to not answer a question. I'm asking
I've
you
answered
like a
it 3
very simple
times.
question about like what benefits,
I've
and you
answered it.
can't answer a question
Yeah,
because
why
you
don't you
think
write it
it's
down
related
next
to an
time? Why don't you
audience or
write
something.
down what I
Hey, bro,
say?
I'm asking you a direct question. Is it really that impossible to answer? Like this is a question I'm asking as a fellow American, literally just trying to get you to fucking think about why you support going to war in the first place. We need to be, as a country, more critical about when we decide to use military intervention. Because I think that we are way too likely to use military intervention all the time for literally a lack of benefit. We get no benefit from this. We're spending hundreds of billions, or I mean 30 to 50 billion dollars over 2 months. Literally for what? For nothing. Now U.S. service members are dead. We have economic costs, massive costs in terms of increased gas prices, inflation across the entire market, reductions in the level of GDP growth. All of these things for what? If I don't have a good answer to that question, I don't want to do this. And every other American should think that same way too. And the fact that you don't think that way and you have such a low bar for military intervention is exactly why we're in this issue right now with the level of debt we have, with the amount of war that we've engaged in over the past 30 years intervening in the Middle East for nothing, for no benefit. Trillions of dollars down the drain for nothing.
Maybe. Doubtful. What got us into the situation is boots on the ground.
You want to do boots on the ground?
No, we don't want boots on the ground. That's what got us into this situation, a costly ground intervention. We don't want to do that. I would not support that. That's crazy.
Okay, so then how are you going to achieve any goal you want?
See, that's the disconnect. I'm okay with the power projection as the benefit. You have proven to them that their power is very limited, that you can kill their top leaders without them being able to enact a proportional response. We can decimate their nuclear program. These are all things that they have
This has
seen.
already happened. That already happened with Operation
There are no
Midnight
boots
Hammer.
on the ground.
Okay, so then what are you going to do? So it sounds like we haven't changed any of the conditions. You just get rid of the leaders. The next leaders just come in place. It's still the IRGC in control. You didn't prevent the IRGC from having control. And if anything, you're just going to radicalize the regime to a greater extent.
I mean, that's interesting. I think their neighbors are more galvanized against them now than ever before. Qatar, UAE, I think the Middle East feels better about um, and how to deal with Iran now. And I think that's going to allow us to not have to ever think about this again.
Okay. How do you prevent them from having enriched uranium without boots on the ground?
I mean, first of all, we have scanners. We have very precise equipment that can detect like radioactive activity, like uranium signatures. So that's like a primary way of knowing if they're doing it. A primary way of preventing them
That
from
doesn't tell us
doing
the
it,
enrichment
from
of
having
uranium,
it.
bruv.
Yeah, let me finish. Is when you bomb everybody there who is involved in that program and you destroy their facilities and you make it untenable for them to resume it because while their neighbors have boots in the ground, the UAE has boots on the ground right now in Iran, right? They're conducting operations. We don't have to do that ourselves. Other countries can do it. And that's what it's looking like is going to happen.
So you think that the U.S. is prompting other countries to then engage in conflict with Iran?
Are we prompting it? Like, I mean,
is that what your
you could
your
say,
argument is?
You could say so. The UAE has, you're aware of this, right? The UAE's on the ground in Iran.
What's your source for that? Alrighty, well, give a second, everyone. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. I hope get it out to more people. My Secret, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Caller, you think Trump isn't a bullshitter? Lol, you're delusional. Literally, though. He's such a bullshitter. It's unbelievable. Such a bullshitter. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. If you're on YouTube, everyone, make sure to hit that thumbs up for the 2,600 people here. It's the best way to help ensure it gets out to more people. I'd really appreciate it. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. So as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always, everybody. Osiris, by the way, thank you for the $20. Thank you very much. Morgan, thank you so much for the corgi, by the way. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I really appreciate Osiris. Sofa, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you. Ethan, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I would say I'd definitely prefer the former of what you said. Thank you very much. Bernie Crowd Forever, thank you so much for the $5 twice. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. As well as in the case of Marco Rubio, the birthright citizenship has been taken away. He can't run, or dealer, think of the $5 said he can't run for president. Strip it now and watch how they'd change their mind. Yeah, that'd be crazy. Ultra Ocelot, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Exactly. But they don't want to spend money on that. Linol, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give some W's for them in the comment section. Dark City, thank you for the $2. And then Mystic, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Did you find the information you're looking for?
Yeah, it was saying The Guardian has an article, Wall Street Journal has an article.
What's the title? I won't be able to hear you while you're out of the app. Just letting you know. Connie, thank you for the handout as well.
Sorry, I guess that's why you didn't hear me before. I didn't know that. But The Guardian has one that's the UAE's. Let me paraphrase: secret attack on Iran. They're all sort of similar in the title. If you just Google UAE strikes Iran.
And The Guardian?
Reuters and the Wall Street Journal all have articles.
Okay, now we're going to Reuters. Okay, I'll go to Reuters.
Or just all. I'm just saying all of them. Like take your pick, whatever you want
to. The UAE has been secretly carrying out attacks on Iran. Military strikes on Iran. It doesn't say the boots on the ground. These strikes, which the UAE has not publicly acknowledged, include an attack on a refinery in Iran's Lavon island in the Persian Gulf. And the attack took place in early April, apparently. So this is like a month ago, and this is not verified to be boots on the ground. So I think you're just lying about their level of involvement.
I mean, I'd happily take a bet here. You know, the information is promulgating out. You know, we're just finding out about things in April. There are, from what I've seen, boots on the ground right now from the UAE.
Okay, I haven't seen this, and I don't know where you're seeing that.
Look, we're gonna have to like dive into like a lot of like videos and like just random things that like videos of literally people with Starlink in Iran, like posting these things, and there's like forums you can see these posts
Okay.
in. And
So you don't have any reports, like the articles you just mentioned don't substantiate your point at all.
Okay, dude. I told you before. I have friends who have escaped Iran, and they've sent me videos of certain things that are happening. I've seen videos of the Iranian security forces massacring Iranians. I've seen videos
did
of
dispute
people
that.
fighting back. Okay, I'm just saying, like, there's the article
I'm
talking about
sorry,
what happened
how
in
is this
April.
justifying that the
videos-
UAE has done ground operations within Iran?
Because people have seen the UAE troops on the ground.
And how do
they've
they
talked
know that
about
they're
it.
UAE troops?
Well, okay. They're somebody's troops.
Okay, so this is what I'm saying. You're just saying, I've seen some random TikTok video of this happening, therefore
No,
now we
not
know that there
TikTok
are boots
video.
on the
You're
ground in
random
Iran.
I told you, friend. Oh my God, dude. I didn't say TikTok. I didn't say that once.
So then what was it from? It was from some random social media. Is it better to say Twitter?
No, it's better to say dude, I went to international school. I went to school
Wait, so to
in
clarify,
Germany. I
your
went to school in
friend sent you a
France.
video over text message of them
WhatsApp.
seeing boots on the ground in Iran.
Yeah, seeing people fighting Iranian security forces who were well equipped.
Okay, that's not evidence that there are UAE troops on the ground.
I don't know. They think it's evidence of it. So, and there's an article talking about strikes in Iran from the UAE.
Okay, those are two separate claims.
Okay.
Strikes
okay.
versus boots on the ground. Do you agree?
Yeah, we can agree.
Okay. So I don't think that the argument that you're providing here is very conclusive.
No, it's not.
Well, I have a question.
because it's a war, and
Was
there's
there
a fog
anything
of
on
information.
their clothing that was identifiable?
There was that's how a family member felt about the situation, and that's how people are discussing
Was
it.
was there
over
anything
That's what they think is going
on their clothing that was identifiable to indicate that they were from like a certain country?
Not from the videos, but
Not
their
from the
equipment.
videos. So then, how the fuck do you come to that
They're
conclusion?
well equipped. They were well equipped, and that's what the people
Well
who
equipped.
were,
Okay, so I don't think that's a sufficient argument. Especially
Okay,
when this
I'm-
isn't
like,
reported on
I'm
at
not
all.
gonna- 'cause
Apparently,
I'm
you
not
have
gonna-
this information that no other media reports have.
Okay. Apparently, I don't know. Like, you can take it or you cannot.
I'm not going to.
Understand? And that's why I said let's loop back to this later. We could loop back to this later. You could DM me. I could DM you when more of this comes out.
Okay, yeah. I can't tell me how many times I've heard that from a Trump supporter, and it never fucking happens.
Okay, cool. And is that because they don't reach out to you, or you don't reach out to them? Like, why does it not happen?
Oh, that's because the Trump supporters are never right. Like, I've heard this from, like, when people are saying, oh, they're going to get a Doge check, they're going to get a tariff check. You know what I mean? I'm like, yeah, let me know when you get those.
Yeah.
They still haven't let me know.
Well, that's
because they still haven't got
that's
them.
silly. I wouldn't count on any checks from the administration.
Oh, yeah, but, people were coming on the live arguing they're going to get their Doge and tariff checks, and it was pretty common back then. People really thought that was gonna come. They support Trump because they're gonna get a check from the tariffs and from the everything, because it's gonna make the economy so great. We're gonna find so much fraud. We're gonna get so much money from these tariffs from foreign countries. By the way, they said.
And listen, like, I think we can agree here. Like, you can't listen to that guy talk and draw a straight line towards like what's going to happen or what that means, because it's not there
Trump?
at
Then why are
all.
you voting for him? This is ridiculous.
I mean, I I did already, so it's
But would you
happened.
still vote for him if the election
Um,
were held today, Harris versus Trump?
yes.
Why?
Um, we talked about foreign policy for a while. We're disagreeing. We talked about one aspect of it. We could talk about another aspect, which I think is our relationship to Europe, which I don't like necessarily. I don't like the position it puts us in with our spending. I don't like the attitudes there. I don't like the the border situation. I've lived in Atlanta, I've lived in California, I've lived in New York, but especially in Atlanta, like I saw a lot of displaced Black businesses, and I'm Black. I saw a lot of displaced Black businesses because of illegal immigration, and it makes it very hard for people who are already disadvantaged economy, right, to form a business and have it stable when you're going up against people who are not, I guess, they're not part of the minimum wage law requirement. They're not part of normal labor condition requirements. And so it creates this like
I have a
black
solution for
market or
you.
this underground market for labor,
I have a
which I don't
solution for
agree
you.
with.
I have a solution for you. Provide a pathway to
Yeah.
citizenship for every undocumented immigrant who has not committed a violent or serious offense. Then they'll take market wages. And immigration as a whole increases the employment rate for natural-born U.S. citizens. It
Yeah,
increases
and I think
wages
that's
for natural-born U.S. citizens over the last 30 years, according to a National Bureau of Economic Research study. So, like, do you understand they're not taking jobs of people? If we reference immigrants as a whole, you're saying this is true about undocumented immigrants because they're taking below market wages. The way to solve that is by providing them a pathway to citizenship where they don't have to leave the country. Otherwise, they're going to stay in the country undocumented. And if anything, they'll take even lower wages because they have less bargaining power
I don't think
within the
those are your two
market.
options. I don't think those are your two options. I agree that that's interesting and that's something to talk about, a pathway to citizenship. I don't think it can be unfettered and unlimited. You've already put some reasonable restrictions on it and how you're talking about it, but I think that's an incredibly, sort of fraught subject of conversation to figure out exactly what that looks like. But in the meantime, we had immigration laws that we're not respecting, and it seems to be a bad basis of negotiation with between the political parties we're going to talk about a new pathway to citizenship, but meanwhile the laws today we're not actually enforcing.
Yeah. I mean, I think that it makes sense to not enforce some of these laws. There are countless laws in the books we don't enforce. It's okay. No big problem. It's better to do it this way. It ensures that we get more people to go through the legal process. So if it ensures a greater respecting of the law, I think that we're okay with that. Along with the fact that if you actually cared about respecting the law, you wouldn't have voted for a convicted felon to ensure that he didn't go to prison because you guys voted for him. That wouldn't be the first thing you do. Plus, you wouldn't support him undermining people's due process rights, which is violating the law because he thinks the legal process takes too long and costs too much
What are
to
you
go through.
referring to?
What's up?
Are you referring to like quick removal, or what are you referring to?
Trump undermining due process rights?
Yes.
Yeah, I can reference expedited removal. I can reference specifically like his expansion to that. I can reference the fact that he's done, allowed for ICE to, detain people based upon the race. You take that into factors in consideration. Also, not use judicial warrants to search and seize people's properties. They have sent people to countries in which they never grew up in. They have literally sent people to CCOT, which is a concentration camp in El Salvador where people are beat, tortured, starved, etc. It's disgusting.
Yeah, I agree. We don't want people ending up in those situations. I think there's a lot to say for like how people get here in the first place and like what they travel through to get here, and it's really heartbreaking, the circumstances people want to leave. or have to leave to get here. And it's also, I think, then incumbent on us to have like a plain conversation about what type of immigration the country can support and to figure out the laws that we're going to put in place and actually enforce. And a prerequisite for that, I think, is not ignoring the laws and, seeing this sort of situation where, it's one thing to talk about it, right? Another thing to like vote on it. And one thing you can do, you can literally measure the effect that the Texas started moving illegal immigrants to New York. You can literally measure the effect
Those
on
are
the
asylum
electorate
seekers. Those are
of that
legal
happening.
immigrants.
The people Texas were moving?
Yeah, those were legal immigrants. Otherwise, you're saying that
Okay.
Texas
But you can measure.
helped keep undocumented immigrants in the country.
No, I'm saying the Biden administration sued them for trying to enforce immigration laws. It's not
Yeah,
the
it's because they
state's
were trying
job.
to put barbed wire and whatnot on top of
Yeah,
like certain fences that were restricting federal border agents from doing their job.
correct. Correct.
Okay, so
And
those are
the
two
premise
radically different
behind
claims.
that,
What are we even talking about at this point?
no, the premise is that the federal government is the sole enforcer of immigration laws. So Texas has no ability
Yeah,
to do anything about
and the
that.
point is,
You just said, the point was, you made some claim that Texas wouldn't be able to move people on a bus to, and which they did, by the way, because like they would not be enforcing immigration laws, but
oh no,
they don't have any role in
no,
that.
they could work with the government to enforce the laws. Really, they could tell people that they were undocumented in that area. They can't deport them themselves. That's not what I was saying. But also the point that I was
Right,
making is
but
that these are legal asylum seekers.
everybody on those buses that Texas sent.
Yes.
Okay. Well, the fact is you can measure the impact that had on those communities and their voting.
You just swiped out.
Sorry, my said my time is up on I had my screen time notification come up, but you can. I'm just saying you can measure the effect on the voters. The voters got more red in those areas, and so I just think you have to understand that like it's a great thing to say, and I agree, is that we want the country to be open to people. We want them to have a pathway to citizenship, but it's another thing to say that how is that going to be sustainable and earn the hearts and minds of the voters year after year and the people who are already here year after year. And those things have to be balanced.
Yeah, you can balance that even though having the policies I'm advocating for. I don't see how that my policies contradict that.
I'm not sure I'm saying that they are. I'm just sort of saying that the one contradiction is you said that we should not enforce these laws in the meantime.
Yeah, I don't have an issue with that. Because the current law takes too long for people to get to the country legally. So while we are transitioning to a process that makes that legal process go quicker, I'm totally okay with having a transitionary process where people who are undocumented in the country are given a pathway to citizenship where they don't have to leave the country if they haven't committed a violent or serious offense. Because these are individuals that would have gone through the legal process if it actually was quick enough where it made sense.
Right, but the legal process is slow. It's slow, right?
Yeah, way too slow.
There's a sort of and there's sort of a negotiation that has to take place to change that, and that slowness has built into it a lot of people's desires for like how they want to live in their communities and the level of immigration they want to see in their communities. And so you can't assume that, and I'm just telling you with voter data, you can't assume that that's not a real effect on people, because even the most liberal people, when you move the asylum seekers closer to them, become more red in their voting data. They don't become overwhelmingly red, but the counties shift.
Just like, what's the source?
You
Trust
know what?
me, bro?
I have to find this one. No, dude, holy hell. If you want to assume like bad intent, you can. I can send it to you later. I'd have to dig for this one.
Okay.
It's bookmarked somewhere.
So I can tell you how immigration positively benefits our economy as a whole.
Dude, I'm not disagreeing with you. You're trying
Okay,
to
so then
put me in a gotcha. I'm talking about people are also affected by it like on their community levels, right? That people who used to be own carpentry jobs in Atlanta, right? People I know about, families I know about, are out of jobs now and now on government assistance because they can't compete with the prevailing wage in construction anymore.
yeah, I understand the point that you're making, but I've already addressed this. What was my response?
I'm not sure you had one.
Okay, so my response was the way that you address that is providing a legal pathway to citizenship for undocumented immigrants who have not committed a violent crime or serious crime, because then that gives them more bargaining power in the market. The reason why they don't have enough bargaining power in order to get market wages is because they're under the threat of mass deportation. Get rid of
I
that
don't know
threat,
that addresses
then they'll be
anything
treated like
because
every other
you have
legal
more
immigrant.
businesses.
They're treated like every other legal immigrant, and legal immigrants have positive impacts in terms of wages and GDP and all these different aspects. Then why wouldn't that be the process? You think legal immigrants have a positive economic impact? You think undocumented immigrants have a negative economic impact? Okay, so if you provide a pathway to citizenship to those undocumented immigrants, that changes the negative economic impact to a positive one.
No, economics is very broad, right? Like you can have two guys come out on a truck, think about doing a job, come back with four guys and actually do the job. And that's more GDP than if just four guys did the job in the first place, because now you have this extra trip in the middle. So GDP impact, we can look at that just factually and say immigrants have a positive impact on GDP. But if you want to look at like communities and like the wealth the wealth gap, for instance, between Black Americans and white Americans, or Black Americans and any type of Americans, literally, and how to address that is you cannot displace people who have barely made a foothold in the modern economy with untold other amounts of people who are trying to also make a foothold, legal or not legal, right? Whether you say it's legal because we give them all a pathway to citizenship or not, because it's more competition for the most vulnerable. So I'd rather us see through the process first of taking care of Black Americans who we have harmed before we try to con ourselves into believing that our bleeding hearts can extend to the rest of the world with any sort of predictability.
Can you name one policy that Donald Trump has passed that has benefited Black Americans?
I can name the wealth gap. You know, it's tight. It's changed directions. It's not a crazy effect.
Yeah,
You can
so
look
what
at
policy has Donald Trump passed that's benefited Black Americans?
Okay, well, one is the opportunity zones.
Okay, so can you explain to me how opportunity zones benefited Black Americans?
Well, if you live in certain places, certain zip codes, you get preferential treatment and investments that have to be made in those areas, and you need to be involved in those. So people
Okay.
from these areas that are economically undeveloped need to be involved in business formation, and then there's a government fund that gets matched as well with private investment.
Okay,
Opportunity
so
zones. Sorry, go ahead, Parker.
go ahead.
I was just going to say opportunity zones didn't benefit Black people. Overwhelmingly, opportunity zones are detrimental to Black people because it incentivized the people that currently have capital to invest in those areas. And what it actually spurs on is gentrification, where the Black people that live in those areas are not the ones that are able to capitalize on being able to establish those businesses. They end up being workers within those areas, and those areas tend to actually expand and grow, and then they're priced out of being able to live in the area. So the people that live in those areas that were quote unquote supposed to be able to take opportunity, they're not the ones that actually can establish or grow the business, and so they end up just being pushed out. Opportunity zones literally create gentrification.
How do you get pushed out of an area?
Because it prices out. Once you establish a business, the other things around the business, including houses, start to pop, not houses, but like apartments start to pop up, restaurants start to pop
Bougie
up,
businesses
other
and stuff.
businesses.
Yeah.
Yes. And so the people who are living in that area that's already impoverished, and the best they can do is work in those, opportunity businesses. It's
Hmm.
not like they're high paying positions. And so they get to the point where they can no longer afford the place that they live because the area has been expanded to the level of being unaffordable.
I mean, I see people able to sell their houses for more than they bought them for. I see beforehand you have neighborhoods that are, in Atlanta that are 98% black, 99% black. I went to
I
a
think
high school.
you using Atlanta as kind of like it's a red herring, and not in the sense of I'm invalidating what you're saying, but Atlanta is kind of an anomaly because it's one of like the financial capitals that we have here in our country. That's just like saying, oh, it's black people are successful in Washington D.C. Like, yes, that's true, but also when you talk about, you got a lot of wind.
Oh, sorry.
And yeah, when you talk about like the actual ability, there's a lot of times of corporations or companies come in and they undercut and they force people out because it comes to a position where it's either you sell your home or you can't even eat. And then when people finally agree to sell their home, then they get a lower rate than they would if they were in a position of strength. But that's not even what I came up to talk about. I just want to let you know you're absolutely wrong about opportunity zones.
What's I mean, you're saying my examples are red herrings. I'm sort of citing like two things, like
No, I'm not
examples,
saying
but
your
also
examples
one,
are
one second,
red
one
herring.
second, one second,
Okay.
one second,
Sorry.
and just one more. I have like one more sentence. The other thing I'm saying is if you look at the sort of wealth data for families, it is increasing slightly for Black Americans now compared to other groups. And so those are like my two big things, like the examples I see from where I'm from and a trend reversing.
Yeah. You're absolutely right on the trend reversing. Even if you take a look at the wealth gap from the point of the Emancipation Proclamation to where we are today, the leaps and bounds that Black people have made is massive, it's substantial. The wealth gap has been closed. I think the point that Parker's calling out, and when he said, can you give him one policy that Donald Trump has passed that's benefited Black people? The answer is none, right? Even if you take a look at some of the greatest strides that Black people have had, it's happened under not only Democratic leadership, but specifically under the Biden-Harris administration. Under the Biden-Harris, Black entrepreneurship skyrocketed. Under the Biden administration in 2023, there were at that point more Black millionaires in the U.S. than there were Black people in jail. Like the fact that the Biden-Harris administration
Say that
overwhelmingly
again for me. I didn't catch you at the end.
in 2023, there were more Black millionaires in the US than there were Black people in jail. And that's directly correlated to the fact that under the Biden-Harris administration, there was a massive push to grow not only small businesses, but businesses, period. And so you see that entrepreneurship took a massive jump. Black women specifically started to overachieve when it came to college degrees and then secondary degrees. Some of the most massive strides have been made under the Biden-Harris administration. But then in the inverse, when you talk about what Donald Trump is doing, like literally he empowered Louisiana to gut the Section 2 of the Civil Rights Act, which disenfranchised Black voters. So like they're literally trying to strip away our right and for representation. So, I mean, you're sitting here saying that you support Donald Trump for like the progression of Black people, but the Republican Party as a whole, they don't have any premise of progression for Black people. Like that's why Black people don't vote for Republicans anymore, right? The fact that Martin Luther King wrote a letter to the Republicans saying if the the white progressive don't take control of the Republican Party, then Black people will not be voting Republican anymore, and Black people stopped voting Republican because the conservatives took control of the Republican Party. It's not about Republican or Democrat for black people. It's about the progression of black people. And the Republican Party, specifically Donald Trump, isn't doing anything to progress black people.
I mean, I think you're right in a lot of ways about, what certain policies can do to increase a measure that you're looking at, right? If you want to increase millionaires, and there's some great, programs that Biden had for, and this is exactly a result of what you're talking, or I guess the cause of what you're talking about, that, allowed people to go out and form businesses. I have a certain view of that, though, which is that it's a leash to a certain political, it's a leash to a certain way of doing things, and I'd rather it be born of independence from political power, if that makes any sense. I'd rather it not be dependent on us getting favorable policies every year. And I think part of that is just letting the communities have the clarity to deal with their own problems and the support and some advantage, but not overbroad policies that claim to fix everything. Because a lot of these policies are temporarily good, and then later they get wrecked and they get used, they encourage what I would think is like bad behavior in general. Like
So, question for you:
I think about,
if the policies or the government are doing things to negatively impact people, are you saying that they're not culpable for correction of those problems, and it has to fall on the people to fix the problems that were created by either policy or the government?
maybe I think what I'm saying is, like, for instance, look at New York school districts, right? I have a cousin in New York right
Well,
now. He's
I would really
11.
love like a direct answer. Are you saying that even if there's policies or the government does things to disenfranchise and harm specific communities, the communities have to figure out how to fix the harm themselves, not the government fixing the harm?
I'd love to, if there's a harm and there are harms, I'd love to, sue. I'd love like a reparations package, literally. We could dream about that one day.
Lightbeam, I have a question.
But I
Who
don't
benefits
think
black people more, Harris or Trump?
I don't think either really have any benefit overall.
Okay, better
Like, I'd say
question.
slightly more.
Better question. Who has caused more harm to black people,
Good question.
Harris or Trump?
Well, Harris wasn't president, so like I'd be like diffusing Biden's
Biden-Harris
what Biden's
administration,
done.
Biden-Harris administration, or the Trump administration?
I mean, I'd say Harris or Biden-Harris.
How
What
do you quantify
policies?
that?
Yeah, tell us. Let's see that. Let's see that.
I think it's the reliance. They create programs that are fraught, that work maybe temporarily, but
Yeah,
the
that's not
programs
true.
don't.
Again, wait,
But
if there
can I
was
just finish? Can I
reliance,
finish? I've been cut off
wait,
like 3 times now. Just trying to
but
make this one point.
your statement isn't true. We've already talked about the fact that under the Biden-Harris administration, there were more black millionaires in the country
Yeah, and I agree with you. You heard
than
me agree with you,
so
right?
wait, so is the fact that there was more black millionaires, does that mean that more black people are relying on systems, or has more black people been given opportunities? Because those two things don't go together.
No, I think it's more black people were relying on systems that were put in place by political will. And what I know about political will is that it's fraught, right? You'll have it one day, you won't have it the next day. And so what I'm saying is the real power, the lasting power that allows you to actually enact political will, right? It doesn't come that way. It doesn't come because the Democrats had a nice, they needed voters. They needed some voters year over year. So they put in a package to help out. It comes through independence. It comes through business formation that is just good business and can last no matter what the political conditions are.
Sure. Can you tell me when in recent history the largest leap and most amount of black entrepreneurship was created?
Sorry, what is recent history for you? What do you mean by that? Like last
Sure,
20 years?
last
Or like,
no, last 40, 50 years.
huh? Like percentage-wise? What, are we talking about like Tulsa?
No, we're not talking about Tulsa, Oklahoma. Under the Biden-Harris administration, I literally just covered this with you, and then you doubled down and said the same thing, saying that it's about
No, you just
creating
said the last 40 years. I'm
independence.
just trying to figure out you're talking
No,
percentage. I'm just trying to
well,
figure out what you're talking about.
yeah, I'm talking about the fact that you just said that it was about creating independence and creating something that's self-reliant in businesses. And I'm telling you that the Biden-Harris administration created the most Black entrepreneurship, but not even close. Like literally the thing that you're saying that you think would be beneficial, the Biden-Harris administration did, and the Trump administration is actively doing the opposite of. Hey, did you know that over 400,000 Black women lost their job within the first year of Donald Trump being in office because of his DEIA policy?
In the federal, yeah, a lot of federal workers.
No,
Yeah.
not federal workers. In totality, 400,000 Black women specifically, because Donald Trump had a target on quote unquote DEIA, which he perpetuated as Black people. But more than anything, it was an opportunity for people to overwhelmingly harm Black women, even though they're the most college educated group within our country. So, can you one more time tell me how how the Trump administration is preferable to the Biden-Harris administration?
I mean, I know that number, and my understanding of that number is it's a lot of government workers.
It's not.
And I mean, then I'd have to correct my understanding of it, I think, because that's my understanding of it. So maybe I should look that up, but I think you're wrong if you're saying it's not mostly or not like a large proportion of it.
Don't worry, I'll get it for you. But again, can you just answer like Parker and I's original question? Can you tell us what what harm? I'm sorry, you were saying that the Biden-Harris administration was more harmful than the Trump administration, even though I've talked about not only the fact that they've deregulated
The Black millionaire number.
Hold
Yeah.
on, no. Even though I talked about they've deregulated the Civil Rights Act by weakening voting powers in Section 2, the fact that Black people, the Black unemployment rate skyrocketed under Donald Trump's first administration. I'm sorry, under his first year, unemployment went up, but Black people specifically were disproportionately impacted. And even if you look at the comparison between white unemployment and Black unemployment, it's like white unemployment almost didn't change at all, while Black unemployment skyrocketed under Trump's first year. Or you can even talk about Donald Trump advocating for the overturning of Roe, putting in Supreme Court justices that overturn Roe and eliminating the access to abortions. And we understand that Black women disproportionately are negatively impacted through the mortality rate from childbirth, and then Black babies are negatively impacted by the infant mortality rate. So giving them a lack of access to healthcare, i.e. abortion, puts more Black women and Black babies' lives at jeopardy. So literally, like, all of these things are happening from the Trump administration.
I like, let's figure out where, like, I agree with you on the Roe v. Wade stuff. I do. I agree with you on the, I see the point you're making with the voter rights, the VRA. I see the point you're making. Wouldn't 100% bring it to the level of sort of like how you're framing it, but I see what you're saying.
But
on the
you see
Black
the harm
millionaire
though.
number.
But like you can't be able to mention that same type of harm coming from the Democrats. So the point that we're then making is that say you see no benefit from either administration, right, for Black Americans.
No,
you see active harms coming from the Trump administration. Right,
Okay,
when
now
it
you're
comes
calling
to
it a
Black
harm. I see what he's saying, but I grew up in the South and I see how these districts are run, right? I see how these districts are run. I grew up near Alabama when I was very young. I lived in Atlanta. I see how these VRA districts are run, and they're underserviced. They are very weird because it's like, underserviced is the wrong word, actually. Like, you'll have schools with a lot of money in them. You'll have schools with like the best equipment, but they're not run very well, where the teachers won't use them. The teachers are teaching a test, a standardized test, and the average kid who comes out of there doesn't do very well. They don't go to college. They don't
Hey, question
see
for
any.
you. Question for you. Standardized testing. Historically, why was standardized testing created?
You tell me. That's an interesting question.
Yeah, it's because historically it was a way to use the disenfranchised Black people. The way that standardized texting has shifted from actually knowing information to being able to capitalize on the access to resources. Standardized testing like SAT, ACT, those tests are not based on just knowledge and what you know. It's literally based off of the ability to prepare and gain access to those tests and test material. And you already mentioned the Black wealth gap and Black people having less access to funds, and so Black people are disproportionately impacted by standardized testing by not having access to funds in order to prepare for those tests. So
Well,
you can
that's
have.
where I'm saying you're wrong. It's not a fun gap. It's not a fun gap. Like I've seen these schools. They are well funded. It is
I'm not
a
talking about the school. I'm talking about the individuals. It's not about the school. It's about the individuals.
yeah. I mean, I think we can agree there. Like I think we need a lot more programs that put money in the hands directly to individuals, so they can take their kids to school, so they can buy their kids tutoring,
Wait, hold up. So
etc.
if the Biden-Harris administration expanded access to funding for HBCUs, would you think that's a good thing?
Yeah, but what I'm talking about is like money for
Can I build on that
individuals
point?
to go to school and to go to tutoring and to get what they need for their individual circumstance.
All right. So building on that point, Trump decreased the level of funding per year going to HBCUs from $500 million a year under Obama to $255 million a year under his administration. The Biden administration gets in office, increases to $4 billion per year. That's an obvious benefit. Okay? Not only have we been able to mention benefits, but we're also able to mention the very, very clear harms from the Trump administration towards Black Americans. If you were judging what side you're going to vote for based upon the impact on Black Americans, then wouldn't you say that you would rather vote for Harris?
If my judge is how much money is going to HBCU, and that's what we're talking about, I mean, you've made an obvious point, but I'm not judging that. I'm judging like what's happening at middle schools and high schools, public high
Well,
schools and middle schools,
but
and
wait,
how they
we
should be
didn't.
run.
Wait, we're not
Like
making
that's
this
what I was just
statement
recently
just.
talking about.
But right, but we're not. Parker didn't make that statement just based off schools. Parker made that statement based off of all the information that's been laid in front of you, and we've laid a plethora of
Right, and
information.
you're sort of like not hearing me and like giving like I'm trying to like be very like I understand your points and I agree, and they weigh heavily on me. They do. Like I'm not like out
So,
here.
okay, how about this? Let's bottom line
Wait,
this
can I just finish real
because I'm
quick?
gonna.
Just one more sentence. That I have other considerations based off of how I think things are actually run when people get this money and like the schools operate. And I think you need a different style, and it's not a let's put more money together. You need people to
Can
be empowered
Can I
on the
clarify?
individual
What
level.
makes you think that the Trump administration is preferable?
I mean, I think it's great to not pretend that like things are helping that don't help overall, like long term. I think real power comes from a sustainable like amount of wealth that an individual can generate, not from a government program that makes it easy for while the Democrats are in office, and then it's going to get taken away when Republicans are in office. I don't
So
think that's real
nothing.
power. I think
So he
that's a
did
political
nothing.
handcuff.
So you prefer it because he did nothing, or he
Yeah,
did less.
I sort of, yeah, like here's what I prefer. I
Oh,
prefer a world where you're not beholden to political power to see Black advancement. I want to see Black people. I want
Can
to
I
see
get it direct?
us.
So you don't want any type of governmental program to help the conditions for Black people. So then why are you even voting in politics?
I don't. No, I don't want.
and
Like there's a weird type of
and to be
program, right?
clear,
There's the
wait.
difference between a program. There's a difference between a program run by a lot of staff, like, versus a direct transfer program. I told you before, I'd be happy with a more reparations-like program that is a direct transfer. I don't like the
It's
the
like you're
beholdens
incapable of
of
addressing my point. I'm sorry. I'm done. I'm done with the yapping. I can't do this anymore. I can't do it. I'm genuinely. I feel like it's taking
okay.
so long to answer some of the most basic questions I've ever asked to a guest. Okay. I'm asking you not very hard questions. I'm asking you,
Okay.
can you make an analysis between the Democratic administration, the Republican administration, on the effect of people? Why do you see the Republican
Yeah,
administration
and
to be
you're
preferable
just
in its
mad at my
effect? And it
mad
seems
at
like
my
you're
opinion.
saying, and I just wanted to
That's fine.
clarify,
Oh,
it seems like what you're saying is that they're not doing it anything, or they're doing less, which is what you think is preferable. Is that correct, or am I wrong with that analysis?
and before you answer, I just want to let you know Parker's not mad at your quote unquote opinion. He's mad that you won't directly answer the question. Please directly answer the question.
Yes. Yes, I think it's better to have power come from individuals that's sustainable, not on the whims of temporary programs that get taken away. That's why I'm saying a direct transfer. That's great. I don't want a program where you have to answer to a lot of administrators or regulators or an agency to get what you
Wait,
need
so
from it.
you're advocating for more of a communist society?
No, no.
So
He,
I mean,
I mean, if you want to call it that, I guess you could,
wait,
but
he's
I'm,
he's
I,
I'm
actually
but
that's not what I would call
advocating.
it.
He's actually advocating that it's better to decrease funding for Black communities in this
yeah,
country.
No, I'm advocating
That's what he's
it's
advocating
better
is
to have a
good.
direct
He thinks that's a
transfer,
good
a
thing. So
direct
I just want to
transfer
clarify that.
program.
like
Y-
I
A
think
direct
the
transfer program. That's what I'm advocating for.
sure.
Yes, but you're not going to get that either way. Neither side is advocating for that right now. So you're going to either compare, you get more funding within the respect for HBCUs, or you get less funding. You're saying, oh, I would prefer the less funding.
Then I told you
That's
how
what
I'd
you
rather
said.
play the game. I think there's a way to play the political game. And I told you I'd rather play it
yeah,
because I don't
What political
want to
game
be
are you playing
beholden
with this?
to what.
What political game are you playing with this? What do you get from this?
What we get is when you realize that that funding from Democrats is temporary, that you get real sustainable systems that build up that are not reliant on a political
you're
outcome
okay.
year to
Okay,
year.
can you prove anything? Because I've cited the fact that the most black entrepreneurship and black millionaires came out of the Biden Harris administration. That is growth. That is sustainability. That is generational wealth. Can you give me any time, not only just the Trump administration, but period, where black people they've taken things away, they've restricted resources, they've made sure that there's been less, and black people have had more and able to actually make greater strides?
I mean, what I can cite for you is that literally during like the end of segregation, the end of Jim Crow, that there is a higher amount of black business in terms of like carpentry, home,
That's not true.
building. It is construction. There's a lot of black-owned construction businesses.
But yeah, black-owned businesses was not at the highest that it ever was
No,
after
not number-wise,
segregation.
percentage-wise.
Because
Can I build
go ahead,
on the
Parker.
one point that I was making real quick? Because I think it will kind of get him to a point. Why do you think the funding is temporary from Democrats?
It's temporary and it's fraught and it's controlled by levers. It's controlled by political levers, and I see it. Like I see people are unable to actually put their kid in the right class that their kid
Not
wants to
having
go into.
I want a direct answer to my question. Stop with this.
Why is
Why
it
is the
temporary? Because
funding
these are temporary
temporary?
programs. Like you talked about the HBCU, that's a temporary program.
Why?
Like legal programs are often temporary. They have
Why? Because
expiration. They
these
have
things are
sunset
taken
clauses.
away by Republicans. That's the answer to the question. Because the Republicans will get rid of the funding. They won't continue it.
Democrats don't always continue the programs either when they're in charge.
Wait.
I'm
I
talking
talked about how they expanded them. Yeah. Instead of doing $500 million under Obama, they did $4 billion a year under the Biden-Harris administration.
And you're talking about one program.
Wait. Can we just please address this fact for a second? Why are they temper? Because Republicans pull them back. So you can't blame Democrats for the problem caused by the person that you're saying is preferable. You were literally earlier saying it's preferable. Oh my God!
In New York?
Stop! You were saying it's preferable that that people were getting less funding. That's what you were saying earlier because you thought it was temporary. But you're the one pulling it back. You're the one causing it to be more temporary.
I'm not doing
And
anything
also,
here,
you
honestly.
you laughing shows how fucking disingenuous you are. Because like we're sitting up here having a genuine conversation, and
Yeah,
you're
me too. And
snickering. No,
you guys are yelling at me.
fuck that. You're not. You're not.
Okay,
Because if
dude.
you were being genuine, then you would actually be engaging in what we're saying instead of
And I
completely
am,
just
dude.
trying to
You
avoid
hear
it
me?
and then
Oh my
snickering
god,
when
dude.
Parker's making a fucking point. Like I'm just
Dude,
gonna say this, and
you hear
I'll
me?
let. Yeah, it's okay. I'm done. I'm done. Like
Dude, you hear me
yeah,
acknowledging your points and saying
that's
these are
fine.
good.
That's fine. You have no substance. I'm gonna go. I'll let Parker finish this up because I gotta finish packing. But I'll just say this: if you take a look at the amount of harm that's been perpetuated, and like your idea of Black people having an understanding of like being able to create any type of substantive change. I am not advocating for the Democrats. I am advocating for progression. I'm advocating for Black people to align with the party that's going to do the best for not only Black people, but people. And the Republican Party, Donald Trump specifically, has not put forth any type of progressive policy that would improve the standard of life for Black people or people, period. So you saying that you align with Donald Trump goes completely against you saying that you want better for Black people. That doesn't make sense. None of those things add up. He's done nothing as far as policy. He's literally harmed people. Oh, one other thing that you want to know about, like the federal jobs and Black people, you can go check out the Economic Policy Institute that did a breakdown of the Black women that lost their jobs, and about 55.7% of the 400 plus thousand were federal jobs. So almost about 44% were from the private sector. So it was almost equal as far as how harmful it was for Black women. But the point just being is like the points you're making makes no sense, and Parker's called it out multiple times. Anyway, bro, I'll let you have it. I'll see you. Appreciate you having me up.
Of course. All right, I'll let you address that, and then I'll probably just go on to the next person here.
Wait, sorry. I just wanted to say that I think his name was Santana. I really appreciate the conversation, the perspective. It's given me a lot to think about, and that's honest. You know, like there's some facts and figures that I'm gonna think about. I'm gonna read that article he was talking about. There's some things to dig into here. I think we can agree on like a certain like outcome we want to see for people, and I think we're relatively aligned there. I have a different sense of like how the power game for political power is played, but I don't want to say that it's like some absolute like moral point that it has to be played this way. It's just sort of my maybe cynicism and understanding of like programs I've seen run into the ground with a lot of money and like around my community, that I want other people in charge. And I think there's a gap between what is the policy on its face versus what's the lasting impact of this policy. But I really do respect your points. I'm sorry for laughing earlier, guys.
It's okay. All right. Well, is there anything else you want to say before I go on to the next person?
Nah, I appreciate the conversation, man. Got chat mad at me. Sorry about that, guys. You guys continue having some good conversations, and maybe I'll see you find your channel again.
All right. Appreciate you coming up. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. If you want to support me, as always, over in Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. So you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always, to try to get this next person up here. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. If you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I would not vote for Harris.
Okay. You'd vote for Trump? Okay. Alrighty. Why do you support Trump?
So I've been listening to you for the last 2 hours, and I would like to say I'm not 100% Trump. I do lean more Republican than I do Democrat, solely because I feel like Democrats don't ever come from a line of common sense. And let me explain why I think that. You all say child rapist or whatever. I've never seen any proof to that. And if you take then the felony thing, there's nobody on this earth that has not ever done something illegal. So if you remove those two things from the table, then you talk about strictly facts.
Have you
What
committed a
have you
felony
done?
before, ma'am?
Huh?
Have you committed a felony before, ma'am?
Absolutely.
What felonies have you commit?
None now.
You said, I thought you just said you did commit some.
Yeah. But I'm not a felon.
Okay. So what felonies did you commit?
It doesn't matter, but things can happen to people when they're 18 years old that shouldn't predict their entire future.
Okay. We're not talking about Trump when he was 18 years old. We're talking about Trump running for president and he was falsifying business records so that he could
And
hide the
that's
hush
what
money
gave him
payments
a
that he made to
felony.
Stormy Daniels, to hide his affair with Stormy
Okay.
Daniels when his
But
wife was
what
pregnant,
I'm saying is,
so that it
if
didn't
you
affect his
remove
election prospects.
if you remove the two things of those, because that's all I hear you all talk about is the great thing and the felon thing.
I mean, those are things to talk about. Those are relevant factors. I mean, why would you vote for an adjudicated rapist and a convicted felon?
I just don't think that's relevant.
It's not relevant. I think that the fact that they've raped a woman would be very relevant to whether or not
I
you'd
don't
want to
think
vote
that
for
he
them.
did.
What's up?
I don't think that he did.
Okay, well, he was held civilly liable for forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will by a unanimous decision of all 9 people in that jury.
I still think it comes down to common sense.
Okay, can you name, using your common sense, can you name one piece of evidence in the case that you dispute?
I don't know enough about it. I just know that I don't think you should be. How does politics have anything to do with your personal life?
I think that if someone has raped a woman, that tells me that they're okay with harming a person in one of the most irreparable ways possible, in one of the most horrible ways you possibly could as a person, meaning that they'd be willing to harm people to that type of extent on an overall scale
Kamala
amongst the
openly-
country. It seems like he wouldn't care about the average person if it is the case that he's willing to do that to E. Jean Carroll.
I just don't think he did. That's really my stance. It's not
I
that
understand that you think that, but like, do you have any reason to think that? You said you believe things on common sense. You need evidence to believe the things you do. Well, do you have
Okay,
any
so
reason
I
to not
think-
believe? Do you have any reason to believe that the case was
Yeah,
fraudulent?
I do. Yeah, I do.
Why?
I think that it's ridiculous for a man of his caliber to walk into a random store and try to da what he did, and then it come forward 20 years later, and a jury of peers right before an election. It just, I think it's bull. If it would have happened 20 years ago, I would have said differently.
Okay, so victims that have come out against Trump after it happened, do you believe them?
Not 20 years later.
No, if they came out right away, those that came out right away, you believe them?
If something come out now,
No, I'm saying people who came out back then.
who came out back then?
There are countless of the victims that came out back then. Now, I'm just asking you if they
Okay,
did.
I have no
like,
proof
I
of
just
this,
want to
but-
say as a baseline, given that you knew they came out right after it happened, would you say that you believe them?
Yeah, if it was reported right after, not 20 years later, not right when he's running for an election.
Okay, so you know that there are people, including his ex-wife, that indicated that he engaged in this type of behavior back then, right? And said this back then, that he engaged in this behavior and accused him of this behavior back then before he ran for president.
No, I was not aware of that.
Yeah, you should take a look. There are many of the accusations that came prior to him running for president.
Okay, I want to move the goalpost from that. I want to talk to you about immigration.
Okay. Let me ask you one question before we move into that. Would you let someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman legally enter the country?
No.
No? Okay, so why would you let them become president of the United States? It seems like you're putting harsher standards on who's allowed to immigrate to our country than who's allowed to become
Because I
president
don't
of the United
believe-
States.
Because I did not believe it was true.
Okay, so then why do you believe it to be true with, like, for example, if we're referencing an undocumented immigrant? Why is the civil case only legitimate against an undocumented immigrant, but not against Trump.
I would have to know more about their situation. I
Okay.
felt like I had
Well, sorry, not
enough
an undocumented immigrant, or legal immigrant. I meant to say that. Sorry. So I'm talking about someone legally trying to enter the country. They fulfill all the other characteristics, but you know that they're held civilly liable if sexually abusing a woman. You'd say, oh no, they shouldn't be allowed in the country because that's too much of a risk to allow them into the country. But apparently, it's okay to allow them to become president of the United States.
But you keep saying civilly. That doesn't make. That's the part that I don't get. What is civilly? That's not what a normal rapist is charged with.
Yeah, the reason is because that it was in a civil court, not a criminal court, is because of statute of limitations that says after 5 years since it occurred, you can't try your abuser in a criminal court for sexual abuse in New York.
Okay. Yeah.
So that law shouldn't exist. It's ridiculous.
I guess.
And by the way, I just want to clarify. You know that your reasoning that like, oh, people came out later, they didn't come out right away, and this person is a high-profile individual. Those same arguments could be used to not believe the victims of Epstein. I just want to let you know that. And I think that most people would view that as sick. And I think that you would view that as sick as well if people were to not believe the victims of Epstein because of that. But your same reasoning would entail that you believe that.
Well, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is he's already our freaking president, and all I ever hear is just those two things. Like, why not throw out something better besides those two things to prove why he's a bad president, why JD is not good? Because if not, they're just going to keep voting for him. That's my point. That's the only thing.
Oh, I do. I mean, I bring up other things. I think that these things in of themselves should be disqualifying for Trump. But I can give you countless other things. I can bring up the fact that he's called for the execution of some Democrats because they said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders. I can bring up the fact that he just advocated to arrest Obama. I can bring up the fact that he literally has imposed tariffs in a war with Iran that have caused inflation to reach 3.8% year over year. We have lower real GDP growth, lower real median wage growth. We have higher unemployment. We've seen the worst year of job growth in the past 4 years. Like all of these things, I could bring up all of these things. I do all the time. But when it comes to this, you're only recognizing that I'm talking about two things? Every day I talk about these things.
Yes, at protest. That is all that's ever mentioned.
No, it's not. I mean, if you actually watch my streams, you'll see I talked about all of these things today.
I haven't watched your streams. I'm talking about the ones that I personally went to and the ones that I personally watched. That's all they can talk about is the grape thing and the felon thing.
Okay, well, here I talk about all these topics. I think that it's important to talk about those too because those in themselves are disqualifying, and I do talk about those things a lot. But I also talk about plenty of other topics and explain how Donald Trump's horrible across the board. Him preventing the release of the Epstein files, him going to war with Iran, putting us in a worse position after he tore up the JCPOA, where we actually prevented their enrichment of uranium by unprecedented levels of surveillance over their nuclear enrichment facilities because we allowed the IAEA to go in and surveil their nuclear enrichment facilities to prevent them from developing a nuclear weapon. But Trump ripped up that agreement. And he has us now in a situation where we have less political concessions than what we maintained 10 years ago, a decade ago, under Obama's deal.
I guess my biggest stance, because as I said, I wasn't that I was a huge Trump person. It was that I lean more conservative. So if you look at it solely from that standpoint, I can sit there and say the good things that Democrats have done and the same good stuff that Republicans have done.
Can you name one policy of Kamala Harris's that you agree with?
No, I don't really know much about Kamala.
Okay, can you name one Biden policy you agree with?
The infrastructure bill.
Okay, the infrastructure bill was good. That sounds great.
And then the diabetes thing, which I'll have to say that Trump actually started
insulin?
it.
That was actually the provision that Kamala Harris got put in that bill.
No, Trump started it with Medicare and
yeah, that was only for parts of Medicare. She expanded it to all aspects of Medicare.
Yes, you're correct. You're absolutely correct. But Trump did start something.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, but like she expanded that, and she wanted to expand that to everyone within the jurisdiction of the country, not just individuals who are on Medicare.
Okay. That's good, right?
Yeah, that is amazing. And that's way better policy than what Trump's advocating for, because he's been running for 10 years for president of the United States, and it literally has no health care plan.
Okay, so I guess that's where I come from with the grape and the felony thing. If it was anybody but Trump, would you still feel that firmly that Republicans do nothing?
I mean, I would say that obviously Republicans would be in a better position, but still not a position where they would be good. Like, it's still significantly worse than the Democrats, and they definitely don't do enough for the American people. I would say they specifically constantly are focusing on war. They're internationally obsessed. They want tax breaks for millionaires and billionaires. So their priorities are off and bad, and I disagree with their policies. But Trump goes well beyond all of just those things.
Okay, well,
Does that
that's
make
why I
sense?
was. Yeah, no, it totally makes sense. And like I said, I think both parties have done well. I just wonder, the Democrat Party, they just seem so extreme. And it's like, well, where does, the, you want to call it common sense or just, you got to draw a line at some point. Okay, like with illegal immigrants. Have you ever watched the, how, us taking in citizens hurts other countries? It's like a gumball presentation by I think a guy named Beck on YouTube.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay,
So, like,
so
I have a question.
what do you?
Like, in the use of your common sense, do you believe in science?
Of course, I believe in science.
So, if Trump denied science, would you say that you would stop supporting him?
I'm not gonna say I specifically support him. I support the Conservative Party
So,
for
even
the
if
reason.
Trump undermines every single one of your values,
Well, I haven't seen that he has.
he basically, I mean, he undermined science. He said the climate's going to start cooling. Science just doesn't know it yet. He said he
He
drinks Diet
said,
Coke because he thinks because it kills grass, it kills cancer. That's what he said.
It's just not relevant enough. And the reason that I'm saying that it's not because I like Trump. It's because I feel like Democrats are too far on the left.
Okay, so can you name one of Kamala Harris's policies that are too far left?
Her immigration, what she did as vice president was out of control.
What she was only granted the authority to go to Central American countries to raise private funds for Central American countries to reduce the likelihood of people coming here based upon economic insecurity, which she did. She raised over $5 billion in private funds to build up those economies in those Central American countries to reduce the likelihood of people coming here based upon economic insecurity. So that's a
Okay.
fact that did happen.
Okay, maybe. So I will look some of the things you're telling me up because I love to know more knowledge. That doesn't mean I'm going to become a Democrat, but back to my gumball thing, I would love for you to go and watch this because what it tells you is that when we do legal immigration, we pick from the best of the world. Okay? And the people that probably need our sanctuary never have the funds or the means to ever come here. So we're picking the top citizens, and we can't take them all in. When we take in one, we're producing more poor people in those countries, and more poor people will need to come in. So it's like I said, a gumball effect to where it just explodes. Do you not agree with that?
No, I think immigrants coming to our country, right, make our country better off. They decrease our deficit, increase our GDP, increase our productive capacity, increase
Okay,
wages for
true,
natural
but
born US citizens, and increase wages for natural born US citizens over the past 30 years, according to the National Bureau of Economic Research. Immigrants coming to our country, they commit lower rates of crime comparative to natural born US citizens. So all of those facts are true. I can give you the studies to back them up.
no, some of that is 100% true. That's not what I asked you. I said we are making the other countries poorer, which means more people want to come here
So,
by taking more
so
people.
I think that like if, wait, with what policies? You're saying with U.S. interventionism? That would be like through Trump's policies with like going to war. So yeah, that is true. Like the destabilization that the U.S. is engaged in around the world has led to people coming to our country, and we want to prevent that from happening, right? Because we don't want people to come here out of being forced to. We want people to come out here, come to this country because they want to, right?
Yeah, but we're only picking the cream of the crop.
Well, I think that we should be picking anyone who wants to come to the country hasn't committed a violent or serious offense. I don't see a big issue with that at all. And when you say we're picking the quote-unquote cream of the crop, you're arguing everyone that hasn't gotten to the country quickly and is taking years to go through the process isn't the quote-unquote cream of the crop, which I think is also a harmful context.
That is not what I'm saying. I'm saying the people who would benefit the most from coming here are never going to be able to come here. And by
Okay,
taking
so
the
then do you want to provide a pathway for them to come here?
we can't take them all.
Okay, we're not
We
saying
cannot take
we're
the
not
whole
saying we
world.
take everyone, but immigrants coming to our country should be allowed. We should increase the level of immigration that we have because it's beneficial to us. It allows for us to have a broader labor force to be able to take care of our older population that is proportionally getting
Okay.
older because of the fact that there was a lower fertility rate for the past 50 years or so, which means that we're not replacing the same level of population that existed prior. So as baby boomers are going into retirement, it is causing proportionally less people to be working, which will reduce expected revenues unless we increase the labor force by allowing for more immigration.
Okay, but I get those points. But you're still not answering my question. We're making the other countries poorer in the process.
So when you say we're making other countries poor, you're saying because those people choose to leave those countries, or are you saying it's because of U.S. foreign policy? Because I already addressed that. I already said that. That yes, U.S. foreign policy has led that, and I want to limit that from happening.
You think
That's
the
why,
foreign policy, our foreign policy,
yes, our foreign policy is
what
to
is
stabilize
hurting
countries
the
around the
other
world and
countries?
cause them to immigrate to our country to a greater extent. Yes, of course.
You think we're causing the poverty?
Yeah, I do think that there's poverty that's been caused by the United States of America's foreign policy that's disenfranchised people in countries all around the world that then caused immigration to our country.
Okay, where would you find said info? Because that's not everything I've been taught.
I can give you examples, whether it be Afghanistan, Syria. I can give you examples of Iraq. I can give you Afghanistan or Iran. Um,
Does
we've
that go back to
engaged
war?
militarily speaking in these countries for decades, not just here in the 2000s, but also going back into the 1900s, right?
Okay, so when the Republican Party says that people coming here illegally, they cost, like they say, yes, they pay in so many billions of dollars, but they cost taxpayers X amount of dollars. Is that wrong?
So immigrants coming to our country decrease the deficit. So any cost that they impose on the taxpayer in terms of getting services, like everyone else gets services, as they're an immigrant coming to our country and they're going to be a citizen, they deserve the same sort of treatment as everyone else. They're all benefiting us in terms of revenue to a greater extent.
Okay,
Again,
so
according to the Cato Institute, over the past 30 years, immigration has led to a decrease in the deficit by $14.5 trillion.
okay, but they said they were then costing us 3 times that.
Who said that?
That's what all them Republicans that have like the pages like you do.
Well, then where are their sources? Because I can give you an actual source from the Cato Institute proving my point. Are they going to give you any sources?
Yeah, hold on, I forgot.
But I just want to be clear. Like, I have plenty of studies in the bibliography in my bio that go over immigration's effect on the economy,
Well, I mean,
and
you're
practically all the studies indicate a positive impact. Right? There's very little support for the idea that it's a negative impact, and they really will only come from like the far right wing think tanks.
Okay, so you're talking about ICE taking people to countries that they're not from.
Yeah.
I know Republicans have constantly preached that that's not happening.
It is.
So where is your proving that? I would love to look that up.
Yes, I got you.
Thank you, because you are the first person I have asked so many Democrats, and that's one of the reasons that I have leaned Republican. I'm not a felon, honey, but nice try.
Well, you admitted to committing a felony earlier.
Okay, and if there's anybody on this planet that has a clean slate and never done anything wrong, come and meet me.
Wait, say it one more time.
There's not anybody on this planet, but maybe a select few that have not committed some type of crime in their life.
Okay, well, the title is the White House is deporting people to countries they're not from. Why? That's from NPR.
NPR?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so who are these people?
That's what the article is going to go through. There's countless individuals listed in the article.
So this is like individual reporters that went out and interviewed these people?
So NPR has individual reports from interviews with people. They talked to ICE officers. They looked at the declaration forms and the governmental documents associated with it. They looked at the release dates, the deportation proceedings. They saw what country they were said to go to and what country they were born in. So yeah, if you'd like to go take a look at it, like they literally talked about this in the article.
Okay, I'll definitely check that out. But I didn't want to go too much into my personal.
There was even actually a federal judge that ruled in the migrants' favor, saying that the migrants were deported to not their country of origin.
I'll definitely look that up because it just seemed like all the protests that I've been to, every Democrat that I talked to, they just, instead of giving actual facts or saying, hey, this is where you can look this up, like trying to find some kind of common ground, because I feel like the Democrats just want to completely divide. And that's another reason that I don't lean Democratic, because you have to find the lesser evil. So
Can I tell you something real quick? And this will open your eyes a little bit to this. Is that not everyone has all of this information, has researched all of this, and not everyone of every single position that is representing that position is going to be the most well-read, knowledgeable person about all of the policies. So just because someone doesn't provide you an adequate explanation for this in any other live doesn't mean you can't be a Democrat, or doesn't mean the Democratic position is not a good position. It just means that that person didn't necessarily have the information to adequately explain this position to you with evidence.
Okay, but see, I don't understand why the Democratic Party has to then go and constantly make insults. Don't take the time to do anything. Like, you're trying to change people's minds, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, is that not your purpose?
Yeah.
But your entire inline is like always attacking people, calling them stupid, telling me to do my own research. I have done my own research.
Appreciate it,
and the stuff that I have saw.
Well, I mean, I'm sorry, like that just happens. Like you understand that, like, if someone says something ridiculous, you're going to get that type of response. Like, for example, I could go on a live and I could be debating flat earthers wanting to change their minds, and we could still call some of their positions stupid or ridiculous, right? That would make sense because they're going to say things that are conspiratorial, that are not predicated off of evidence, that are completely devoid of reality, and something like that similarly happens on this stream. There's a lot of conspiracy, there's a lot of bullshit, and also, like, if you cared about insults, why do you support Trump, like, over Harris? Trump is literally the king of insults. He does insults all the time.
I guess because he has the balls to do it.
Okay, now it's okay. So the people in the chat have the fucking quote unquote balls to do it.
I just don't think it's right.
Okay, so then say that about Trump. Apply the same standard to Trump that you apply to the TikTok comment section.
The very first thing I said was I wasn't huge on Trump. I was more of a conservative.
I understand. I understand. And what are we supposed to get from this? Like, well, you said that you still would vote for Trump. Like, I understand that you're a conservative, but, like, you still said that you would vote for Trump, right?
Because I don't see anything. Kamala was all over the place.
Kamala.
And you guys keep saying, do my research, do my research. See, that's what I don't get, because I have done tons of research. And I'm getting, like, totally different information.
Okay, where are you doing your research?
The .gov.
What .gov?
Peer-reviewed articles.
What peer-reviewed articles? I don't think you're looking at those. Well,
I could pull them up on my phone, but if I do, I'm going to click us off. But, I mean, I have them on here from yesterday that I was looking at. And no, I don't watch the news.
Well, not all of the claims that would be relevant to this would be like peer-reviewed articles or things like that. Like it depends on the type of claim that you're making, whether it's like an empirically tested claim, there's a certain study to look over it, or whether or not it's like something being reported on. It depends on the
Okay.
scenario.
So, like, I'll agree with you
Where do
that
you get your news from?
I don't. I just look it up. I don't watch the news.
You don't look up news on the internet either? You can look up articles, right?
Well, yeah, but I thought you meant like a news channel, like a show or
Oh,
something.
I'm not saying you watch TV or anything. Like my generation doesn't like watch TV like at all as much anymore. I'm
Right.
asking.
No, that's what I was saying. I don't watch
Yeah,
TV.
I'm asking like where do you get your news from? Like when you look it up on the internet.
Honestly, I don't know. I don't pick a specific one. I've watched them
Maybe
all.
that's the issue, actually. Because I would say like there are great sources: NPR, PBS, Reuters, AP News. Like those are good sources that are reputable where you can find media from.
Okay, well, like you said, Trump is spending more than Biden did in 2024, yet was supposed to do this Doge thing and was supposed to cut spending, right?
He didn't. He's caused more debt-related spending,
Okay,
and he's
right.
having to pay back the tariffs because they were unconstitutional.
Okay, yes. And I'm agreeing with you
And they
that I
still
was
increase
able,
prices for consumers.
I will agree with you on that. I looked that up. That was research that I did see. Okay.
Okay.
But how come every other bit of research that I see that supported some of the things that he did, you all say doesn't exist?
Like what?
Like he's costing the healthcare thing, like he's not invented anything, and this is his second term.
You mean any
And
healthcare policy? He doesn't. He just said concepts of a plan. He put his
okay,
name on GoodRx and said, "I'm so great."
but isn't that what the 2025 thing is supposed to do?
The Project 2025, you mean?
Yes.
Project 2025 is about getting rid of the ACA, not providing a new healthcare plan.
So there's no healthcare info in it.
Nope.
So what's he planning to do?
Leave it up to the market.
Okay, well, what if I say I agree with that? Does that make me dumb too?
Yeah, because of the outcomes that has on our society. Practically every country around the world who's developed has realized that this is harmful to the population because 45 to 68,000 American lives lost every single year due to lack of health insurance. If we don't have the ACA, people without pre-existing health conditions or people with pre-existing health conditions are not covered. They can say no to you. That's a horrible system, and even more people will die under that system.
Okay, but I
So if you
thought
want
that law
tens of
was
millions
passed.
of less people to be covered, if you want more people to be in medical debt, if you want less people to be able to afford life-saving medical care, and you want more people to be in issues where they literally are going to end up dying, well, then yeah, support Donald Trump's healthcare policy there. But if you actually care about your fellow American, you don't want them to go through literally hundreds of thousands of dollars of medical debt just because they had cancer. You don't want them to have to pay tens of thousands of dollars just to give birth. Then maybe we should have a universal healthcare system like what Democrats are advocating for, because it's our time to do that. It's less costly to do it. It leads to better health outcomes. It engages in preventative health care, which reduces the likelihood of chronic health conditions in the long run. It increases life expectancy, allows us to live more comfortable, safe, and better lives. It's literally a no-brainer.
I don't know. I don't agree with the
Why not? Like, I don't understand how you could hear that and be like, I don't agree with that. Like, if you
because
care about your country, like, actually. Like, I could understand if you're, like, selfish and you're like, oh, I would rather pay for it myself, and, like, I just don't care about anyone else. Like, and then you could try to justify it that way. But, like, like, if you care about your population, about the people in your country, ensuring that they are taken care of, I feel like this is necessary.
Okay, but that's the separation between Democrats and Republicans. That's what causes this divide.
It shouldn't. Like, the conservatives in other countries agree with this policy.
Okay, then how come everybody that lives in a country where they have universal health care, they say it's terrible?
They don't. They have higher satisfaction ratings for their healthcare system comparative to us.
Okay, so then all the other people that say they're lying?
Yeah, there are some people that disagree with it, but there are more people that agree with it than agree with it here. So there's higher
Okay.
satisfaction. People don't literally go bankrupt because they can't pay their medical bills, you know? Like there are higher wait times in a bunch of these countries. What you don't understand though is that we can keep the wait times down and still have a less costly system than what we have right now because we spend
Okay,
nearly
but
twice as much as what they do. And also,
okay,
it's
but
because more people are actually able to get the care they need. And think about this anyway.
like,
When you go to the ER, that's how it is anyway.
okay, so we already have a long wait list, like 1 to 2 years for immigration. You don't think adding in
Wait,
universal
by the way,
healthcare
let me
is gonna?
clarify. This is for elective things, not for severe situations. So people who are in severe situations, they get access to the care they need because it's based on severity. And for people who have elective things that they need to do, yeah, there's a bit of a wait time. But the thing is that they have a greater ability to wait than other individuals that don't have the ability to wait because of the severity of the condition they're in. And think about how many people wait because they can't get access to it because they can't afford it.
But anybody can get waited on whether they have health insurance or not. You're sitting there acting like just because you don't have health insurance, you don't have money.
Yeah,
You
and
can't be.
you think that bill you're gonna get is gonna be unaffordable. You think the
And
average person can afford that bill they're gonna get? Really?
the average person is not going to get a $40,000 medical bill. That is going to
Because
be
they have
wrote off.
insurance? So
No,
for
because
those
they
that don't
die.
have insurance, how are they gonna pay for it? Let me know.
Well, I can tell you. I can
And
tell
by the
you.
way, even with insurance, there are plenty of situations where they don't cover the specific doctors. They don't cover certain things in there. They are doing whatever they possibly can to get out of paying for your stuff. And also,
No, I'm
on the
not going
back
to
end, it creates
disagree that.
conditions where they can just get price gouged. So, like, it makes most sense to have a universal healthcare system. There are just better
I mean,
incentives in the market. The incentives that exist right now, because it relies on human health, right, are so horrible because inevitably these corporations and insurance companies will put their profits, their bottom line, above people's lives, above people getting access to basic things they need. And
okay,
that's
so how are
bad
you
for our
going to get
society.
the lobbyist out in order to get these lowest costs? How are you going to be able to do all these things when the Republican Party is sitting there saying, oh, if we leave it up to the market, we're going to have new people come in that's going to reduce the cost and da 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 da, because that's
That
what
doesn't
they say.
happen. Doesn't happen. It's bullshit. They're lying to you.
Okay, but
There's
I
literally
thought
no
we passed
evidence
a law.
anywhere around the world that indicates a market system by itself is preferable in terms of outcomes. Every country that has better outcomes than we do has a universal or near universal type system. Every single system around the world that has a better or comparable system. Like literally, no system around the world has a better system than us that is just totally based on the market. There's no examples of that being effective to that degree.
Okay, so you're saying that's ineffective. How do you get rid of the lobbyist? And I thought we passed a law like 10 or 15 years ago saying that people could not be denied based on a pre-existing
Yeah,
condition.
that was the ACA.
And you're saying Trump got
Yeah,
rid of
Trump
that.
wanted to get rid of that. That's what Project 2025 wants to get rid of too.
And what was his reasoning?
You know the reason why he couldn't get rid of it is because of John McCain.
Okay, isn't he the one that's on his side?
Yeah, he's a Republican. Was a Republican, sorry.
Okay,
I mean,
so
Donald Trump did say that he's not a war hero because he was captured, though. Because he was a prisoner of war. He was a POW. And he said because he was captured that he's not a war hero.
okay, and like I said from the very beginning, it's not that I was a huge Trump fan. I'm just more conservative because I don't understand the extreme Democrat. Like, I don't think you could say one positive thing about the Republican Party.
Me or you or anyone?
You, any
Me?
Democrat. Like, I don't think you guys
Yeah,
could say
I mean,
one
I agree with
thing.
tax cuts for working class people, but the Republican Party is mostly doing that for the rich. So I can agree with small little elements, but most of it's going to be bad, yeah, because they have shitty policy. What can I say? Like,
Okay.
what is their good
I could
policy?
sit there and agree that Democrats do some good stuff too.
Okay, but you couldn't
I
mention any of
would.
them. Like you couldn't name a single thing Harris did that you agreed with.
Okay. I don't have my notes. I'm not an expert, but I do have some things pulled up on my phone that I regularly research. I mean, I don't just listen to what other people tell me. I actually do fact checks and stuff, which is why I'm asking you, because most Democrats just cuss and yell and go on and they don't explain
Okay,
themselves.
I don't think most Democrats are going to be that way. I think that's a ridiculous way to reference most Democrats. And also, I just
And
want to be
that's what
clear.
happens when I've
The
been to
like,
protests.
let me if you also you shouldn't even like make a judgment or a generalization of all Democrats because you saw some people on TikTok streaming. Okay, like
I'm not
you have
talking
to
about TikTok.
you have to understand
I'm
the
saying
typical incentives that
protesters.
exist for streamers are that it makes more sense to be more abrasive, right? To be more rude and whatnot because it gets you more viewership. Um, Also, like those type of individuals are more likely to be an individual that would want to make content in the first place. It's just a fact. So that's the
Okay,
nature.
so
That's the nature of how social media operates. That's not a representation of a typical Democrat.
I would agree with that, but I'm telling you, even family members, the fear mongering, and the protests that I have been a part of, the Charlie Kirk thing that I went to, I don't know if it was last year or the year before. It was crazy. It was chaotic.
Okay, well,
And you're
how
sitting
is
there
that
giving
Democrats'
me
fault?
faces. You're giving me faces, like telling me my lived experience didn't, I don't know how
No,
I was treated.
no, I'm not disputing. I'm saying how is that Democrats' fault? I said exactly what I thought.
You're literally smirking, saying that the Democrat Party isn't this on TikTok, isn't that? But yet you all constantly fearmonger.
What did I do that's fear mongering? How about
I
this?
didn't say
Can you
you.
criticize me for me instead of criticizing me or my side for some representation you saw from some other person on TikTok or something? How about we criticize Parker for Parker? Because that's what
I'm
Parker
not
can control.
criticizing you. I'm not criticizing you.
What?
I
Criticize
said
my
that you
opinions, I mean.
I didn't criticize your opinions. I
Okay, so then
criticized how
okay, so then
the
the question that's
party
being asked here
acted
is
out
why
in
do you disagree
public.
with my opinions?
I just said I didn't disagree with your opinions. I respect your opinions. I'm
What
talking about how you behave, or excuse me, your party behaves out in public.
I could say the same thing about your party. I mean, for example, Donald Trump called for the execution of some Democrats. Donald Trump called to arrest Obama today. You know that,
Okay,
right? Like
and then
literally less than 12 hours ago, he called to arrest Obama.
okay, and the Democrat Party ain't had tried to get that man arrested 500,000 times and everything else. Both parties do that to
No,
each.
no, it's not the Democratic Party that did that. It's the law. Okay? The law is not the one going after Obama right now. It's Trump.
Okay, and Biden didn't go after Trump.
What do you mean? Like go after? No, that was the law that did. He was convicted in a criminal court beyond a reasonable doubt.
Okay, all right, if you say so. I'm not going to
Was
argue with you.
Obama convicted?
I wasn't aware they went after Obama. I was just talking about Trump
No,
and
it's
Biden.
it's in my thumbnail. Last night he posted on Truth Social that we should arrest Obama
For what?
for the Russia scenario.
Okay, and I'm assuming you think that Trump done this war for no good,
Yeah.
even though.
Trump is going to war for because we had a better set of conditions under the JCPOA that Obama set up 10 years ago.
Okay, but didn't his campaign not brag and go on saying he was the only president who didn't start a new war in his first term?
Yeah,
Okay,
and
so do
and
you think
Biden, by the way, didn't start any war.
Biden didn't start any wars?
Nope,
Okay, so then why was that campaign so hard on Trump and not on Biden?
because he was lying. He got into office and then started a war with Iran. He was lying to get votes. Yeah. He conned.
So
Trump did what he does best. He's a con artist.
why do you think they keep trying to take him out?
Who?
Whoever keeps trying to assassinate Trump.
Because he's a controversial figure, a president. Biden had that too. Obama's had that. A bunch of prior candidates have had that.
Okay, so like I said, going back to just thinking, how many people in history were controversial that were later found out to be, good? How do we know for sure?
Well, we know that Trump's bad because of the things he's done, and I can point to the specific things. Can you mention
Okay,
anything good he's done?
I don't know that I don't know enough. I
You
haven't
don't
seen
know
him
any
do.
good that Trump's done?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying I've not seen anything that he's done that's so bad compared to any other president. I feel like there's plenty of other
Calling for
presidents.
the execution of your political opponents, is that not bad?
Yeah, but he's not the first one to do that.
What? Who else did that? Whether Democratic candidate?
Back in the 70s or 80s. I'd have to pull my ruler
The
out.
70s or 80s?
Yes.
That was like 50 years ago, ma'am.
Okay.
You can't say because Democrats, I don't even know what Democrat fucking 50 years ago said something, which they didn't, by the way, that then justifies Trump calling for the execution of his political opponents.
I didn't say it was right. You're not understanding me. You're acting
By the way,
like
the candidate 50 years ago was Jimmy Carter, and Jimmy Carter definitely did not say that. I just want to be clear.
I said the 70s or the 80s. I can't remember which. I was having the conversation with my father a couple of months ago, and it was somewhere near, I think, the assassination of JFK. It was before that.
Okay, some random Democrat before the assassination of JFK, by the way, which was in the 60s. That's 1963. Okay.
Okay.
So that was literally in the 60s. That's when my mom and dad were born.
No, you guys are drinking
Like,
totally
you reached back to my parents' birth year to try
Okay,
to give an argument as to why it justifies Donald Trump calling for the execution of some Democrats before the Civil Rights Act was passed.
Man, I didn't say it was justified. I told you it wasn't justified. All I said was, how is that different than any other party that's done this in the past? That's what I said. I never said it was justified.
How is it different? You can't mention any political party that's done this. Like, none. Like, literally not a single one. Not even reaching back prior to the Civil Rights Act. You won't even be able to find it where they're talking about the execution of just a typical Democrat because they said to not follow the law. To not follow an unlawful order. Sorry.
Well, I'm just saying.
Like, you know, that is a normie position that has existed throughout the entire context of American history. That if you're given an unlawful order, you shouldn't follow it. And that's your oath to the Constitution. So I just want to be very clear. This is something that's existed throughout the entirety of American history. It is unprecedented that someone is called a traitor because of that. It is unprecedented that someone is called, their execution is called for because of that. Mike Pence said this exact same thing after January 6th.
Okay, you said lawful order.
Unlawful order.
Okay, so I know you're going to say that Trump has had American citizens offed by ICE.
That is true.
How is that true?
Alex Preddy, Renee Good were murdered. The administration is defending them. Literally, the administration has moved Jonathan Ross to a different area, and he's still working.
Okay, so you wouldn't say that impeding in a police operation is ridiculous?
Even if I were to agree that that would be ridiculous, which one, they're not the police. 2, there was no investigation. 3, she was in that position for less than 3 minutes, and cars were going past her. But, like, also, like, what? Like, even if that was a weird thing, that doesn't justify her being shot. That doesn't justify lethal force.
Okay, so they should just be allowed to behave however they want. And I'm not saying that that should have happened, but let me tell you how many people that didn't happen to.
Wait, I'm sorry. Do you think that they were murdered?
No, I think they played a stupid game and got a stupid prize.
Okay, so hold up. You think that if you don't comply with the law, that justifies you being murdered?
If the other people feel like it's a risk, then they have a split second to make that decision.
No, it has to be a reasonable officer would identify that there is an imminent threat of serious bodily harm and or death in the scenario. That's what it would have to be in order to justify lethal force, which was not present in either of the scenarios.
I disagree The woman was sitting there. She was impeding.
By doing what?
She was egging it on, blocking them, and then friggin' went to pull
Did
out.
any cars go past her?
I think one did.
There were multiple cars that went past her, including an ICE agent's car that went past her. Okay, if she was blocking them, how were they able to go past?
You can't block an entire road with one car.
Okay, so she wasn't blocking the whole road, and people were able to go past.
Interfering.
Okay, how so?
I just told you.
Wait, but there's no lawful order for her to be ripped out of her vehicle in that moment. They don't have jurisdiction to arrest her. Not only do they not have jurisdiction to arrest her, they did not have jurisdiction to shoot her.
Okay, so I guess you're gonna say, oh, anytime somebody dies at the hand of police, it's wrong, or only in ICE situations?
It depends on the context, obviously, if there's self-defense involved. But in this scenario, it's clearly the case that they did not have a justification for lethal force. Literally, the way you evaluate this is whether or not they met the standard for use of lethal force, like the one that I mentioned earlier.
Okay, so did dude not have a pew-pew that day?
I'm talking about Alex Preddy now?
Yeah.
He was concealed carrying legally, and he never brandished his firearm, and before he was shot in the back, while being held on the ground, he was disarmed.
Well, I was confused on that one, but I was not confused on the girl one. That one absolutely looked like
Wait, so
she
do you
was-
think Alex Preddy was murdered?
I'm not going to say for sure because
Wow.
that one was iffy. That one
So
was
so
iffy.
by the way, that's anti-Second Amendment for you, because you're saying if someone's just carrying legally a gun, it's justified for law enforcement to shoot
I
them?
don't have enough information on it. I cannot make a
What do you mean you don't have enough information? Have you not watched the video?
I've only seen one clip of it, and it was very cloudy, and I couldn't tell for sure. But with the female one, I can sit there and say otherwise.
Alrighty, well, here I'm gonna pause real quick. I'm gonna thank some people real quick to catch up with my stream, and then we can continue on with our conversation. Just give me a quick second. I gotta catch up real quick. Just unmute whenever I'll just unmute whenever I'm done real quick. Thank you for that mustache, by the way, Jules. Thank you very much. Feisty, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for Feisty in the comment section right now. Keonan, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. JFK wasn't a Democrat. Oswald, or JFK was a Democrat. Oswald wasn't a Democrat. True. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for them in the comment section as well. Thank you very much. Let me make sure to catch up fully on YouTube Super Chat and over on Venmo and PayPal. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio as well as the description of the YouTube. So you can support me over YouTube Super Chat as always, everybody. Leonie, thank you so much for the $2, by the way. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it on PayPal. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, I totally get you there. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Manavan, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $21 on PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Esther, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. As well as Alan, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much on PayPal. Heather, thank you for the $3. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. SX, thank you so much for the £2. Thank you very much. The first, because they're more progressive and have more of a shot of winning. Mystic, thank you so much. Really appreciate the. Oh wait, I just refreshed. Excel, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said less than 20% of the population participates in primaries. These pick our damn candidates as it is today. Only the diehard left right participate in them. If you want more moderate has to. Yeah, if for anyone, especially like left wing, because there's a bunch of left wing people that also don't. I would just argue like it's just like the most involved people. You should definitely involve yourself more in primaries. It's really important for picking the candidates you like. Anthony, thank you for the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That is projection. Totally agree. Excel, thank you so much. I really appreciate it again for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. I get you. Thank you very much. No channel, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Yeah, it's absolutely so horrible. Absolutely so horrible. I'm so sorry to hear that. Mr. Dragon, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $2. Thank you very much. I saw that one. That looks cool. Zumba, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, they probably did. Angelina as well. Thank you for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. For economic destabilization comes from the military-industrial complex. Totally agree. illegally occupying land, stealing resources, appropriating culture, and money primarily being concentrated through billionaires, not immigration. Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Dila, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Trevor, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Aaron, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. Julia, thank you for the $2. Anthony, thank you for the $2 as well, or for the $5 as well. And I am fully caught up. If you want to support me, as always, again, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, so you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always. Miriam, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. I hope you have a fantastic day. Yes, thank the DNC. Thank the DNC. Alrighty. I sent you an invite on mute. You can continue on with your point.
No, I mean, I don't have a lot of other points other than I wish you would watch that gumball video so you could see where I'm coming from as far as the immigration stance. And, you know, I just wish that Democrats and Republicans could find some type of better middle ground instead of,
I have a question. Do you think we're more likely or less likely to compromise under the Biden administration versus the Trump administration?
I feel like when the Trump got it the first time, I feel like this is when it started.
The lack of a negotiation?
Yes.
So that's then because Trump is polarizing politics. But I just want to let you know, under the Biden administration, we had unprecedented levels of bipartisan negotiation. So it seems like the problem is Trump.
Okay. But I'm talking about as us as people. We're so divided. And the only way we're going to make a difference in anything
Is to stop supporting divisive candidates like Trump.
Okay, but how can you expect people to do that when you're sitting there, you know, your party just constantly attacks people, calls them stupid, says we don't do our research. Okay, you've actually provided some. You know, you think it's funny, but it's not funny because if you want people to learn, you have to educate them, not from an insulting way. So what would you say
I
to
think you
this?
can do both. I think people can learn even if it's from an insulting way sometimes. And I think that insulting ways make sense when someone like insults me or comes after me, for example. And that could be true in other scenarios. Again, I can't change other people's actions, but I cannot be evaluated based upon those people's actions. That's not relevant to the people who are supporting an office.
Okay, but the people
And also,
have
like,
to...
I've provided you the basis for this. I've been nice to you. I've provided you the arguments for it. So that should be evaluated on its own merit, independent
People
of
look
other
up to
people in my party and how they operate.
But people look up to you.
Okay, what did I do that wasn't bad?
Well, you're definitely not helping
Why do you think that?
because they're rude. Like, dang.
I'm
you
not
said-
helping because other people are rude. That makes no
Yes,
sense.
The people have to come together.
Wait. Don't you think that's what I'm doing to a greater extent? So other people are acting other ways. Isn't that what I'm doing? Isn't that me making a difference then? Isn't that more evidence that what I'm doing is more beneficial?
Okay,
And
but
actually
your
doing something
people-
and helping?
But your people are saying it's not our job to educate you. But is that not what you're trying to do?
Yeah, just want to know, it is not the people in the comment section's job to educate you. This is my job. That's what I'm doing here. And also, I get to choose when I'm educating someone and when I'm not. And I don't have to always.
Well, no,
But it literally is my job. It's not the job of the people in the comment sections.
Well, like I said, I don't even want to go into abortion or all the other liberal...
So what's wrong with the way that I've conducted myself? Because you just said that, like, I was not coming here to educate and I'm not helping. What makes you think that I'm not
No.
helping?
Because if you said one statement like, hey, let's have peaceful lives, let's educate people, let's not attack people, people would respect you and listen.
Isn't that exactly what I do?
No, your crew's pretty lethal.
Okay. You mean like I should be nicer to some people? Is that what you're saying? You want us to be nicer to some people?
I didn't say you. I said your crew. I said one statement from
Who's
you.
my crew?
Everybody that supports you. You don't agree with that?
So, do you think it would be justified to criticize Trump because the KKK supports him?
I didn't know we still had a KKK.
Yeah, the KKK still exists. The KKK supports Trump. Do you think it's justified to criticize Trump because the KKK supports him?
No,
Okay, so
I
then
guess not.
if Trump's not responsible for his supporters, explain to me why I would be responsible for mine.
No, I didn't say he was responsible. See, you're twisting my argument. All I said was one statement from you could turn the trajectory to get more people at peace.
I
That's
advocate against political violence. I've made that very clear. Everyone knows that's my position. I talk about that all the time, and I talk about how Trump's very harmful to the discourse in our country. I've advocated for unification over and over and over again, but you have to realize what the cause is of the problem, and you have to prevent that in order to be able to actually fix those conditions. And I think that I actively perpetuate conditions for trying to address these things. I think that civil discourse is important within that respect. Okay? And just because I'm not always the nicest to every single person doesn't mean that I'm not still promoting that or helping. Or just because other people in my comment section aren't the nicest to you or saying you're stupid or something or saying that you should do research isn't evidence that I'm wrong, right? Or that I'm not helping.
and
Do you think that anyone has learned anything from my live stream?
yeah,
Isn't that helping?
yeah, but there's just no sense to be condescending. That's all I'm saying.
I wasn't being condescending. I have only started this because you said I wasn't helping. That's what you said.
No,
So do you realize how I'm responding to that behavior?
Okay. All right. I got you.
I don't think I was being condescending to you prior to that point.
Okay. All right. See, that's what I'm saying. Different people take things different ways. And that's why I said earlier in the beginning, I think it's important to look at all things, like I said about the whole felon thing. You know, I didn't want to go into my personal life. I turned 18. I got arrested for a felony. I was innocent. I did not, my charges were dismissed, but it caused a lot of damage to my reputation. So I kind of related to what, you know, them calling Trump a felon. And that
He was convicted.
Okay, that's true, but you know, I feel like there's not that many people on this planet who's 100% innocent and has never committed a single crime. They just haven't been caught.
Okay. So do you think that that's a justification for saying our president's been convicted of a felony? And also, like, what felonies? I'm not out there committing felonies. What felonies have I committed?
Oh, you telling me you ain't ever even committed a misdemeanor, my friend? I know you're not going
I
to.
actually don't know what misdemeanor I would have committed.
Okay, I'm not. I know you're not going to admit that online, and that's okay. But
Yeah, it wouldn't be smart to do that either.
I mean, even my own
Like, that wouldn't be a smart thing either. But, like, you know, at least we're smart enough to not get caught then, right? Like, Jesus Christ, dude, why is he not smart enough to not get caught then?
Well, I feel like he's just hated so bad that I don't know. I guess sometimes I feel like, you know, due to past history, the people that were the most controversial sometimes come out to be better than we thought. And then you know what? It
Okay,
might
so you can't support someone because they're controversial. That's a ridiculous argument.
do what now?
You can't support someone because they're controversial, because every bad
No.
person's controversial.
I'm
That's
saying
not a
it's
standard for identifying whether or not they're a good person.
no, what I'm saying is difficult for me to make a judgment on one person based off of one thing without knowing who they are. Like that's difficult for me as a
Didn't
person.
you do that with Kamala Harris?
No, I said I don't like how she goes on and rants and never makes any sense. I never said
I think
anything.
she makes sense all the time. I think Trump's the one that doesn't make sense. The fact that you think Trump makes more sense than Harris is crazy.
Kamala in her speeches, they were crazy.
Watch this. I'll give you time to go find one clip that is crazy of hers. And then I'll play you 5 of them that are crazier of Trump's. I'll give you time. I'll thank some people in the meantime. Try to find one clip.
No, you have to give me more time than that.
No, I'll give you plenty of time.
Not fair. That's not even fair.
I'll give you
All
plenty
right.
of time. I'll take your time.
All right. What do you want me to do? Pause it?
Yeah, just find a video and tell me the title, and I'll look it up for you, and we can play
Okay,
it.
so what am I looking for now?
Look for a clip where Kamala Harris didn't make any sense.
Okay.
Alrighty. In the meantime, while she's looking that up, Justina, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $30. Thank you very much for Hey Parker, loving today's stream. As always, your calm approach and patience should be studied by scholars. Thank you so much, Justina. I appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Rory, thank you so much for the 25 cents. I'll have to make sure to check that out. Fruit Punch, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you very much for Parker Get a Felony. Is diabolical, okay? Diabolical, I tell you. Alrighty, in the meantime, while they're looking that up, everyone, we're going to give them some time to do that. We're going to try to get another person up here to help them out. In the meantime, if you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat as always. We're going to be on live for at least another 45 minutes, everyone. Just letting everyone know.
Yo, what's
How old are you?
good, Parker? 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
I just got a question, though. What's your favorite type of...
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Bleaker checkpoint!
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Again, if you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. So you can support me over YouTube Super Chat as always, everybody. Yo, Cannon, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Well, we'll see. We'll see. And then Fidad's Yo, thank you so much for $20. Always good to see you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. True, true quote. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
You're good. Don't worry. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
How are you? I'm 22.
And do you support Trump?
Yep.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald J. Trump.
What's your birth year?
What's it called? My birth year? 2003. Sorry. 2003.
Courtney, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Yes, make sure to go out and vote in any place where you can. Early voting has begun in Maine. That is very true. That is very, very true. Let's go on this next individual here quick. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
29.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I support the war in Iran. I support the U.S. and Israel blasting all the sand niggers. We need to...
You're disgusting. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. If you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, we are just looking for debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Do you support Trump? They're not there. Let's go to the next person. Do give it a second, everybody. We'll see if we can get another Trump supporter up here. Again, if you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Jess, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. They said Trump bragged that Todd Blanche is the reason that he's not in jail. Lol. Like he even knows where he belongs. I'll have to make sure to find that clip. That's actually a crazy one. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Shannon, thank you for the $3. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Of course. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Alright, is this next individual up here. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Everyone's trying to get to 1 million likes. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 3,000 likes, everyone, if we can. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Low shot. Please give me gift. Please.
Let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
How you doing? I'm 22.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah,
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Harris.
Harris? Okay. Let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. If you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. We are just looking for debates, everyone. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19, but I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. And why do you support Donald Trump?
Immigration, economy, although
Wait, what's your
it's
birth
not
year?
really too good. 2001.
And how old are you again?
25.
And what month were you born?
February.
Okay, alrighty. And so what was the
All
reason
right,
you
hold on.
supported Trump?
First of all, I got a question for you.
Go ahead.
How much do you depend on Trump for?
How much do I what?
Depend on Trump.
What does that even mean?
Like, do you depend on Trump?
No.
So why every time I come up on this live, all I see is why do you support Trump as your headline?
Because I'm talking to Trump supporters as to why they support him, and I'm trying to get them to not
But
support
you
him.
make a living just talking about him. That's it.
I make a living trying to get people to stop supporting Trump.
But it's all about Trump.
I mean, do you have an
You
issue with
talk
me?
about Trump
Do you have
more than
an
Trump
issue with me
supporters.
making a living doing this?
So you admit you make a living talking about Trump.
Yes.
Okay, so
And
you
saying
depend
you
on
shouldn't support the president and
But so
debating
you admit
Republicans.
You depend on him.
What's that?
So you admit you depend on him.
That's not depending on Trump. That's debating
If
people
Trump
who
was
are
to retire
Republicans.
right now, if no one knew who Trump was, you wouldn't have a life right now.
Yeah, I would. I had a platform prior to talking about just Trump.
No one knew who you were before Trump. No one knew anything about you.
Yes, they did.
No,
I got
they
thousands.
did not. Maybe
I
your
got
family,
thousands.
maybe your
Hey, dude.
friends.
Hey, dude.
No,
let me
no
let
one
me
knew
let you know something.
exactly.
Let me let you know something. I got
Let me know
thousands of
something.
concurrent viewers every single day before I even started talking about politics.
Yeah, now what do you do?
I talk about
Every day
politics.
on live,
I
talking
know that
about
you're
Trump,
mad and you're jealous with all the people who are
24/7.
supporting me. Like Ryan, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate it, Ryan, for the $20. Darius, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Literally insane, right? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Darius. Thank you. You're just mad that people are supporting me so that this is my job, and you can sit there and you can cope. That's all I gotta say is baby
Bro,
bottles in the chat
honestly,
for the
don't
guests.
care.
That's
I'm just
clearly
saying.
jealous at the fact that people are able to help me do this every single day, so that there are less Trump supporters like himself every single day. Jennifer, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
When you're done, you're coping.
I don't think I will, but maybe. What's up? Wait, actually, can you
Finish?
thank all those gifters for the donations real quick?
No, I didn't get a cent. It's okay.
But like
I
it went to
don't
me,
either.
so can you thank them for donating to me?
Why would I thank them for donating to you? I got a job.
Because they're helping the stream stay here so that I can debate people to convince them to not be Trump supporters.
Oh, that's not doing any good. I mean,
That's doing really good for the society. If you think that's
Did it
doing
help
good,
you the
type 3 in the
last 4
comments.
years?
Hey everybody, if you think that that's good for our society, type 3 in the comment section right now. I think
did it
that's
help you the last
fantastic
4
for
years?
society.
You got elected. Who won the election?
Well,
Did
Dila,
it
thank you
help
so much
you
for
at
the
all?
$5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Absolutely vile, right? Absolutely vile. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. What were you saying? Say it again.
So you're saying this helped you in the last 4 years?
This helped me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I spoke about other things other than this over the past 4 years.
But your main topic was, what was it about?
The past few years, the main topic's been politics. And I'm debating Trump supporters as to why they
No, I'm
shouldn't
talking about
support
the
Trump.
main topic of your politics. What's the main thing?
Within politics?
Yeah.
Like it would be like people supporting the war with Iran. There's people specifically who support tariffs. There's people who advocate for tax cuts for the rich and wealthy.
I'm gonna
There's
admit
people
right
that
now,
thought there was
yeah, I
going to
don't
be
support Trump
limitations
and
of
the
corruption
about
and
the
fraud.
war right now, and like how ICE has been operating. I really
Yeah,
don't.
yeah, there are people
support
that,
any of
that defend ICE and then murdering U.S. citizens in broad
Yeah,
daylight.
I don't support that at all. I mean, I do support strong borders and shit, but not, I mean, the chick who died, who got shot in the face, that could have gone way smoother. I mean, yeah, she shouldn't have been there.
Renee Good.
Yeah.
So, yeah, she was murdered. Okay, you say it could have gone smoother, like that. She was murdered.
It could have.
She was murdered.
It still could have gone smoother. I'm just saying. I'm not agreeing with it.
What
I'm
is that
saying
even?
it
What is
shouldn't
that
have.
even supposed to mean?
I mean, the dude shouldn't have shot. I mean,
Yeah. So, do you
Um,
disagree with the fact that the Trump administration has kept him working? They just
mean,
moved
Trump's
him to a
not-
different area,
Trump didn't pull the trigger. I mean, it's not his fault.
but they're keeping him in that position. How about this also? Like, how do you feel about him keeping Howard Lutnick, a person who was caught on picture with Jeffrey Epstein on his island, right, on his administration.
I don't even know who that is, honestly.
Yep, look it up. Look up Trump keeping Howard Lutnick on his administration, even though he's caught on a picture with Epstein on Epstein's island. Jana, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Realizing I've been listening almost daily since before the Trump debate started. Should probably contribute a bit more. No, don't worry. I just appreciate you being here, Jana. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And by the way, evidence that I was doing other things prior and people knew about me prior. Alaska, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Probably. Excel, thank you so much for the $5 for yours. 5 more for him to cope harder. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Tania, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. For the real ones know what they're talking about. Real ones remember Parker pre-Trump debates and I Show Speed Religion debate live. I remember that one. That was funny. What's up?
I said millions of people would not know who you are. You, Harry, the other dude's name, Dean.
John, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Of course, I really appreciate it. Sarah, Deanna, thank you so much for the $5 to piss off the guest fund. Thank you so much. Anna, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know, right? They're saying that Kamala doesn't make sense, but then literally getting confused with Trump. Peter, thank you for the $25. Thank you very much. I really appreciate your days of religion and body count debates were great. Thank you so much, Peter. Miko, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's actually what a lot of political scientists think in the region. As well as Gideon's, thank you so much for the Night Star. So wait, actually watch this. If you knew who I was prior to me mainly talking about politics, type a 3 in the comment section. I'm genuinely curious. Corky, thank you so much for the
They're all
hand
just gonna lie. No one knew who you were before this. Everyone's just gonna lie.
Look at all this.
Look, I could type a 3 right now. It means I'm fucking lying. Look, I just typed a
Wait,
3.
but like these are people that actually like watched my content prior. Because I used to do
Before-
debates about
before you started talking
religion.
about Trump.
I
Before
know I used to
MAGA,
do.
before
No, I'll tell you.
2016, before you
I
did
did.
that.
Listen.
Sure.
Listen.
Sure,
I'll
sure.
tell you all the debates. I did a bunch of different ones. I did debates
Bro,
about
these guys
religion.
are just dick riding, bro.
Watch. I did debates about religion. I did debates about why people think that being gay is wrong. I did debates about body count, like saying that you should value, like body count should matter the same for men and women. I did debates about the vaccine and about masks during the pandemic. I did debates about like literally a million things. Spanking being abuse and bad. I did debates about like a million things. There's even more I can mention. I just like there was proof to me you're psychic.
Okay, and my main point right now is you make a living talking about Trump. You depend on Trump.
Yeah, I talk about politics now.
If Trump
What's
was
wrong
to
with
retire
that?
right now, you wouldn't have anything to talk about. Maybe RFK, maybe fucking J.
Hey dude, I would say why do you support? Watch this. It would say why do you support Republicans?
Fall off, bro.
You said I fell off.
You would if Trump.
I would
didn't
fall
exist,
off.
you would fall
Okay.
off.
So I just want to let you know, I still had a platform prior to this. You're just jealous. You're just mad. And are you coping? How does it feel to cope
No one's
that I've got a
jealous, bro.
platform, people can hear what I'm
Your
saying right now,
headline is
and that I'm
literally about
changing people
Trump.
to not be like
Your
you every
headline
single
is
day of the
about Trump.
week.
You do this
You're coping, bro.
24/7.
You're coping.
see
Your
it
mind,
every-
your brain,
I see
you
this
keep thinking about me.
every
You see me
day, bro.
24/7. You're always seeing my content. You must be
Every day,
obsessed
bro,
with me.
you're
I'm
talking
always
about
showing
Trump.
up on your For
Every
You page.
day.
You love me so
Every
much.
day,
You're
bro.
just jealous of the fact that you see me on your For You page every single day. It's For You page for a reason, my guy. For You page. It's always up on your For You page. You see me 24/7, you said? I'm always showing up on your algorithm? That means you're a fan. You love my content. You're the reason why my live pushes out
And you
so
love
much.
Trump the way you talk about
You're
him
the
every day.
reason my
You
live
love
pushes
Trump.
out so
You
much.
love him, bro.
So you know what? You should be.
love him.
You know, I should be thanking you right now because right now, right,
You
you're helping push
love
out my stream right now.
Mute me, bro.
I
Don't
should be
mute me.
thanking you. Dear, thank you so much. I appreciate the shell. Thank you. Brad,
Why
thank you so
you,
much for the
bro?
$2. Thank
Why
you very
you
much. I
mute me?
really appreciate it. Thank you. This
Stop
is so
muting my mic,
ridiculous. I
bro.
know, right? Thank you so much, Olivia. I appreciate the membership
It is
subscription. Thank you very much.
ridiculous, 'cause you
Robert,
make
thank
a
you for the
living off
level
this
up Sparks.
shit.
Thank
That's
you very
all
much.
do. You have no skills. All you can do is
I
talk
have no
about Trump.
skills, so I'm dog walking you right now and debating you and destroying you.
Dog
That's
walking in real
skills right
life,
there.
bro. Dog walking in real life.
Or wait, are you
Shit
saying it
out of
takes?
you.
Wait, watch this. Watch this. Boom. He actually just conceded. It takes no skill to dog walk him in a debate.
Yeah, you gotta mute me. Every
It takes
fucking
no
5 seconds.
skill to shit on you in this debate. You're right. You're totally right. You're totally right. Yo, Dila, thank you for the $5. He's so jelly. He's so jelly, actually. Anthony, thank you for the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Maria, thanate you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I just appreciate you
When you
being here.
finish this, make sure you
Samantha,
send
thank you so
Trump
much for the
back to you.
$5. Anna, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Tiana, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. He said no one knows who you are while actively being on your live and naming all of your friends. That's a fan in disguise. I know, right? Barbara, thank you so much for Level Up. Can you thank all the donors who just sent me money for supporting the stream that you love so very much?
I think he left.
Oh, wait, he left. Barbara, thank you for the galaxy. The guy left. Keonan, thank you for the 10 membership subscriptions. Thank you very much. That's so funny, dude. No fucking way, bro. Hey, bro, come back. Don't run away. Come back. Don't be scared. What's his name? Did he accidentally leave? That's so funny. No way. He just totally ran. That's so funny, bro. No way. Come on, bro. How are you just gonna run away like that, bro? Thank you for the confetti. OG Loco. Yo, Loco, come back in the live. Don't be scared. Come back. He rage quit. That's so funny. I'm gonna look at the box. Oh, he's there. He came back. Were you running away?
You're proving that you have a big voice.
I'm proving that I have a big voice?
Yeah, your impact matters. You know, you told me earlier, you said that you should not be blamed for how the people that follow you, just like the KKK, Trump shouldn't be blamed for the KKK following him. So you're sitting here acting like you're not pretty high up, and you know, it kind of goes the same way.
What? I'm confused. How? Like, what am I supposed to do? Like, if I disagree with people engaging in political violence, what can I do to prevent people from engaging in political violence? Other
Just
than
trying
that,
to say that you don't control your supporters.
what should I do? Tell me.
I mean, there's nothing you can do. I mean, if one of your supporters goes out and kills somebody, are you going to take the blame for that?
No.
No, exactly. That's what she's trying to say. Just like if an ICE agent goes
Actually,
and shoots
I think she was actually trying to argue that I am responsible for that. I just want to let you know, by the way.
that you have an influence, yeah, but you can't take 100% of the blame. You can't take responsibility for everyone's actions.
Okay. So what's your okay? So like at least the broader point is that I do have an influence over people, right?
Yes, you do. Some influence.
Okay. And if I'm using that influence to argue for the things I'm doing, which by the way I already was in the scenario saying that you shouldn't engage in political violence, all right? You acknowledge that I have that influence. You're just mad and jealous that I have that influence because of the fact that I've been able to prove people like yourself wrong. And that's why you felt the need to run away.
You shouldn't have to prove that talking, you know, open up political dialect without getting ugly is what's important now. Because we all know we're divided.
Oh, I mean, I'm such as I engaged with you, right? It's not going to look like that in most scenarios, but if he's going to come up on the stream and he's going to do that, I'm going to give him the same energy back.
I just came in here to tell you depend on Trump.
Yeah, you were telling me to like that I depend on Trump, and I was saying you have no reason to believe that at all. There's no basis for that because I literally had a platform prior to this point.
Was it as big as it is now?
Well, just saying my live stream is bigger now doesn't. Just saying my live stream is bigger now doesn't mean that I wasn't known prior or that I didn't have a platform or a job prior. I had a job prior to this doing this.
Yes, yes.
This was my job prior to politics.
But you wouldn't have blown up if it wasn't for you talking about Trump 24/7.
About politics. And this is not 24/7. This is when I'm live, bro.
And you're live almost every day.
Yeah, I am live every single day. Now you're explaining how I have dedication.
What's your headline on every single one of these lives?
I'm debating against Trump supporters. It's a liberal debating Trump supporters. That's like going up to a history teacher and being like, dude, you talk about history every single day. What the fuck? You depend on history. Yeah, if history didn't exist, yeah, you wouldn't have anything to talk about right now. You wouldn't be a teacher if history didn't exist.
Completely different. What are you talking about? We're talking about one person, Trump. That's all you talk about. That is it.
No, I debate Trump supporters about their support for Trump. Listen to this. Once the next Republican candidate is in place, I'll be debating why do you support that Republican candidate? Is that complicated?
You would
No, I won't. No, I won't. If you're still gonna watch me, then type 3 in the
Clip
comment
this
section.
shit right now, and in 5 years' time, you will not have as much followers or views.
I would
I
say in 5
promise.
years' time, I'm gonna have more followers.
I promise you, you won't.
In 5 years' time, I'll have more followers than I have right now.
Someone clip this shit right now.
Yes, clip this shit
5
right
years'
now.
time.
And if you're still gonna be here, type 3 in the comment section. If you're still gonna be here,
You're
let
gonna
him
have your
know.
little viral moments, but you'll be talking about Trump, what he's doing after retirement. That's all you'll be doing.
No, I'll be talking about politics as to why people support other Republican nominees. And by the way, I think that people will care about my thoughts as a liberal, regardless of whether or not Trump is the politician.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I agree with some of your points on some things, and I'm not gonna be
Wait, but like,
ignorant.
I've already grasped the attention of people. You think that people are gonna stop caring about my opinion in politics, like as soon as Trump's gone?
Now. They won't now because you've done made a good stance.
You said what?
That's my point.
They
Yeah.
won't ignore you now because you've made a good stance.
Well, exactly. My point is like that because I've been able to develop a career because people know who I am already, regardless of whether or not Trump's there, I'm going to have a platform. I'm still going to be here. I'm not going anywhere, you know?
Right,
and he
but
thinks,
he's
he for some reason thinks my platform is solely dependent upon Trump when I'm someone who talks about politics. You know,
Right.
I think it's a ridiculous way. That's like looking at any person who's a content creator during the political times and being like, oh, you only rely upon talking about this political candidate, and then the next political candidate gets in office, and then like, okay, well then what are you saying now?
No, I think he was just trying to say that you become most popular because of Trump.
So I've
And-
gained more popularity in debating against like individuals such as Trump, but that doesn't mean I totally depend upon Trump to have a job.
No.
He said I wouldn't be here if it wasn't like I wouldn't even have a job here if it was for me not talking about Trump.
Be where you're at, that's for sure.
Sure,
And
like
I have the clip when you get done talking to him.
I think that's true for like anything. But yeah, I'll let you play your clip and then I'll get back to him.
You want me to play it?
Or no, just tell me the title and I'll play it.
Kamala Harris mocked for incoherent word salad message on her speech on inflation. Can you hear that?
Okay, yeah, I'll play it myself. It's way better that way. Is it 7 minutes long?
See, do you hear? Can you hear?
Is it from Sky News Australia?
Yes.
Here, just let me play it myself. Don't play it. Can you mute it? Because it's just way better audio if I play it myself. So what point in the video should I go to?
Well, President
What point in the video should I go to?
I don't know. I only got about halfway in. I've been sitting here listening because I had another one too because I wasn't sure exactly what type of clips you actually wanted me to get. So
Wait,
I
okay. So I can't watch the like a 7-minute long video. Is there like a clip specifically I should be watching the video? This is just a review of someone talking about like Trump and stuff.
I mean, what do you want? A compilation?
No, a clip of Kamala Harris saying something that's incoherent.
Her by herself?
Here's the clip. Here, listen.
prices have gone up, and families and individuals are dealing with the realities of that bread costs more, that gas costs more. And we have to understand what that means. That's about the cost of living going up. That's about having to stress and stretch limited resources. That's about a source of stress for families that is not only economic, but is on a daily level, something that is a heavy weight to carry.
That sounded totally coherent to me.
Okay, not the whole speech. And then the other one says what went wrong in her brief campaign, and only 25% of voters were backing her due to her inconsistent stance.
Okay, watch this. Now take a listen to these clips real quick.
And then I see the disinfectant where it knocks it out in a minute, 1 minute. And is there a way we can do something like that by injection inside or almost a cleaning? Because you see it gets on the lungs and it does a tremendous number of the lungs. So it'd be interesting to check that.
He said we should look at a disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19. Here's him saying the climate's going to start cooling and science just doesn't know it yet.
So I think one area of mutual agreement and priority is vegetation management.
But I think we want to work with you to really recognize the changing climate and what it means to our forests and actually work together with that science. That science is going to be key, because if we ignore that science and sort of put our head in the sand and think it's all about vegetation management, we're not going to succeed together protecting Californians.
Okay, it'll start getting cooler. You just watch.
I wish science agreed with you.
Hey, well, I don't think science knows, actually.
Here's another clip of him saying that windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before.
Whale strikes, but you have a better chance of being struck by lightning than hitting a whale with your boat. There has only been, listen to this, one such whale killed off the coast of South Carolina in the last 50 years. But on the other hand, their windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. Nobody does anything about that. They're washing up on shore. I saw it this weekend. 3 of them came up. You wouldn't see it once a year. Now they're coming up on a weekly basis. The windmills are driving them crazy.
Yeah, this guy's insane. I can also give you plenty of other clips. Those are just a few.
Okay, but those
He's
go back
nuts.
to you.
And here's one to like end it for everyone.
Smart people don't like me.
Do we need to pull up more Kamala and Biden? I mean, that's
Go
not
ahead.
really.
Try all you want. For every clip you play that you think is something, I'll play 5 to 10 clips of Trump that are utterly incoherent. Utterly incoherent. Like actually incoherent. What you played made total sense. It's her literally just describing how things are hard for families to afford things. And she's just giving different explanatory factors for that and making it very simple for people to understand.
The voter polls is not my opinion. They said only 25% agreed with her because of her terrible speeches. That's not my
I don't
saying.
think she had terrible speeches. I think that she made complete sense. I can go and I can play you clips where she made complete sense. Do you want to hear?
Yeah, I know she's made complete sense in some
Okay.
things, but that is your personal belief.
If you
I
watch
have
the
not.
debates, she made way more sense than Trump did. Trump said, they're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs, they're eating the pets of the people that live here. And then he was proven wrong. You know what I mean? Like, he's just said utter bullshit.
Wrong. That's actually true.
That was not true.
That was true. There's clips.
What's your
of it.
source? What's your source, bud?
Go look at the clips, bro.
No. Go give me a source.
Go look at the clips. It's
Go
all
give
true.
me a source.
There's meetings of it.
There was true? No, it wasn't. There's no source of that. I'm serious. There's nothing. The video that you're referencing
say
is
it
a
all you want,
woman
bro,
from
but it's
Canton,
all true.
Ohio that is a natural-born U.S. citizen,
There's
not a Haitian
multiple
migrant,
videos. I'm not talking
natural-born
about
U.S.
videos.
citizen from Canton, Ohio,
Multiple videos.
not even in
There's
Springfield.
multiple videos of immigrants catching pigeons and cooking them and shit.
There's not even a source for that. Go find me a video.
All right, bro.
And by the way, pigeons or cats or dogs? Which one?
What?
Okay, well, take
Yeah, you
away
said
from
we
the
you said cats and dogs, and people's
Bro, I just
pets, and
said-
now it's a pigeon.
I said that as an example. But yeah,
Okay,
they
so
are.
can you give me a
cats
source?
and
Where's the
dogs.
source?
Bro, go look at it. You know what to look for.
Go look at it is not a source.
Bro. Let me ask you one question. I gotta go.
Oh, run away. Yeah, run away, because you
No,
have
I
no
have a job.
sources.
I have
Oh,
a real
run
job.
away, actually. He's going to run away because he knows he's wrong, actually, okay?
I have a real job. You know, I don't see.
Oh, you have a real job? Can you define to me what a real job is?
a real job instead of talking about another man. All you do is gossip. That's all you do.
Yeah, can you tell me what a real job is?
Why don't you actually get into politics? Why don't you ever run for anything?
We're talking about politics right now. Now, can you
Why
tell
don't
me?
you ever
Can you tell me
run
what a
for
real? Hey, bud. Can you
Why
tell me
don't
what a
you
real
run for
job
office?
is?
Why don't you ever run for office?
Hey, can you tell
This
me what a
isn't
real job is?
A real job? Not depending on people like this in your comments, sending you gifts and shit.
You're trying to give.
That's
Can you
all
give me?
do.
Can you give me a
This is-
definition
you're
instead of?
dependent.
Give me a definition. I think you're just
bro.
jealous and you're going crazy because people are sending me donations and it makes you so angry and so mad. Oh my god, not a real job. Parker, he's able to literally satisfy everything he needs in his life without a real job. Look, he's unemployed, but yet he still has everything paid for. I wonder how he does that actually. Parker, unemployed, and he still has an income coming in every single day, every single month, every single year actually. He's making money like a job, but he's unemployed actually. He just sits on his butt and he does nothing, and he still gets paid. Actually, it's pretty crazy. Now, I have a question: if you were unemployed and you could still get paid, would you do it?
No.
Okay. All right. Now,
Get my ass off my
next
ass and
question.
go
Next
to work.
question is Can you
No,
define
let
to
me
me
ask
with
my
an
question.
actual?
Let
No,
me
I want you to
ask my
provide.
question.
Hold up,
No,
bud.
no, no,
Before
no.
you
I
do,
was gonna ask my
I
question.
promise
You
you. I
cut me off.
promise you, I'll
No, no,
answer your
no, no.
question. I just
No,
want to
no,
go
no,
through
no,
this.
no. My question first. I don't
Okay.
debate like you. Okay, my
Okay.
question first.
All right.
At what point would you stop supporting Kamala and Biden or whoever it is in office for the Democrats? At what point would you stop? Like, what could they do wrong for you to not support them?
Yeah, if she was held civilly liable
Trump
of
could do.
sexually abusing a woman.
No, no, stop trying to bring Trump into this shit.
I'm not.
What could they do?
Yeah, if she was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman.
So you're bringing up Trump cases.
I didn't bring
Stop
up
thinking
Trump at
about
all.
Trump.
Why do you think I'm bringing up
Get him
Trump?
off your mind. Get him
What?
off your mind, bro.
I said if she was held civilly liable or determined by a court to have sexually abused a woman, I would not support her. Okay, now can you answer my question? Can you tell me what is a real job? Define it.
Not
Like, can you give me a definition? Not an example, a definition.
Not depending on other people. That's my definition.
Not depending on. So every job depends on other people, genius.
Not like you do.
What? That makes no sense.
My job depends on
Rick,
me to
thank you
show
so
up.
much for the $25 for We Love Your Work. Thank you so much, Rick. Brianna, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yes, it is. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I think it's an important topic. Darius, thank you for the $4. Thank you very much. Kenzie, thank you so much for the $5. Lahimi, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That is very true. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the 10 membership subscriptions, Keonan. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give some W's for them in the comment section. Thank you for supporting my real job, everybody. So, wait, what's the definition? I'm waiting. What's a real job?
You waiting for me?
Yeah, because every job depends on others. Because you need people to buy your products. So, can you tell me what is a job? Real job.
Bro, you know what a real job is, and this is not a real job. You're depending on other people. You're depending on donations. Like, just think about that for a second. Just think about it.
So there are
You're a
no
fucking
people that
charity.
have jobs that work for nonprofits?
Oh my God, bro. You're a brick wall, bro. Can't
Wait,
get
but
through you.
yeah, so you're saying because I get donations. What about me getting donations means I don't have a job?
That's not a job, bro.
Wait, by the way, I also
You
make
look like
money
talking
through.
about Trump, you
Wait,
make
hold up.
money.
Hold up. I also make money by making videos for YouTube. Those turn into ad revenue and I make money that way. So YouTube pays me.
Okay.
TikTok pays me.
Okay.
Okay, so then like, is that a real job?
Not to me, nope.
Why not?
Not to me. I just don't think of that as a real job.
Wait, I couldn't hear you. Can you repeat that?
I just don't think of that as a real job.
You don't think, but why not? Can you give me like a reason?
I think it's
Because you're just depending on people. You just
labor.
no, it's not just physical labor. I mean, you could have an office job. You could be working at McDonald's. You could be in a fucking train or whatever. It doesn't matter. That's real jobs.
Yeah, so why is this not a real job?
Actually helpful. This is not helping anyone. This is just.
This is helping people. If you think I'm helping people by doing this, type 3 in the comment section. Dude, Mama, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much for the cope. Thank you very much. Mary, thank you so much for the $10 for supporting the real job. Kenna, thank you for the $2 for money for your fake job. Parker, keep it up. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Michael. I really appreciate the 50 cents for the unemployment fund. Thank you very much. Kenzie, thank you for the $5 for the unemployment fund. Ryan, thank you for the $25 for please tell this guest that the jealousy looks ugly on him. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for supporting the unemployment fund. I really appreciate it. Wouldn't be able to do this without you.
Doing this live for 4 years, who did this actually help? Because they didn't sway an election at all. Not one
Thousands
bit.
of people's minds have been changed. I have changed people's values for the better. I've got people to critically think more. I've got people to engage themselves in politics more. I've educated people. That's very helpful. If I've helped you, type a 4 in the comment section. In any way, if I've changed your mind in any way, type a 4 in the comment section. If you've learned anything from my live stream, type a 4 in the comment section.
I don't think no one's mind was changed when Trump got elected.
Odzana, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much for the unemployment fund. Thank you very much. BB, thank you so much for the £2. Thank you very much. Well, you sit there and you say no one's mind was changed, but actively speaking, I've changed people's minds on my live. You can go to my YouTube channel and you can watch videos where I literally have recorded videos of me changing people's minds. Why don't you take a look at those?
Did Kamala win?
Wait, repeat that. I couldn't hear you.
Did Kamala win?
Did Kamala Harris win? No, just because she didn't win doesn't mean that I didn't change anyone's minds or provide any help or benefit to society.
So did Charlie Kirk change minds?
Yes, he did.
Okay.
And the only thing you're then bringing up then is that just because you ideologically disagree with me, you think I'm not helping, which is not an
I don't
argument.
disagree with you on everything. I mean, I agree with some of your points. Like, you can name any point. I probably agree with it.
So do you think that just because I ideologically disagree with you, I don't have a real job?
No, that's not what.
Did Charlie Kirk have a real
Go back
job?
to the job. No,
No.
no, he was an influencer.
Charlie Kirk did not have a real job. Really? You know, okay, so I have a
Influencer.
question. I have a question. So someone who didn't have a real job made more money than you?
Yeah, sucks.
That's tough, bro. That's tough.
Don't y'all
Miracle,
want to
thank
go
you so much. I
after the
really appreciate it.
rich?
Thank you so much for the $5 for the VIG job. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. D Bear, thank you for the $2. Thank you very much for supporting my unemployment. Thank you so much. Manavan, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Cammy, thank you so
Having
much.
a
I really
job
appreciate it.
and
Thank you for
being
the
an
$2.
influencer are
Thank
two
you.
different things, bro.
They said I'm your biggest fan, the best fan, the only fan. My fan is the fastest of only fans ever, actually. Biggest fan I've ever seen, actually. Dila, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's also true. Thank you very much. Come on, like, you're being ridiculous. You're saying that people who make significantly more money than, like, Charlie Kirk makes probably 5 times what you made, right? You're saying he doesn't have a real job, really, when he lived?
I mean, I still don't think of it as a real job. I mean, yeah, you influence a lot of people. A lot of people give you money. A lot of people donate to you. But
Well,
just
I
don't think
love
of it
having a
as real
fake job. I love being unemployed. It's amazing. Jose, thank you so much for the $18 for my fake job grift. Thank you so much. I love being able to run my life on a fake job
good.
where I'm
That's
unemployed
good.
and I don't have to work at all without a real job, and I'm able to support myself. So, like, yeah, it's amazing.
Thank you, Trump. Thank
So
you, Trump, for giving me topics to talk about.
yeah, oh my gosh, yes. Dean Withers, thank you so much. Dean Withers, thank you. Thank you, everyone. Dean Withers, thank you so much. Dean Withers, please save us. We need you, Dean Withers, please. Where are you at, Dean Withers? Please save us. Cielo, thank you so much for the $5 for your not real job and actually helping me to have the courage to educate my family. Well, thank you so much. Alessandro, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you very much for no. Parker, stop forcing me to send you money. Actually, I won't stop. Elisa, thank you for the Lewis the Cardinal. Mondo, thank you so much for the money gun. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Well, I have a question. Wait, do preachers have jobs?
No, I don't really support churches like that.
Are you Christian?
No.
Does the Pope have a job?
I couldn't tell you. I don't know what he does.
Do teachers have jobs?
Yeah, they have jobs.
Okay, what is the difference between a teacher's job and my job that means that they have a job and I don't? Jake, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the Galaxy Noah. Thank you. And thank you for the shell.
Teachers don't come up on here and just talk shit about people. They don't come up here and talk about Trump 24/7. They actually have work to do. They have assignments to set. They have
Yeah, they
lessons
like
to
educate people, right?
do that.
So is that not
Yeah.
what I'm doing right now? I'm teaching you?
No, you're not teaching me anything.
Throne, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I'm actually teaching you what a job is right now.
What are you
A
teaching?
job is a paid position of employment, okay? So because this is a paid position of employment, I have a job. It's not complicated,
So
okay?
do kids?
You
so
just don't
when-
like my job.
so
But
do
admit
Make-A-Wish
that it's
kids
an
have
actual
jobs?
job. Do you actually realize that
Do-
that makes no sense to say that it's not a job just because you disagree
Think
with
about what you
me?
just said. Think about what you just said. Do Make-A-Wish kids have jobs?
If they have a paid position of employment, yes.
Do they have
Christian
jobs?
Moonwalk. If they
So
have a
their
paid
job.
position of employment,
So they work.
do they have
All
a
the-
paid
all the
position
money
of
that they get
employment?
sent, all this money that they get sent when they're in bed rest or whatever it is they're in, terminally
That's
ill
not.
kids.
Is that a
You're
paid
saying
position of
that's a
employment?
job.
Is that a
That's a
paid
job.
position of employment?
No, it's donations. Like,
So it's not
not a paid
employment.
position.
So it's not
No,
employment.
just
So
leave.
am I employed right now? Yes.
can-
I am
no,
doing.
no,
So
you're
by
not.
the way, let me just clarify. I do something, and then people send me money because they like my content. I create content. That's a job. Mary, thank you for the $10. Laura, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Kenzie, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Caller thinks he's so tough and smart. He's ridiculous, bro. I don't know why people like this criticism will never make sense to me because you can say that you think it's an easy job. You can say you think it's not like labor intensive, but you can't say that it's not a job. Like that makes zero fucking sense. Do you think I should be able to claim unemployment?
You are unemployed.
Do you think I should be able to claim
Hold on, just-
unemployment? Wow, he's stunned. Do you think I should be able to claim unemployment?
Oh no.
No,
take
but
more-
you just said I'm unemployed.
You can take more taxpayer money.
Wait. You just said I'm unemployed. So why can't I
You
claim
can take
unemployment?
more taxpayer money.
Yeah. Should I be able to get? Should I be able to
Yeah.
claim unemployment because you think I'm
Yeah,
unemployed?
he's taking all your money, bro. He's just sitting up here talking about another man, and he's getting all of you to pay for it.
You're so mad, bro. You're not even criticizing what I'm saying right now.
Bro, I just answered what you said. Say it again. I'll answer it again.
Okay. Um. How about this?
No, say it. No. Say what you said again. Don't move on. Say it again.
Okay. I'll play it back. Play it back.
Play it back. Say it. Say what you said.
A job. Wow, he's stunned. Do you think I should be able to claim unemployment?
Oh no.
No. Yeah. Do you think I should be able to claim unemployment?
No.
But you just said I was unemployed.
Taxpayers' money? No. You are unemployed. You're already on unemployment. What do you mean? You're taking all these poor people's donations.
So you think I'm right now claiming unemployment? No, I'm saying claim unemployment from the federal government.
No.
Okay, so then do you think unemployment insurance should exist?
You get millions of dollars just doing this. Why should you? You depend on all these people. You depend on more taxpayers. You're already depending on taxpayers. Look at you.
How am I depending on taxpayers?
Bro, you depend on donations. What are you talking about?
Dude, I pay more in taxes than you do. What are you talking about?
So, bro.
What do you mean I depend on taxpayers? What are you talking about?
Bro, so you're saying all these people in the comment, they don't pay taxes?
No, they definitely do. But like, wait, that's like any business depends on taxpayers.
So they're taxpayers.
Sir, do you have a job?
Yes, I have a job.
Okay, does your business that employs you depend upon someone buying their product?
Yes, for actual labor.
Okay, so you rely on taxpayers.
I actually have to do something instead of talk to people.
So you depend on taxpayers?
Yeah, in a way.
Wait, what do you do for work?
I work in P&A. The oil field, you can call it.
Okay, and what do you specifically do?
I mean, I just build stuff.
You just build stuff?
Yeah, oil tools.
Oil tools? So do you think physical labor is the only type of labor?
I never said that. I know there's...
So, but then what would be the relevant distinction?
To what?
Between my type of labor and other forms of labor that means I don't have a real job, but they do.
Your charity. I already explained that.
Charity? What is that supposed to mean?
Basically already on unemployment. Not federally, but I mean, you basically are unemployed. You depend on these people.
You just keep repeating the statement.
Yeah, because that's my stance.
Okay, I understand. But when I question that stance, you should be able to like go into further detail, right?
What do you actually do?
So this is what this tells me. I tried to examine this as much as I possibly could. My conclusion is the same. You're just a jealous motherfucker. You are jealous like crazy.
So jealous.
You are so jealous. Yes.
Yeah, I'm so jealous. Yeah,
I genuinely can't. I can't fathom. I genuinely can't fathom how jealous you are to go on a live stream and to make this argument over and over and over again, just simply because you don't like my job. It's hilarious. You're jealous.
You call it a job still. It's crazy.
What's up?
You call it a job still.
Would you do what I wait, if you could do what I do instead of doing what you do, would you do what I do instead?
I would not want to do that.
Okay. What about if it were like talking about your political opinions? Would you rather talk about your own political opinions?
No, I would not.
Then why are you doing it right now for free?
Because why not? Why not?
By the way, everybody, he wouldn't do it for money, but he's doing it right now for free. How do you not realize how ridiculous you are? You're doing this right now for free. And actually, by the way,
free speech,
you're doing it while getting made fun of.
I don't care about your chat, bro. I don't care.
Bro, like you're being ridiculous. Hey, Jose, thank you so much for the $10 for the monthly LA County unemployment check. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Jamie, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you very much. Yeah, apparently talk show hosts and news anchors are unemployed. Kenzie, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Did he just call us poor? Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Kenzie, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Samuel, thank you for the $5 for the grift. Thank you. Rathbun, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20 for the entertainment fee. Laura, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for Dude Thinks punching a clock to make money for someone else is a flex. Well, I think regardless of any job, it's a flex. Lihami, thank
It's
you so much for the
crazy.
$5. Thank you very
They
much.
say that, but
I
they
appreciate it.
send
Thank
me
you.
money.
In my
It's
country, a
crazy
real
they say that.
job is considered
It's
one
real
where you get
crazy.
at least a uni degree, office jobs, not manual labor. Sadly, due to just setting ignorant stances. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Angela, thank you so much. I really appreciate the
I've been waking
$5. Thank
up
you very
and
much.
donating to streamers
Thank you
all
so
day.
much. I really appreciate it for the gentleman grifter, actually. Okay, since the caller said you are nicer. Thank you so much. Rodney, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Audrey, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Does he realize that we're not forced to pay you? No, he doesn't realize that. Keone, thank you for
No,
the
I
10 membership
realize that.
subscriptions. Thank you very much.
It's real low life.
What's up?
I understand it's not. It's voluntarily. I understand that. But that's what you
Okay, so
depend
then
on.
why are you just coping so hard, bro?
How am I coping? Explain that.
Because you're like complaining about people sending me money right now, and
No,
you're
I'm just
calling
saying
them
it's not a
broke.
job.
Like
You can
what?
call the money all you want.
What?
I really don't care. I'm just saying it's not a real job.
Yeah, you keep saying I don't care at this point. You don't know what a real job is. You're just jealous.
Oh, so jealous.
Yeah, you are jealous.
Okay, I am.
So can you describe your view without saying you're jealous? Because
I
all you did
already-
was describe that you're jealous.
I mean, what else can I tell you? I just don't think of it as a real job.
Adam, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. So he works for an oil company that probably gets millions in tax breaks, and payers fund his work.
Yep, and I make my own money, pay my own bills,
So do
pay
I.
my own load.
I make my own money and pay my own bills. Fossey,
Just
thank you for the
donation.
$5 for the DNC. Thank you so much.
All right, let's move on.
Yeah, I'm
Unless
waiting.
you still-
How about this? How about this? While you're here, can you name a single policy Donald Trump has influenced to get passed that's benefited the middle class more than it's benefited the rich?
I'm not too knowledgeable on that stuff. I don't really pay attention to that. I said in the beginning, I wasn't a huge Trump supporter. I disagree with a lot of what he says. I agree with a lot of what he says. I agree with what you say sometimes. I'm not fully
You
on
said
the
if the
Trump.
election were held today, Harris versus Trump, you would vote for Trump, right?
I would.
Okay, so then how can you say that?
I mean,
How
based
you
on
don't know a
what-
single policy that benefits the average American more than it benefits the rich,
I've
and yet
seen
you say that you
some-
support Trump?
Yeah. I can't say that the war in Iran would go any different with Kamala in office.
She
I
wouldn't
see
have
the
gone to
same
war
thing
with
too.
Iran. She's talked about that multiple times.
I don't know. No, she's also said that Iran should never have a nuclear
She
weapon.
said it was bullshit.
said that.
Actually,
No, she said that. She said
she
that.
said that this
She
shit is
said that.
bullshit.
Hillary said that. Biden said that. All these Democrats
Yeah,
also
Kamala
said,
Harris said this war with Iran is bullshit. So I don't think
She
she would have
also
gone to
said
that.
she also said years ago that Iran should never have a nuclear missile and don't.
Wait, you understand that we
No, no,
prevented them
don't.
from developing the enrichment of uranium through the JCPOA?
Realize no country's gonna actually respect those kind of policies. They're gonna
They
cross the line.
did. Trump is the one who pulled out.
Ceasefire,
Wait.
everyone's-
Trump is less
ceasefire.
respected than Kamala Harris and Joe Biden.
And he won.
What? Say it again.
I said, and he won.
So that's not a response to what I just said, though.
I mean, you say he's less respected. I'd say he's more respected.
Yeah, I'm talking about foreign countries all around the world. If we want to look at Pew Research, for example, Bambi, thank you so much for glowing jellyfish. Kamala Harris had a significantly higher confidence rating amongst other countries about doing the right thing regarding world affairs, comparative to Donald Trump. Plus, Donald Trump has destroyed relationships with our allies by literally saying he was going to annex Greenland and Canada and Panama, and that he was going to invade and go take over Greenland.
Yeah, I
And
don't
the
know about-
tariffs that he placed on countries all around the world. Yeah, his policies have not been good at building up our allyships, at building up our diplomacy around the world. His policies have been detrimental to that. He's undermined the JCPOA, which was unprecedented levels of negotiation that we haven't seen in a really long time, and that established unprecedented levels of surveillance over their nuclear enrichment facilities. Okay, that actually prevented us from having to bomb their enrichment facilities. That prevented further conflict, and it would have showed good peace negotiations if we continued it, if Trump didn't pull out of that. He is a foreign policy blunder here. It is a complete fucking tragedy that Donald Trump pulled out of that agreement.
So you think Trump is all evil and Kamala could do no wrong?
No, Kamala
your
Harris
stand?
absolutely did wrong in things I disagree with, but she's significantly better than Trump, and it's
Like
not
what?
even close.
Like what though?
Like what? I disagree with their defense, or not defense, but like offensive support of the state of Israel, like in Gaza.
Oh, okay. I agree with you there. It was a shit show. Anything
Yeah, it
Israel,
absolutely was.
anything Israel, bro, I can't stand it. I just don't
So
understand
then
why.
let's stop doing this right now. Trump's doing that right now to the highest degree possible. He's going
Yeah,
to war
yeah,
with Iran
yeah,
because of
yeah.
Israel.
Bro, I never disagree with you there. I totally agree.
So stop supporting him. You know that Netanyahu said that said that Trump is the greatest ally
Okay,
that
whoa,
Israel
whoa,
has
whoa,
ever
whoa.
had from the Oval Office.
One sec. You told me just stop supporting him because of Israel. Why do you still support Kamala for it if she was in relation with Israel as well?
I said
It's
because
just,
she support.
no. Same thing. Same thing.
I'll tell
Why
you.
would you support Kamala?
I'll tell you because she doesn't defend their interests no matter what in all scenarios. She's preferable to Trump on the matter. There's something
But
called
she
harm
did.
reduction there.
But she did. She did support Israel the whole time
Yeah,
they were
so
in
for
office.
example, if we're talking about within the Democratic Party, would I support other Democratic candidates other than Kamala Harris? Absolutely. For example, right, I would rather AOC.
I would not. I would say she need more experience. I mean, I have no. I don't care like which side it is. I just think who makes more sense to me at the moment. So I could vote for a Democrat tomorrow. You never know. It's whoever comes. I don't know.
If it were AOC versus Vance, who would you rather vote for?
The Rock.
So no one?
No, none of them.
So you'd vote for no one in that scenario, but you'd rather vote for Trump if it were the scenario with Trump and Harris? You're insane.
Trump and Kamala, yes, I would. I would vote for Trump.
Okay,
And
but why?
half of America agrees with me. I mean, more than half.
No, actually less than half. Not only was it less than half of the people who voted, but even less people now support him. Actually, it's around 37% of the country, or 34%, something like that, approve of Trump's presidency. That's why there's so little people in the guest box that will join up and debate me, because there are significantly less people that support Trump and are willing to defend him on such a live stream.
Because some people have time, some people don't. I mean, you can't really put it to that, what you just said.
What?
Some people
I think.
don't bother.
What? I'm saying that there are less people that are willing to defend them because I know because I was running these streams before the election.
I mean, I'll defend him on some points, but on some, I totally agree with you. I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and bullshit.
Yeah, and he's significantly worse for the country. So why can't you say that that's enough to say that you don't support him? Like, I can give you countless things that are disqualifying on behalf of what he's done.
Shoot him.
Shoot him. Called for the execution of some Democrats because they said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders. Called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. Got 70% of the Republican Party to believe the election was stolen with absolutely no evidence. And literally sent false slates of electors to electoral college to cast Trump votes when he didn't win to try to steal the election. He pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers and he called them patriots. I can keep going.
All that you just listed did the same to him. As soon as Hillary lost, she claimed it was a rigged election. Same
Did
thing.
she get 70% of the Democratic Party to believe the election was stolen with absolutely no evidence? No, she didn't. Did she send false slates of electors to the electoral college to cast Trump vote to cast Hillary votes when she didn't win to try to steal the election? No, she didn't. So those are radically different. And by the way, she said she specifically did not say it was fake or rigged. She specifically conceded the election the next day. And what you're talking about in terms of her calling him a quote-unquote illegitimate president is simply just saying that she disagrees with the electoral college.
And if Trump was to disagree with the electoral college, you would say he's a election denier, right? You would say that.
No, because you can accept the outcome of the election because that's still in place while simultaneously disagreeing with that part of the process.
Okay, so do you think he lost in 2020?
Yes, he definitely lost.
I do too. I think he lost too.
Well, he doesn't think that. He's deluded enough to believe that he won the election.
Yeah, of course. I agree with you.
Okay, so then why do you still support him even though he's denying reality?
I mean, because I think he's just a better candidate. I mean, I'm not gonna
On what?
sit here on a lot of other things, on immigration, on economy, on all kinds of stuff.
On the economy, can you name one economic metric that's got better off since Trump got in office? What's up?
I definitely feel better. Me personally, I'm perfectly fine. Nothing has really changed for me other than gas going up because of the stupid ass war.
And I feel
So,
like gas
so
prices
every
go
metric
up.
of the economy, practically every main metric, has got worse off since Trump got in office. Inflation, 3.8% year over year. We see unemployment's gone up. We see real GDP growth
How is
has.
that 3.8 compared to in Biden's term, compared to his 9.2?
Yeah, so yeah, the 9.1% inflation that was in 1 month. That was specifically because of the fact that there was supply chain issues relating to the pandemic, not because of the Biden-Harris administration. The level of inflation that we see right now because of Trump has gone up because of his administration's policies, the tariffs and the war with Iran. We'd actually be below pre-pandemic levels of inflation right now if Donald Trump never imposes tariffs in the first place.
Oh, okay. So do you think if Biden and Harris handled the pandemic a little bit better, you think the inflation rate wouldn't have got to 9%?
You said what? Say that one more time.
No, repeat what you said a little minute ago. You talked about why the rate was at 9.1 because of the pandemic or whatever.
Yeah, it was because of supply chain issues relating to the pandemic. But Trump's administration caused the level of inflation under the administration right now because of the fact that he started the war with Iran and because of the tariffs he imposed. And a Federal Reserve report came out and said that we'd be below pre-pandemic levels of inflation right now if Donald Trump never imposed the tariffs in the first place.
How does that relate to the pandemic, though? The war in Iran has nothing to do with the pandemic.
I'm explaining how it
Talking
was
about the
different.
9%
Wait, you're not listening. I'm explaining how it was different under the Trump administration and why it was caused by Trump under his administration as compared to why it was not caused by Biden under Biden's administration. Because Biden didn't do anything to cause the pandemic. The pandemic was already happening prior, and that affected supply chains, which then caused inflation. That would have happened regardless of who was in office.
Okay, understand. All right, now explain Trump's.
Yeah, I explained. Trump caused the war with Iran, which increased the level of inflation because of the fact that oil prices significantly increased. And then also because he imposed tariffs, which are inflationary.
Inflationary if failed. And
No, the tariffs were inflationary. I just told you. A Federal Reserve report indicated we would be right now below pre-pandemic levels of inflation if Donald Trump never imposes tariffs in the first place. And we also didn't go to war with Iran.
All right. What else?
Okay, well, Jake, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for. Is the orange man doing his quote-unquote job when he's falling asleep on camera on the Oval on live TV? Well, yeah, he's doing that because he's up all night posting Truth Social posts about how we should arrest Obama. By the way, you got a civic and electric integrity, so we'll have to go on to the next person. But my journey, thank you so much for the $100. Thank you very much for the unemployment money for annoying the last caller. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now for the fucking $100 on YouTube Super Chat. That is so kind of you. Thank you so much, my journey. Still picture, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. As well as B, thank you so much for the £5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, it is a responsibility. True. Rodney, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's also very true. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section right now? Thank you very much. As well as Morgan, thank you for the $2. Thank you very much. Thank you, Morgan. And I think I'm fully caught up there on YouTube. Let me make sure to catch up over on Venmo and PayPal. Heather, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Grifton is not easy. Thank you so much. Alexander, thank you for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Venmo. Jerry, thank you for the $4. Thank you very much. Can I get, Venmo? That's so funny. He doesn't have any content. That's funny though. Lisa, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. I've been told a few times to get a real job while working, and I'm a legal process server. That's crazy. That's so crazy. Alrighty. Let's go back to our conversation. It starts with one. I apologize for that happening in the middle of the conversation. I didn't expect the conversation to go on that long. I guess I can bring us back into the point. Is that I think
the one before rambled a little much.
Yeah, but so I guess the point that I was trying to get to was that Donald Trump is really incoherent, and there are significantly more clips I can provide you of him being utterly incoherent. So the whole argument that Kamala Harris is incoherent, therefore you can't support her, I think is ridiculous, especially because if we watch the debates, she wasn't incoherent at all. I think she was very, very, very much on the point.
Well, at the time, during or prior to the voting, I'm telling you what the polls said. And it wasn't even so much that her word salad, it was the fact that she would talk in different voices and act differently. She would act fake depending on where she was.
Okay, so that's just code switching. That's just you misunderstanding code switching. Code switching isn't her trying to be disingenuous or dishonest. It's a particular behavior that people who are black engage in or marginalized communities engaged in to be able to reduce the level of bigotry that they experience.
Okay,
So
well,
it's very normal for people to people of
act
marginalized
fake.
communities to code switch.
To act fake.
That's not acting fake. That's a survival
So
mechanism.
you telling me that if I acted like that, people wouldn't call me fake?
Well, you wouldn't have to.
All right, so you said Kamala said this, and she wouldn't have went to war,
Kamala, yeah,
right?
yeah. Kamala would not have gone to war with Iran.
Well, Trump literally bragged on his campaign that he had not started any new wars. So let's say he didn't win. I could sit there and say the same thing that you're saying. There's no guarantee.
No, you couldn't because he's a pathological liar. I can't apply that same sort of notion onto Kamala Harris. She does not engage in lies like Trump does. I think there's one circumstance I would ever be able to give you of her saying something that's just incorrect, and it was unintentional.
So, what lies do you think specifically that he's told that have been
Election rigged in 2020. He didn't cheat on his wife, even though he paid hush money to Stormy Daniels to try to falsify business records to hide that. He had 30,000 confirmed lies or misleading statements in his first administration. I can keep going. There's a million things. He said he was going to release the Epstein files. He now is saying that he's not going to release all the Epstein files. And he says that it's a hoax and that actually anyone who wants them to be released never supported him in the very first place. He said he was going to end the Russia-Ukraine war in 24 hours. He said he was going to bring down energy prices by 50% within a year. I can talk about many things. Those are just a few.
Okay, so you say, debunking things like the cat and the dogs, right? You said that's proven to be
Yeah, that was
debunked.
proven to be bullshit, yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I know. I did the research. Oh, just like they said the Haitians was eating the cats and dogs, and they said the Haitians was taking over like apartment complexes and doing all this messed up stuff, right?
Yeah,
That was proven.
that's ridiculous, right?
False too, right? So how come when I do that same research about him being a pedo, it says that it's false, but you all still state that it's true?
It's not. So let me give you my argument for this, and I think that you'll agree with me here. I think it'll make it clear to you. Do you believe the accusations against Epstein about his behavior in terms of trafficking and sexual abuse by victims of Epstein that got settlements with the Epstein estate? Like, do you believe their accusations to be true?
I don't know enough about it. I know something went on, but I don't know enough about who or what or when.
Well, would you just at least say in typical that you believe the victims of Epstein?
I don't know any specific victims, but there's enough information to know that something happened.
Okay, yeah, but like you don't have to know the specific victims to say that you do believe the accusations of victims to be true about sexual abuse and trafficking, right? If they got a settlement with the Epstein estate.
They're fake. I'm not saying all of them are, but you guys act like every.
You think some of the accusations against Epstein are fake?
I'm not saying just Epstein. I'm saying in general. It seems like any accusation made against Trump, you all take it to the.
I'm not talking about Trump right now. I'm right now just talking about Epstein. I mean, if you can't believe the victims of Epstein, I don't even know if we'd be able to have a conversation about whether or not you believe the victims of Trump.
That something happened. I did not disagree with that. I said I don't know enough about it.
I understand, but like the point at least I'm trying to make is that for these people, you don't need to know the specifics of the case to know that this individual is guilty because of the court process, right?
I never said he wasn't guilty.
Yeah, but like we do believe that they are guilty. Like for example, I bet you're not familiar with the conditions of the evidence proving Jeffrey Dahmer did what he did, right? But yet you believe he's guilty, right?
Yeah, because he was found guilty.
Exactly. So like there's a determination that found him guilty. Do you believe that's also true for Jeffrey Epstein?
Well, of course.
So then do you believe the victims of Epstein that got settlements from the Epstein estate for their accusations against Epstein about his conduct relating to trafficking and sexual abuse?
I done said yes. I just said I didn't know enough about it.
Okay, that's fine. So you say yes. So what do I get from this? If we believe the accusations from victims of Epstein that got settlements with the Epstein estate about Epstein's behavior relating to trafficking and sexual abuse, that actually implicates Trump, Because, for example, Jane Doe 4 got a settlement with the Epstein estate, and she specifically accused Epstein of trafficking her to Trump. So if we believe the accusations about Epstein's conduct relating to trafficking are true from victims that got settlements with the Epstein estate, then we then believe this accusation, which would then implicate Trump. And where you can find this is from NPR. Look up NPR investigation into DOJ scrubbing files associated with interviews about allegations against Trump.
Okay, then why are they saying that Trump was not in those files?
He was. Who
Okay,
said that?
so
Who said he wasn't in the files?
Charlie Kirk, that was one of the things I wanted to ask you. I heard you mention him earlier.
I don't think Charlie was alive when the files were released.
Okay, because Charlie was dead, like, set on supporting Trump and, you know, so forth and so on. So I would just like your opinion on his stance versus your stance, because they're complete opposites.
Yeah, but I don't even know anything that Charlie said on the files. And they weren't even released when he was alive. Like, when they were released, he wasn't alive anymore. He had already been murdered.
True, but you have heard his argument about the rape thing with the Eugene Carroll. You have heard his argument on that, correct?
Yeah, that was nonsense. He said that she claimed that she was assaulted in a Tiffany's, which means he knew nothing about the case and never looked into it because she was assaulted in Bergdorf Goodman's. So I actually responded to that one. He did not know anything about the case. Now, I'm assuming he literally just didn't look into the case at all and just heard from people in his inner circle because he was close to the Trump family that that's like bullshit or something and that she's crazy and that he just ran with it. So he clearly did no research on the case because he said Tiffany's, which obviously was not true, not even close.
Okay, you just proved my point. See how a big influential person can change the opinion of other people? Which is why I said it was important for you and for you to explain yourself thoroughly, because why would someone believe you if Charlie didn't get the correct information? How do you know for sure that this person is? So how do you get the actual factual information that's accurate? Because I read one thing and it says otherwise. They say he was racist. They call Trump racist. How is Trump racist?
He is. Oh, he posted a picture depicting Michelle and Barack Obama as apes. He's called Hakeem Jeffries a low IQ thug. He called for Obama to be arrested today. He's popularized the birther movement, saying that Barack Obama was born in Kenya when there's a birth certificate of him born in the United States to undermine him being president of the United States. He didn't run to black people in the 1970s. He called for the execution of the Central Park Five, even though they were exonerated based upon DNA evidence.
So do we need to discuss all the laws and messed up shit that Biden did against black people?
I can acknowledge any of the racism that Biden's engaged historically in the past, and I can acknowledge the difference in the way that he conducts himself in response to that, being called out comparative to Trump, where he acknowledges his behavior, he apologizes for it, he actively tries to do better and advocates against those things, whereas Trump never acknowledges those things. Plus, Biden wasn't even the last candidate. It was Kamala Harris. So if you care about racism, right, then you would have supported Kamala Harris over Donald Trump.
I'm not making excuses for racism. What I'm trying to do is come to a middle ground.
Okay. And I guess, like, the middle ground can't be made when Trump is on your side. Do you realize he's the one preventing middle ground from happening? Like,
Okay.
we like, under Biden's administration, we had some of the most bipartisan legislation we've ever seen. The Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill, the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, right? Like, unprecedented levels of negotiation. What's up?
You're saying Trump never done anything for black people.
I mean, can you let me know anything he's actually done?
I mean, I know that
Anything?
he's done
I mean, he's harmed black people.
I'd have to look it up, but he has done stuff.
What he's done has been harming them. Like, for example, he cut HBCU funding. It was $500 million a year under Obama. He cut it to $255 million a year under his administration. It was increased to $4 billion under the Biden administration.
Okay, so do you support Doge?
Doge was an utter failure. It spent more money than it even saved. And Doge specifically cut U.S. aid programs that would have saved 14 million lives over the next 4 years. So if Harris were in office, 14 million people around the world wouldn't die. That will die because Trump has defunded this.
Okay, but what about all the fraud?
They didn't even prevent fraud. And if they were trying to
So,
go after fraud, explain to me why they never even went after the Department of Defense. We spend $1 trillion a year on that, and they didn't even evaluate it for fraud. They didn't even get them to pass an audit.
well, I mean,
And
my
like, I
point
feel
is,
like, did Doge do audits? Did they overlook these things and then be like, oh, this is fraud, this is not fraud, or did they just say, you know what, I just don't like this funding, I'm gonna cut this? That's what it sounds like. Because if it was fraud, there would be charges filed for committing fraud.
never charges filed under any president. You know that.
Yeah, there are charges filed for fraud.
I've yet to see any that meant or produced anything
The
of
Biden
change.
administration went after people for fraud. That's just, you have to look this up. I mean, right now the FBI goes after people for fraud. But I'm just saying, in this context, they weren't going after people for fraud. They were just trying to make it seem like they were when they weren't actually. They do this all the time. They, like with the Nick Shirley stuff, they're trying to act like Nick Shirley is like preventing fraud from happening.
Okay, yeah, that was
And he's not
literally
doing
trying
jack
to
shit for preventing fraud.
individual reporters going out, and that's why I said it's so important that when people have a huge platform, that it's important how you conduct yourself and how you give out information, because if people are listening to the other side or your side, it's important.
You know, I totally agree with you there. I don't disagree with you there. I agree with you that content creators, their obligation is to be due diligent with the information that they're providing when you're a content creator in the type of field that I'm in. Of course. I totally agree with you there. You needed to do your due diligence. I don't think Nick Shirley does his due diligence.
Well, you're also stating Charlie didn't either.
True. Yeah, he didn't.
Okay, well, people can turn around and say the same about you. So where
Yeah,
do
you
we
probably
come
could.
to?
But I feel like it'd be a lot harder to.
Okay, but other people would disagree with you, and they would, completely debate you. You know what I'm saying?
Sure, like, I mean, there are things that I'm not fully knowing about, and like that I don't know fully, but I think I do my research. I provide sources. I use evidence for my claims, and if I don't use evidence for something, or I have insufficient evidence for something, I'm always willing to hear someone out, and I'll literally change my perspective on it if I'm wrong.
What news channels? I know people discuss
AP News,
news
NPR, PBS, and Reuters.
NBS, PBS, and what?
NPR, PBS, Reuters, and AP News.
So, what is CNN?
CNN? It's a news platform?
CNN or Fox, but I see people arguing and debating about CNN and Fox.
Those are news. CNN is known as like the typical liberal news channel, and then Fox News is seen as like the typical Republican news channel. Like, I feel like that's at least how it's typically seen.
Okay, so then don't you think each one of those channels come from a biased standpoint?
Yeah.
And not an honest standpoint?
Yeah, those two, yeah. Now, I would argue CNN is significantly preferable to Fox Entertainment. Like, it's, like, I almost feel like it's bad to compare the two, because where I would have criticisms of CNN, like, those criticisms are just nowhere near the criticisms I have for Fox News. And even so, CNN, like, the owner of CNN isn't even, like, liberal.
If you go back, even before the Trump thing or whatever, and I'm thinking of watching CNN, that was when I still watched the news, when you still had cable back in the day. CNN was talking about the opioid epidemic, right? And you don't ever
Oh,
hear
wait.
about that.
By the way, before you do, you can't say any specific drug names in specific. Just say, like, F drug, M drug, or C drug if you have to mention any in specific.
Okay. So, they were saying like this huge opiate epidemic. And then our government come in 2016 with the CDC and passed all these new laws. And we went from having this huge pain, PILL, problem to now heroin, or excuse me, H
I have to
or
kick you now. It's TikTok TOS. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Sorry, it's TikTok TOS. Like I'll just get my live limited if I keep you up here. I hope that I already don't get limited, because I might with some of the words you already said, but we'll see. Kayla, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, he literally does. Dude, he responds so weird to innocent questions. It's so ridiculous. Wait, Kayla, send me that message. Or not message, send me that video. Name or title. I need to, that would be one to bring up on stream. I don't know where I could find that, actually. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
28.
And do you support Trump?
Yes.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay, and why do you support Trump?
Yeah, man, because he will put people like you in prison, you know?
What makes you think I should be in prison?
I mean, so if Donald Trump nukes the blue country, will you support Trump, yes or no?
You said if they nuke
Like,
what country?
The blue one. I can't say the word. The blue in the Middle East.
I don't think it'd be justified to nuke any country, including Israel.
I mean, you can say that, but Trump will still do it. But if he does that, will you support?
No. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. We are just looking for debates. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, how old are you?
But at least didn't appear to have any negative effect.
I support Trump because he'll put people like you in prison. Think of that mustache. Yo, how old are you? You know what's crazy? There are probably some people out there that actually think that. And I'm like, what better fucking argument to prove that you guys are fascists? Like, you know what I mean? Like, what better reason? Straight to prison for Mark could get a job just for disagreeing, everybody. Look at this. No more free speech, okay, everybody? Liberals who say that they are against Trump, actually, everybody. Jail's jail for them, actually, everybody, okay? We're taking over like a Homelander, okay? All the Starlanders are going to jail, okay? Yeah, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. We're just looking for debates. Game Addict, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Have you seen anything about the FBI trying to scrub Jane Doe 4's interview about the JE and Trump situation? Yes. I just talked about that literally 15 minutes. Yeah, it's absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. For the 3,200 people here on YouTube, I'd really appreciate if you hit that thumbs up, everyone. It really helps get it out to more people. I'd really, really, really appreciate if you're here on TikTok. Tap that screen to try to get to 2 million likes. Yo, what's up? How old are you? If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always. Sorry, I should say that more clear. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, YouTube Super Chat, as always. If you want to support me, link tree in the bio. Sometimes I say it so quickly that people probably don't even recognize what I'm saying. I just, like the words just all, become one. Okay, Mad Scramble, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. For Doge's keywords to illegally cut out programs that they didn't like and steal private information, scientists got a hold of the list and were scrubbed those words from our proposals and websites. It's absolutely insane, isn't it? Let's go to the next individual, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We're just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Unitary executive theory.
Are you actually a Trump supporter, or are you just like a troll? Like, I'm just genuinely curious.
Okay, here's the thing. You remember we had a debate back in February, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I did used to maybe support Trump. I don't think I do anymore though.
Good. I'm glad. Let's go to the next person. That's what I thought it would be. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, sorry, I'm 28. I know I don't follow the criteria.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Let's go to the next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Man, I want to talk to you about something. Look, man.
Wait, are you
Like
the
this
person who just
year-
did that? Well, bye. I'm proud to be an American where the liberals are dunking on the MAGA. All right, let's go to the next individual. Everybody only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next person. By the way, everyone, tomorrow I'm going to be on live early, like I was today. And I'll probably be off by right now, by tomorrow. For sure. Like, I'll definitely be off by now, tomorrow. So, just letting everyone know. Just letting everyone know. Again, if you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat as always. I actually don't have a message from Dean yet, so we're going to be on until Dean hops on. I might do Q&A here soon. I just, we don't have many guest requests, honestly. It's kind of brutal. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I just turned 18 last week.
And do you support Trump?
Yes.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Definitely Trump.
Okay, and why do you support Trump?
To be honest, I think he's just a good figure. He's a good representative of American power.
What's your birth year?
What'd you say?
What's your birth year?
2008.
Okay. Remember, keep
Can I
going.
continue?
You said he's what?
Alright. He's a good representative of American power. I mean, I like his border policies as well. His immigration policies. He does well for the economy.
Can you name one economic metric that's got better off since Trump got in office?
Probably. Well, inflation's kind of gone up. I mean, I wouldn't say it's gone better. I would say it's just more stable. I like to
Definitely
compare
not more
if
stable.
Kamala was, I would say, I mean, if Kamala was president, it would be off the charts. You don't think so?
It'd be better off. Like, we'd have better inflation. We wouldn't have as high inflation. We'd have better GDP growth, real GDP growth. We'd have better real median wage growth. We'd have better job growth because we'd have lower inflation. Therefore, we'd be able to bring down interest rates, therefore stimulating investment more.
That's just not true. I mean,
it is true.
What did she do under the Biden administration?
What she do? The most tie-breaking votes in a vice president in U.S. history, including the Inflation Reduction Act.
That's just the rise of liberalism in America. She wouldn't have done anything.
The rise of liberal. Can you name one thing bad about liberalism?
Well, the thing is, liberalism and conservatism follow the same basic fundamentals. It's just they move at different speeds.
Can you name one bad thing about liberalism?
Liberalism directly, abortion. I mean,
you think of the quirky. So you think if conservatives are in office, there's no abortion that happens?
Obviously, I know there's what is it, 20? What's the week? 25 weeks at abortion. Obviously there will be. I mean, abortion supports the economy, but also it's dehumanizing. You're killing a human life. I feel like conservatives would just handle that better.
Okay. So you think more human lives will be saved if you support Trump?
Yeah.
1, more abortions have happened since the overturning of Roe versus Wade. 2, 14 million people will die because of Trump's getting rid of the funding for U.S. aid. That would have prevented 14 million people from dying by 2030. So if Harris were in office, we would save 14 million people's lives, according to a Lancet study.
Foreign aid for who? Wait,
U.S.
foreign aid
aid
for who?
for a bunch of different
U.S. aid?
countries. These are just cost-effective ways to mitigate death. That's really all it's for.
I mean, that's the thing. Kamala Harris is too focused on other countries. We should just focus on ourselves. To be honest, I don't believe in
We're
foreign aid
going
for
to
any
war right
country.
now with Iran. What do you mean focus on ourselves? We're focusing more on other countries than we are ourselves right now. Can you name one policy that Trump's passed so far since being in office that's benefit the average person more than it's benefit the rich?
Okay, why are you, I hear you talk about rich people a lot, or, I mean, rich people are fundamental to the economy. They're the reason why our economy is strong right now.
Rich people are fundamentally economy. There's a reason why
I guess
our economy's
bigger.
worse off right now. Okay, you know what? I'm sorry. I think you're young. There's no way. There's no way. If I'm wrong, then you need to do more research. Kate for cards, think of it, $20 for singing lessons. Love you, but you need it. True. OG Jake, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's so ridiculous, dude, isn't it? Thank you so much. Let's go on to this next individual. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get out to more people, as always. Everyone, only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen, and if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18.
Parker, how are you?
Do you support Trump?
In some ways.
What state do you live in?
I'm sorry?
What state do you live in?
I live in Australia.
New state dropped, everybody. New state dropped, everybody. Alrighty, everyone. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always. Someone said America's DLC. That's crazy. New DLC dropped. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18, but I really love Trump.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, mate. 24.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
Election held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
What state do you live in?
I'm in America. I was just fucking with you with the accent. What's up? I just heard an Aussie, one of the last people were like an Aussie. I was like, oh, I'm gonna fuck with him. I'm gonna say hello, mate.
Okay,
Just
all right.
to
What
fuck
state do you
with
live in?
I'm in Michigan.
What time is it?
4:48, Detroit.
Okay, alrighty. Alrighty, I have some people to thank real quick, then we can move on to our conversation. And you
Parker,
do
I'm
support
kind of
Trump,
scared
right?
to debate you. You're kind of like, you don't lose debates.
True. If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I'm gonna say Trump, but here's the thing, Parker. Have you ever lost a debate?
Yes, I have, of course. Not
You have?
not
Okay.
against MAGA.
I just
but
want.
not against
No,
MAGA,
that's what
but
I'm
I
saying.
have.
Have
I
you
used
ever
to,
lost? Has there ever been like a topic that
Yeah.
MAGA can crush you on? Like,
oh,
be
not
honest.
MAGA,
Be honest.
no. I'm gonna
There's
be
not
honest,
one
no.
thing.
No.
Not one thing Donald Trump has done that someone can prove you wrong on.
Well, maybe like they showed me information that I didn't know prior or something, but nothing I've
Okay,
been like
fair.
destroyed on. Like, there's not a single person that could defend Trump since the beginning. I've started been doing this. So, Serena, by the way, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. Another song, well, that was hilarious. And then Juliana, thank you for the $5.55 for the rise of liberalism. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Again, if you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. If you're on YouTube, make sure to hit that thumbs up. Everyone, let's try to get to 2,000 likes. We're actually really, really close right now. We have 3,200 people here. I think, honestly, we could get to 3,000 if we really try.
I think we can
I'd
get
really
to
appreciate it.
4,000 if we tried, Parker.
I don't think we can. That's a bit much. Okay. So
Parker,
why do you
you're
support Trump?
underestimating yourself. You never lose debates, according to yourself.
Tell me why you support Trump.
I just think, I mean, like myself, I support him for like the stock market. Like I'm big into the stocks right now, and my stocks are doing amazing. I mean, I know that's kind of like a one-sided thing to be like, you know, and so I mean, like I'm not opposed to like switching sides, but I'm still like Trump. I'm Trump all the way.
What stocks?
Right now I'm in Nvidia. I have Amazon. I could look at my portfolio. I have a few of them.
All of
I'm
those would
also
be
in the
going up regardless.
Dow Jones. What?
The Dow Jones is growing up at a lower rate right now than what it was the end of end of Biden's administration.
Hey, I mean, regardless, it's going up. And you know, like when the war started there, it all dipped down, right? I bought extra, and now it's gone up, and I mean, that's probably not all Trump, but I mean, he did cause that. He caused the drop for sure with the war that he wasn't supposed to start. I'll agree with that. I mean, he's doing a lot of shit that's wrong. I agree. I mean, but it's kind of benefited me.
Okay. I would argue his policies have been bad, right? If you want to look at the stock market, again, it's grown at a lower rate since Trump got in office. That's a fact. And if you want to look at the overall economy, because you're not just going to look at the stock market, that's become worse off since Trump got in office. If you economically care about this country, then you wouldn't support Trump. Like,
I've also heard
you
that.
won't be able to
I've
mention
also
a
heard
single
that
metric that's better.
inflation was worse under Biden.
Yeah, but not because of Biden's actions.
What was the reasoning?
Supply chain issues relating to the pandemic.
Okay. Yeah, that would make sense. Yeah, that was a pretty brutal time. Yeah, no, I know I won't be able to cook you on anything. You're way too smart for this shit. I don't even know why you do this, because people are never gonna fucking win against you. It's not even fair.
It's to change people's minds, to get people to be more politically involved, to get people to critically think more. And
No,
I also
you're not
learned from
wrong.
these things. So.
You're not wrong. Like, I mean, I'm gonna listen to you more, as I just came across you now, and I mean, you seem very smart. You seem very smart and intelligent.
Appreciate you.
I'm just gonna keep following you. I mean, I'm not gonna say I'm gonna stay on the Trump side. I'm definitely gonna keep watching you. I mean, maybe you could change my mind over time, because I can't debate you. You're gonna cook me. You're gonna embarrass myself. So I'm just gonna hop off.
I appreciate you coming up. Thank you for coming.
All right, Parker. You have a good day, man. You take care.
Well. You as well. Let's go on to the next individual real quick. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Otsana, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5 for the vocal lessons fund. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And then we'll start the Pintana, the Pintana band. That'd be funny. POT, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And I'm proud to be a MAGA, where the liberals dunk on me repeatedly. Kayla, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, I'll have to make sure to check that out. Thank you for letting me know. That's fucking insane. That's crazy. See this next person up here. Yotsup, how old are you? Hello? Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. Let's try to get to 2.5 thousand likes, everyone. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. If you want to support me, as always, again, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always. Yotsup, how old are you?
Oh, this is a mistake. Sorry. I'm pro-Trump all the way.
Wait, did they say they're pro-Trump? Okay. Oops. But they said it was a mistake anyway. Karamos, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think that in winning so, you are, examining, like, in winning a debate, you technically, in trying to win a debate, you technically are still examining your beliefs and possibly changing them, because you are considering what is, like, one, the best move to make, two, if your position isn't as strong to do against other people, three, if, like, what's most in accordance with truth. So inevitably, to be the one to win a debate, I do think is, like, kind of like a good incentive structure. But it shouldn't be to win at all costs. Like, it shouldn't be like you win at the expense of the truth. So I guess there's at least some point to be made there. Yo, how old are you?
Yo, I'm 20.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Today?
Mm-hmm.
Trump against Kamala.
Yeah, like if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
No, I'm saying like versus Kamala, Trump.
Okay. All
But
right.
there
For
are
sure.
other Democrats that I would probably vote over Trump,
Oh, who?
but not Kamala.
Who?
Um, I don't know their names. I've just seen them online, and I agree. I agree with what they talk about.
Okay.
But
All right. I mean, like, I guess we can go through that. What's your birth year?
What'd you say?
What's your birth year?
2005.
And what month?
November.
Okay, for sure. So let me thank some people real quick, and then we can move on to our conversation. We have plenty to go through. Mag, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. He said, nurse, you got laid off directly because of the budget cuts after the insurance doge cuts. So glad his stocks are good, though. That's absolutely insane. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's insane what's been happening with those cuts. Insane. Oh my gosh, holy shit. Jordan, thank you so much for the $100 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Jordan in the comment section right now for the $100? They sent a gas emoji. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Literally how much gas costs now. Thank you so much, Jordan. I appreciate the $100 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. W's for Jordan in the comment section, as well as, oh my god, Shannon with the $150 on Venmo. Holy shit, Shannon, thank you so much. Shannon said, I'm so over this administration. My toddler and I love listening while he's being educated on what a decent human is, not Trump. Hashtag Parker for president. Thank you so much, Shannon. Can we get some W's for Shannon in the comment section? Seriously, W's for Shannon, W's for Jordan. That is incredibly kind to y'all. That was fucking crazy. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Seriously, that was so kind of y'all. I really don't deserve it. Thank you so much. W's for them in the comment section right now. I think I am mostly caught up. I'm fully caught up, actually. Alrighty, thank you, everyone. Let's go into the conversation. Alrighty, why do you support Donald Trump?
His economic policy mainly.
Economic policy? So, like, what economic policy in specific?
I think his tariffs is a good idea to bring manufacturing back to America, and I think that as a global superpower, we need to hold other countries accountable that, like, over tariff us unfairly.
Okay, all right. I think tariffs have been really harmful. I don't think that they've held countries more accountable to reducing their tariffs very much. I don't think they've brought back manufacturing. I think they've increased prices for consumers, and they've shifted the burden of taxation. That's my position. So, and my evidence for that position is the fact that real domestic manufacturing investment has declined every single quarter of Trump's administration so far, according to the Bureau of Economic Analysis. We can also see that not only has manufacturing declined, but we've seen prices increase due to a Federal Reserve report. Inflation would be below pre-pandemic levels of inflation right now if Donald Trump never imposed the tariffs in the first place. Along with the fact that in terms of tariffs, it's destabilized our relationships with other countries all around the world, especially our allies. So although I could see that it could make sense specifically with tariffs in some circumstances, like targeted tariffs and proportional tariffs to like what they did, like retaliatory tariffs, like if they place a certain tariff, we place the exact same tariff on them and try to bring it as a leverage for negotiation, that would make sense. But Trump did significantly more and didn't really use it for leverage for negotiation to actually get them to mitigate their tariffs very much, because a lot of that went away. Like what he did with Europe went away because he had increased tariffs later on, especially because his tariffs were deemed to be as unconstitutional as well. But that was even before that point. So tariffs have just gone all over the place. He's imposing them, getting rid of them, imposing them, getting rid of them. And that's not how tariffs are going to operate most effectively. Really, if you want effective tariffs, have it on critical industries, targeted tariffs, and that would make sense.
Do you not think, though, it's important to bring manufacturing back to our country to open up jobs and to provide people jobs, because people will be applying to hundreds and hundreds of jobs right now and they can't even score a minimum wage factory job because there's just not enough openings.
By the way, you have a little bit of echo, so just letting you know with your mic. So say that one more time, sorry.
Do you know why I would have an echo? I'm just using my phone.
Maybe I need to mute my microphone on my end. Or I guess it's when I'm speaking too, so I think it's maybe the how loud your audio is, maybe.
Oh, what about now?
It's still there. Do you have any Bluetooth connected?
No.
Here, swipe out of the app, swipe back in. Let's see if that fixes it. If not, just send a guest request back. Yeah, it's still there. Just leave the app real quick, and then come back into the app. Like completely force close your app, then come back in, join my live, and send a guest request back. I'll bring you right back up.
All right, thank you.
All right. Alrighty, we'll give them a second to join right back. Donald Duck, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $30. Thank you very much. Hey, quick question for you. What do you think is the threshold of political chaos a democracy can tolerate before institutional redesign is necessary in the context of MAGA? So, I mean, I think that we are experiencing that very similarly right now. It's hard to know where a threshold is, but I do think it's going to be with a certain level of political chaos that's going to sort of decrease the level of democratic nature of our economy. That's why we have checks and balances in the first place. So I do think that the institutional redesign that is necessary is broadening and structuring our checks and balances in a stronger way, meaning giving more of an enforcement mechanism on behalf of the Supreme Court, giving less power to the executive to just influence immigration policy or to affect elections, things like that. And also we need to apply more accountability, things like that. So I think checks and balances like that to ensure that presidents can't just act in such of an abusive of power is necessary. That type of redesign is necessary. And I think that's true when our when these systems are put at risk by individuals like Trump, where he's showing the extent of them, of where we can't really hold him accountable in all these scenarios because of his of the issues he's causing. So when we see outcomes that disenfranchise our democratic outcomes, that's when I would say is the time where we need to structure our checks and balances in a manner in which we prevent that from happening. And also that also is applicable to corporations' influence over politics as well, I would say. Brendan, are you back? You got to swipe back into the app. As well as thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you, Sophie. Thank you. Of course. Thank you so much. You back?
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. But yeah, do you not think it's important to bring jobs back to the country, America?
Oh, I do think it's important to bring back jobs to our country. I just think the way to do that is by global competition and investing in our industries here so that we can compete better on a global stage. I think that's better for technology advancements. I think it's better for jobs that way if we do it this way. And it was
But what
better
about like
through the Biden-Harris
cars with
administration.
China? What about like so many of our cars being produced in China? What about bringing car factories back to America?
That would be specifically EVs. Now, we're totally okay with it when it comes to other cars like Toyota, Honda, and a bunch of the European car companies. We get a lot of our cars from them. We're totally okay with a lot of our car industry not being in the U.S.
I know, but it
Now
would
they have some
bring a
investment
lot of
here.
manufacturing jobs back to the U.S.
Well, I don't think that we're going to be the same type of manufacturing economy that existed historically. I think that if we're going to try to bring back manufacturing jobs, it should be within critical industries.
Is cars not a critical industry?
Depends. Like
How?
the argument would have to be like
Our
there is
cities
a
aren't even
national
walkable.
security risk
Cars are
of getting
like
cars from someone else, which I don't think there is. Or there's an issue with how they run their labor, which will be like a certain business. So, I mean, I think there's absolutely a basis for wanting an industry relating to cars, and I could see that for like electric vehicles and things like that. That could make sense. But I mean, I just like I'm not as inclined to argue for that as other people, I would say.
Okay. Okay, straying away from the economical conversation, I think Republicans are very hypocritical because before this, they said they don't want any wars and they support Trump not going into wars and all that, but now they support the Iran thing.
Yeah,
But
right?
then I also think Democrats are very hypocritical because they're all over here chanting like how we need to be in Sudan and in Gaza saving all these people and liberating these people, but then when we do it in Iran, all of a sudden Trump
No,
is a
no,
tyrannical psychopath invading a country.
you're misunderstanding. The position is that we shouldn't be funding these atrocities. Like we fund the UAE, which goes and funds the like these M23 rebel groups that go in and have mass slaughtered people within Sudan. We have with Gaza, we were funding Israel going in and completely leveling Gaza, right?
You don't think people on the left though, like you don't think if there's a genocide going on, we should
Go and prevent
participate
it?
in liberating those people as a global superpower? You don't think we have some sort of authority to do that or like
No, I
responsibility?
don't. I think we can try to work with the international community to provide accountability, but I don't think we should act as a lone actor in military intervention to prevent.
Well, I feel like as a global superpower, we could influence a lot of other countries to join together.
I mean, yeah, that's diplomacy then. So what we need to then work more in is like the UN and international committees in diplomacy, and we can try to hold people accountable that way. I mean, that would be a great thing. Like allow for the ICC and the ICJ to operate with more power.
Okay.
That would help us prevent these from happening, right? Like
I
otherwise,
guess so, but how
I
how
just
long would that take versus going in ourselves and taking out the
okay. So
leader like
watch
he
this.
did?
Do you think
Like how many people
every
are gonna
single
die?
mass atrocity that's happening all around the world, we should be sending in our military to deal with that?
I mean, if we think we can effectively create a plan that we
We
can be
can't.
confident in that we can, well, we just assassinated like one of the head leaders, like one of the biggest terrorists in the world in that country. That was
Yeah,
like
but
one
like
of the
it's
main.
okay. So one thing that you have to consider is that when you just take out these people, it leaves a vacuum of power. So if it's the IRGC, you just take out the leader, it's very likely someone more radicalized within the IRGC will just jump into that position. That's what happened.
I mean, you could say the same thing about Trump, but I think if what happened to him happened to Trump, it would definitely make change.
But that wouldn't be true because one, we live in a democracy. Two, we know who the vice president is. It's JD Vance. And I do think that JD Vance is preferable to Trump. Although I very
Really?
much dislike JD Vance.
Mm.
Like, I don't
He
know
wears
if,
eyeliner, so
like,
I don't
for
like him.
example, if JD Vance were president, we might not have gone to war with Iran.
You think?
Yeah, like that's a genuine thing that could have happened. Because I'm pretty sure he
I mean,
opposed
Pete
it.
Hegseth would have still been the head of war.
But he opposes it.
Pete Hegseth.
No, I'm talking JD Vance.
Oh, JD Vance.
JD
Oh,
Vance
I
opposed
don't
it,
know.
but said he would still support the administration even though he opposes it.
I think JD Vance is radical just like Trump, but he's not nearly as respected or confident in his actions. So I think if anything, we go to war,
Wait.
but we would not be
He's
in a good
radical, but
position
I
to go to
don't
war.
think that he wanted that military intervention with Iran. Because he thought it was a violation of what they ran on, no new wars, and because of the fact that he didn't think that any of the objectives were something that we
Well,
could
why
have
do you
met.
think that? Why do you think he thinks that?
That's what was reported on what he said in these meetings. And also because I know he's on the wing of the party associated with Charlie Kirk. And that's exactly what Charlie's position was.
He also called Trump a Nazi, but now he's serving as like his second hand. So I don't know if what he
I
says means
understand,
much.
but I'm telling you the wing of the party that he's on, and he was very close with Charlie.
Charlie Kirk.
Yes. Charlie wasn't close with Trump. Charlie was close with JD.
And what relevance does that have? Sorry.
The point I'm making is that like Charlie was anti-war with Iran, and like he like for example went up to Joe Kent and said the last thing he said to Joe Kent was prevent us from going into a war with Iran.
Okay, so he just wanted war with trans people.
Yes.
I see.
Well, actually, not just with trans people. There's a lot of groups that he wanted war with. Again, not a defense of Charlie Kirk. I'm just telling you what his position is and what I think that JD would have done. And again, not a defense of JD, not a defense of Charlie. I don't like either of them, right? I'm just telling you what I think would have happened based upon their views, based upon their positions in the parties, things like that.
I mean, with one thing, so how I view it is, I mean, I do not like Israel. I do not support Israel. I don't think America should. But America has clearly been so tied with Israel for so long. And I'm not surprised we got into this war with Iran because of that. And it's not a present thing. That's the thing with Kamala is she was dick sucking. I don't know if I could say that, but Israel just as much as Trump is.
I disagree.
Really?
Yes, I very much disagree. One,
I think
because
Trump's just more straightforward about it. I think like the Democratic Party in general walks around their words and pretends to be something they aren't just to get votes from leftists. and then when they get in power, they do all the same things. Like the most people that died in Gaza died under Joe Biden's term.
So
I think
the
it was like
reason
majority of the people in
can I
Gaza who died
explain
were
why
under
I
Joe Biden's
disagree?
term. Why?
Yeah, so the reason why I disagree is because under the Biden administration, Netanyahu came to the Biden admin and said that Hezbollah was going to preemptively strike the United States, and that we should strike them as offensive so that we could sort of catch that first. And Biden said no. So I'm not saying that the Biden administration didn't do a lot for the state of Israel and do plenty of things I disagree with and think are atrocious and horrible. Of course, I acknowledge that. But what I can say is that there's a difference of level of control that the state of Israel has over individuals like Trump than it had over the Biden admin. And that is a fact that demonstrates that. Like, I don't think we would
I
have
don't
gone
know,
to
but
this
just
war
because he
with Iran
denied, just
if
because he
Harris were
didn't
in office.
necessarily want to
And I think
like,
that's a very relevant difference. And the same thing goes for the Obama admin. Netanyahu went to Obama and asked him to go to war with Iran. And he said no. And he instead did the JCPOA. So it's like, I have very good reason to believe there's at least some standard that they're held to, even if I don't think it's a standard I would want under the Democrats. But there's literally no standard when it comes to Trump. He's just going to do what they want.
I agree. Trump is more like, I don't know the word, but he's definitely more like crazy about it. But I mean, Obama or Biden, whatever, they say no to starting a war themselves, but they'll give Israel all the money they want to launch these missiles themselves, or give all the military equipment they need to just genocide people on their own terms. So I feel like I just find it a little hypocritical. Like a lot of the Democratic talking points is calling Trump this like genocidal fascist, but then I've never heard those terms ever thrown towards Biden or Obama. Just because
I think that's dishonest. You've never heard those terms used against Biden and Obama? Are you serious?
by Democrats, no.
Well, then I just don't think that you were. I don't think you were listening to Democratic discourse. Most of the Democratic Party is
in the last like 6 years. Like I'm more so talking about like recently, especially with Gaza. When has Biden or Kamala ever been called genociders by the Democratic Party?
Genocide Joe.
By
Do you remember that name? Genocide Joe? Hello? Do you not remember
Democrats were calling that, or Republicans?
Do you not remember all of the protesters that showed up to her rallies specifically to protest her, right? Which, by the way, didn't show up to
those aren't the leftists that were
Trump's
voting for her. Those aren't the
leftists. Can I make a point?
Those are like, yeah, go ahead.
So the point that I'm making is that people protested them, and they actually went to the Democrats because they thought the Democrats could be changed on this, but they didn't go to Trump. So actually, I would argue we never heard this against Trump, and we only heard this against Democrats then.
Well, I think the people going to these protests or shouting at the rallies these are like the independents. These aren't Democrats. These aren't hard leftists that vote Democrat no matter what. These are like middle ground people that have family a lot of the times in those countries.
Brendan,
so
am
they're
I a Democrat?
I think you're a liberal.
Yeah, I'm a liberal and I'm a Democrat. Do I call what happened in Gaza to be a genocide?
Yes, you do.
I do. Does Dean do that?
Yeah, but have you ever called Kamala or Joe Biden genocidal maniacs?
Well, I would say that the behaviors they engaged in are. Yes. And you understand, by the way, like, you understand that, like, we can criticize the military interventionism of both Democrats and Republicans, right? And that we should, because we love this country and we want this country to do better.
No, I totally agree. That's why I don't consider myself Republican or Democrat. I vote for who I see has morals. And
so here's my point. We have to, while simultaneously advocating against this, vote for the side that does it to a lesser extent. Otherwise, there's no agency or capacity to hold any of these sides of the politicians accountable. Say you don't vote for either side right now, or within this last election. That didn't push people to any meaningful way, right? What pushes people towards a meaningful way? To vote for the candidate that would be promoting less harm, and then from that position, argue for even less harm. Does that make sense? Like,
yeah,
I would like to
agree
be in
that
a society
Kamala-
where we're not even arguing for offensive support for the state of Israel, and that instead we're just arguing against people who are arguing for Iron Dome funding. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I
Like,
agree.
I would rather live in that society.
I agree.
That's a better minimum, right? It's a better minimum to say that instead of the Donald Trump being in the position where he puts absolutely no standards on them, we go to war with Iran, absolutely no standards on the incursion into Gaza. And I would rather that the administration acknowledges that there's a humanitarian crisis, that we need to provide aid to Palestinians, that there's no basis to cut that aid off to Palestinians. There's an actual argument for baseline for treatment of Palestinians, whereas Trump, that's not even in the discourse. Not even in the discourse. So we have to acknowledge the differences in harm, and that these are relevant to bring up, and that obviously we don't want this for the future. Now, name a single person in the Republican Party that has a chance to get elected that doesn't hold that position in defense of the
I
state
don't
of
really
Israel.
know. I don't really know many candidates in general,
I don't
but
think there's a
I
single
doubt there's
one.
many. Yeah, I doubt there's
J.D.
many.
Vance holds
I
that
agree.
position. Marco Rubio holds that position. Trump Jr. holds that position. Ron DeSantis holds that position.
I
You
don't
want to
think
know someone
anybody
who's
in
on the
the.
left that
I
has a
don't
pretty
think.
high level of support that doesn't hold that position?
Well, that's
AOC.
the thing. I fuck with AOC, but this is my big thing is that I agree with you that a lot of Republicans hold that position, and I get a lot of Democrats claim they don't hold that position. But my issue with Democrats is they say all the things they know the media wants to hear that sounds good, that they're going to do all these things, that they support all these things. And even if they truly want these things, they are horrible at actually getting them done, or they're just lying and they never do actually get them done. It's just to get into office and they sit comfortably in there. I think AOC is one of the younger politicians that I think actually cares, and I do believe the words that come out of her mouth. But there's not many of those on the Democratic side. And though I agree that the Republicans tend to be extremely radical, I never fully just think it's bullshit coming out of their mouths a lot of the times. Unless it's Trump. Trump lies more than anyone on that side for sure. But when it comes to actually what they believe in and what they want to do, they're very straightforward. And they don't just say what people want to hear, and I can respect that. And that's my issue with Democrats is I can't trust what 99% of what they say. Because if they actually believe in what they're saying, they're too weak or just like incompetent to actually get it done once they're elected, or they're just flat out lying and saying what they know the media wants to hear. I think Kamala was a mix of both of those.
That's called a false dichotomy. Or the explanation is that we need more people in Congress that hold these perspectives in order to actively get these things done, because there are individuals on both the left and the right that have prevented this from happening, and that this is something that's had to be criticized on both sides. Now, the Democrats proportionally have done it to a greater extent than the Republicans. The Republicans haven't done as much legwork as we have in terms of that. And a huge portion of the Republicans' side that's actually advocating against that is anti-Semitic. It's not because they're just anti-Zionist, right? Their anti-Zionism is because they're anti-Semitic in most instances. Now, is there people on the right that are anti-Zionist but not anti-Semitic? Of course. But the point that I'm making is it's significantly more prevalent on the right than it is on the left.
Wait, people on the right anti-Semitic? That's like racist against Jewish people, right?
What? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Yeah, that's
Anti-Semitic.
it's anti-Jewish sentiment. Yeah.
Wait, I'm confused. People on the right support Israel more than anything.
I'm saying the people who are against Israel on the right are ones that come from a point in which they're anti-Semitic. Does that make sense?
I agree, but I think that's just as valid on the left as well.
No, I'm not saying that it doesn't exist on the left. I'm just saying it's more prevalent on the right. That's all I was saying. Like,
I don't know. I
significantly more prevalent.
think major people
Groypers?
like Hassan. I think Hassan is one of the greatest examples of someone on the left who
I don't
is just
think you
pure.
can say that Hassan is anti-Semitic.
He's extremely anti-Semitic, dude. He's done
What did he do that was
so much.
anti-Semitic?
I've seen like 2-hour videos of just collages of him holding up. He has Nazi signs. He has a sword with a Nazi symbol on it. He's when on
Dude,
October
he's
7th.
literally a socialist. He does not like Nazis.
No, he just doesn't like Jewish people. But on October 7th,
I've seen no evidence to indicate that he doesn't
when
like
there's
Jewish
reports, when there were reports of Jewish people being essayed during October 7th, he completely was saying that never happened, that Hamas wasn't doing that and was just completely discrediting any SA allegations or saying that babies were being burned. Any of the crazy, he just fully shut it down because he was trying to defend Hamas. And he has sympathized with terrorist organizations, saying he supports them and they're not actually terrorist organizations, even though they're some of the worst in the world. He has done horrible things and pushed horrible propaganda. He just does it in a very liberal way, so a lot of people tend to support it. I'm not saying he's not a smart guy. He's very smart. He delivers his message very, very well. Too well to where people don't see through it.
So if you think that him at the time questioning those things is anti-Semitic, then you could say that. Does he still hold that view? I don't think he does.
It's things he said for years and years. I mean, if he's changed recently, I wouldn't know. I haven't.
No,
kept
not
up with
recently.
him,
This
but-
would have been years ago at this point. You're talking about like
No,
right
like-
after. You're talking about like right after October 7th.
No, it's been over the span of years since October 7th.
Yeah, no, that was it was a bit after. I remember that because of the discourse at that time. The discourse at that time, there were people, like a bunch of people that were disputing that. If you think everyone who disputed that at the time was anti-Semitic, right, or was engaging in anti-Semitism, I think that's
Someone
a
says source
fair
it,
point.
fake
If there's
news.
obviously if there's sufficient
If
evidence.
you guys want,
But
wait, everyone in
wait,
the
hold up.
comments
Can I
is
please
saying
finish?
fake news. Yeah, sorry.
Yes, I think they're saying fake news about Hassan.
No, that's what I'm about to say. Is there is a 2-hour video online. You don't have to watch the whole thing. I don't know if you know about H3, Ethan Klein. I'm not a big fan of him. I don't watch him anymore. But he made this long video exposing all of his anti-Semitic shit. And if you really want to watch
okay,
it
wait,
and see,
dude, come on, stop. Your source being H3, you know, they had this whole issue. I don't think that's a legitimate source. I'm not.
It's video. No,
listen.
he
I'm
has
a
a video
liberal.
putting all
I
his
am.
videos
Listen.
together.
Let me please address this. I'm a liberal. Okay. I'm not like super pro Hassan. I have plenty of criticisms of Hassan. Okay, but I don't think that citing H3 is going to be the basis for your argument here, because they had like this huge fucking drama between each other.
no, I followed all
Dude,
of
I feel like
it, for sure.
that's like pretty close to citing Destiny against against Hassan.
No,
Like
no.
I'm
not okay. I'm not citing
I
Ethan
wouldn't
Klein as a
take that as a
source. I'm
basis.
saying-
Like maybe could you give me a different basis for that? They had a huge drama.
No,
like
two
I don't know
things.
if I
I
would
was
take
on
that as a
two
source
things.
at the time.
Two things. I was on Hassan's side. This is why I'm telling you. Like, I was on Hassan's side in that drama for like nearly the whole time. Then Ethan dropped that 2-hour video, literally putting together every clip he could find, not out of context. It's all filled with videos of Hassan's saying these things and all the shit he's done. And it literally, it's undeniable. Like, it's truly undeniable if you just watch that video. And I'm referencing this video because I'm not going to send you 1,000 videos on
Yeah, but
Reddit.
what part is
to try to
anti-Semitic?
convince you.
Are you saying disputing those things at that time is anti-Semitic?
Say what?
Are you saying disputing those things because you feel like you didn't have evidence at that time was anti-Semitic?
Disputing those things? What do you mean?
You know, disputing some of the actions that happened on October 7th because they felt like they didn't have evidence. Do you think that that was anti-Semitic?
They did. They had witness accounts.
Okay,
And
so
Hassan would look at all these things, and every time it would be anything against a Jewish person, he'd be like, nope, didn't happen. And he would laugh. Like, he was watching this video of a Jewish or victim talking about how she was essayed, and he starts laughing on the stream. Because he's just like, fully does not give a fuck just because it's a Jewish person in Israel. And he just thinks they all asked for this.
I feel like that's
Even-
rape
they're just
apology
civilians.
more than I would say that would be anti-Semitic.
Yeah, but he's not. He wouldn't just do that with anyone. He's only laughing about it because
So
it's a
you would
Jewish
say
woman in
because
Israel.
the anti-Semit, you say because the rape apology was targeted only because of the fact that they're Jewish? I feel like
What
you're
other
doing
reason
a
would it
lot
be?
of grasping for straws there.
He's an ultra liberal.
But
Why?
I mean, if
why
I
else
saw
would
that,
he
if
be
I
laughing?
saw a video of him laughing at someone and saying they weren't assaulted because they're Jewish, I would totally think that's anti-Semitic.
Okay, then I very much suggest you go look at those videos because they're
But
online. I don't know what to
is
tell
that
you.
an accurate description of what happened?
Yes, and there's a reason Hassan never responded to this video he made. He just said it's
For
out
some
of
reason,
context.
I'm
And
just gonna be honest with
He
you.
refused to watch
I
the
don't
video
know
on
if I don't know if I buy that just hearing it. I don't know if
I know.
buy that.
I fully understand why. I was a Hassan fan for like 3 years. I'm telling you, but
Yeah,
it's
I'm,
crazy.
I'm
some
not
of the
a
things he
Hassan
says.
fan. I've never been a big Hassan fan. So
No, I'm just saying I'm not a
I'm
Hassan hater. I'm
I'm
not just
saying
some
this from
groiper.
someone
I
who I feel
really
like is pretty unbiased on the scenario,
I
right?
think he's unbiased in a lot of terms with a lot of politics, but when it comes to Israel and when it comes to terrorist organizations working out of Iran in general, he is very, very sympathetic to terrorist organizations.
Yeah, I mean that's a criticism you can have of Hassan.
There's this one guy who's like asking about
Now,
what's the
wait,
number
hold up.
one?
That's
I'm
a
forgetting the
different.
name.
That's a different thing than claiming that he's anti-Semitic. I think those are different things.
Well, he supports a lot of these terrorist groups because they target Israel and Jewish people.
Well, you're adding Jewish onto that. I think his
Well, he
argument would be
doesn't.
like
His
he.
whole point.
I think his argument would be that he supports standing up against Zionism. It's not that he would say it because
Yeah,
they're
and I do
Jewish.
too. I completely support that too. But the thing is, he takes it to a whole nother level where he says, if you're in Israel, if you're a Jewish person living in Israel, you are a Zionist. And then he says all people who served in the IDF are Zionists, psychopath Zionists who deserve to be killed. But everyone who lives in Israel is forced to be in the IDF when they turn 18. It's mandatory service. So then he's immediately grouping every Jewish person in Israel as a psychopathic Zionist who deserves to be murdered. And I do not like Israel, everybody. I'm not even Jewish. I don't even have a Jewish friend. When I
I
see
don't
these
think
things
he would.
online, it's crazy.
No, I think he would only make arguments that certain types of IDF members would be legitimate targets. I don't think he's claiming anyone who, like, so for example, I don't think he's claiming a hospital worker is a legitimate military target.
He
Right?
said if you've ever served in the IDF, you are a Zionist. And then he
Okay,
says
but
all
that doesn't mean
Zionists
that he
deserve
thinks
to
that
be
they're.
killed.
Let me just clarify. That doesn't mean he thinks that they're a legitimate target for being attacked, because you have to understand there are individuals who are like for example, there are individuals in Hamas that are not legitimate targets because they are literally like doctors or medical workers, right? Not legitimate targets. Okay.
Well, yeah, I agree.
There are legitimate individuals within the IDF that are not military targets because they are doctors.
But there's a
And
lot
if you
of
target
people who
them,
are
that's
forced
wrong
into combat
regardless.
at 18 years old.
What's that?
There's a lot of people who are forced into combat roles in the IDF at 18 years old. And the thing is, he could. Yeah,
I mean,
it's mandatory service.
I mean, if you're in a combat role, then you're a military target. So, I just don't know. I don't know what else to tell you that circumstance. He's saying that they're a military target. That's what he's saying. Of course, a combat role, military service member will be a legitimate target. Like,
I think instead of
if you don't consider them, okay, I'm sorry. If they're in a combat role, actively as a combat role, how could you not consider them a legitimate target from a military perspective?
How I picture it is instead of using your platform to villainize 18-year-olds who are being forced into wars they don't want to fight.
Do you disagree with that?
I think we should.
Do you think?
No,
do you think
no,
members
I think
that are
there's
in
definitely.
combat roles in the IDF are not legitimate military targets?
Think about it this way. Me, I don't support the war in Iran or whatever, but when an 18-year-old, 19-year-old America could be drafted into Iran and be forced to fight, instead of villainizing that 18-year-old, I think we should villainize the government that put them in that position and is throwing kids' lives away.
I understand that you want to villainize I understand the idea that you want to villainize but the point that's being made is that those in combat roles that are actively in combat zones are valid military targets in war.
Well, no, he wasn't just saying that wasn't his point. He was saying
that
all
sounds
people
like what
who
the
served.
Point was.
He said all people in the IDF who have served in the IDF are Zionists, and then he also says all Zionists deserve to be killed. Which that
I don't think he says that.
In the IDF, that's
wait.
He
stop.
has said that. Okay.
I don't think he says that because, for example, right, there are Zionists in America. Does he think all Zionists in America deserve to be executed? No, he doesn't.
I think in Israel.
Okay, I don't think he makes. I don't think
Zionists
he makes
in America are detached from the whole conflict.
So no, he's saying that people who are in the IDF are valid military. I don't know why we're talking about this right now.
No, honestly, me either.
Like,
if you have to see the clips,
here's
to know
the
what
issue.
I'm talking about.
Is when people just make up shit, I have to defend shit, and it's like I'm
not making
right
up
here.
shit.
I'm not trying to defend any person. I'm just standing up for what I think is true.
No, I respect that. And that I get why everybody thinks I'm bullshitting right now, and I would too if I hadn't seen the clips. I was a Hassan stan, bro, for years. I would watch all his videos. He got me very into politics, but then I saw the real side of what he really believes when it comes to a lot of these foreign conflicts, and I just couldn't support it. But anyways,
I
got
mean,
off
I
topic.
think there's a point that I think he's way too extreme when it comes to things like that. Sure, like
There's
I
literally
mean,
clips of
no
him. What's that
no
number
one
one terrorist
disputes
group?
you there, but like I mean, I do think that like oftentimes like people click the Hassan button whenever they don't want to address a broader point. Like whenever there's like a point against like Republicans, I feel like 60% of the time, or not 60, no, that's way too much. Way too much. I feel like a huge portion of the time that they'll just be like, "Oh, let me think about some random left-wing person to use to deflect away from this point that's being criticized on my behalf."
I
And
mean,
it just
no,
happens
because
to
you
be
said
and it happens to be Hassan, like in almost every circumstance.
well because Hassan is one of the, if not the top online influence for liberals and Democrats when it comes to these conflicts. Like
I think that's
he's
dishonest.
one of the
Wait,
he's one
stop,
of the
stop, stop,
what are
stop,
you
stop,
talking
stop.
about?
Stop, that's dishonest.
Who's like a bigger
Acting like
political
he's
commentator on the left?
wait. You said for liberals. Do you mean for leftists?
Democrats, leftists, liberals, they all kind of have the same views. I don't know what word you want to use for that,
No,
but
they do not all have the same views. Let me be very clear.
when it comes to this conflict,
I'm not. I don't think that he's representative of all liberals. He took a long time to even claim that he voted for Kamala Harris. Okay, he was not the biggest proponent of voting for Democrats in even these circumstances. He said he wouldn't vote for Newsom over Vance. Okay. Like I don't think
well,
that
in
he's like
general
the
though, like
biggest proponent
he
of
is a.
liberals.
How many Republicans do you think watch his streams?
A
Like how
lot.
much of his fan base do you think are Republican? It's like saying a lot of Republicans don't agree with Ben Shapiro. Of course they don't, but that doesn't negate the fact that he's a very large Republican commentator online. He's like one of the biggest on their side, just like Hassan is. And my whole point was, you're saying that, and I guess this is where we disagree, we just see different things, but you're saying that the left or Democrats, whatever
I
word
guess
you don't want to use,
I wouldn't even
aren't
brand the entire right
anti-Semitic.
as Ben Shapiro. Like, when do we ever bring up Ben Shapiro or like any big
I'm just
person like
saying he's
that?
a massive influential commentator on the right.
But I wouldn't like in the middle of a conversation where we're talking about criticisms of Harris be like Ben Shapiro.
When you're talking about someone who's extremely influential for the party.
Ben Shapiro said that he in the past that he wouldn't support the U.S. funding Israel. Now he does. Like if I just randomly brought that up in the middle of the conversation, like I just obviously
The
that's like an
point,
extreme
okay.
view, but it's like I just don't understand how I don't
I
understand how
only
that would
brought
be
up
relevant to the broader
Hassan
conversation, right?
I
Like
only brought up Hassan to demonstrate the point that there are large figures on the left who influence a lot of people on the left with anti-Semitic views, or that everyone in Israel are just all villains when it's the government in Israel, or that everyone in Israel is a Zionist and they all deserve to be killed or whatever, or they all support the IDF. Most of
here's
the
the issue:
people in Israel.
is that the only example you'd be able to provide on the left?
I mean, Hassan's the only commentator I really know, but he's also the biggest on that side. Like, who's a bigger political commentator than Hassan? That's why I brought him up, because he's like the most influential, especially with this conflict. He talked about this conflict like 2 years straight.
Yeah, I understand, but I think that what you're not taking into account is all the people who are on the right. There's an entire media ecosphere on the right that does this type of extreme shit. Okay, it's not just one person.
Oh wow, you're getting hyped up right now. They're saying you and Dean are like the.
We're
head
not
of the
larger
left.
than Hassan right now. No.
I think you are.
No, I'm not.
I see a lot more of you than both. I see a lot more of both.
That's
of you
just
than him.
because of the platforms you're on and because you're younger. I definitely have way less than Hassan, and Dean isn't at the point where he's eclipsed Hassan yet. I think on a lot of platforms he has, but not on everything yet.
I think Hassan just specializes
a way
in
larger
foreign
live
conflicts.
stream.
I only really see Hassan talking about foreign conflicts.
It's because he's on Twitch, and like you're probably not on Twitch much. That's like his stream is huge on Twitch.
Does he get more than 6.1 thousand viewers?
Oh yeah, he gets like 40K, dude.
Oh shit!
I bet he's live right now with like
exactly
7 times the viewership as I do.
Exactly. People in here are saying you and Dean are like the head commentators on the left.
For our generation here on TikTok and YouTube.
Well,
yeah, Hassan is live right now with
generations,
33,000 viewers.
Exact. So who's bigger than Hassan when it comes to talking about these topics, and especially most people on the left or Democrats or whatever agree with him. I mean, I do in a
That's
lot of
just not
ways.
true. If you look at, there's approval pollings of Hassan that actually show that he has more haters than like him. No troll.
Yeah, probably
He
Republicans.
has more of a disapproval rating than he has approval rating.
And who do you think disapproves of him?
Unironically, though, I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty sure from those same polls that Dean has a higher approval rating.
Yeah, but why do you think people? Who do you think's disagreeing with him or hating on him?
I think that he has a lot more like stuff that he's been put. I don't know why the fuck we're talking about this, but there's a lot more that
We
was.
can change topic anytime.
Yeah, I want to right after this. I can't do this anymore. Right after. Fuck, dude, it's just my brain. Sorry, this just. Repeat your question. Sorry.
Honestly, I forgot. Let's just switch topic.
Yeah, please.
Kamala okay, so Joe Biden, do you agree that he was horrible with the border? Like, do you agree that he is really the issue of why our border became the way it did?
Trump?
Biden.
Or Biden?
Biden in his 4 years.
No, I don't think it was Biden's fault.
So you don't think Biden's responsible or did a bad job with border control?
I think it was actually. I think that Trump and the conservatives are more responsible for it.
Why so?
Because Trump undermined the bipartisan border bill.
And how long into Biden's term did that bill get proposed?
Early 2023.
So,
or
3
that's when it
years
was.
into his
That's when it was
presidency?
introduced. They were working on it in terms of negotiation about 6 months after the administration started.
So over 2 years after he got into office, he said, "Oh, I should maybe start working on the border now that
No,
the
no,
election's come
no.
out."
It was 6 months after he got into office. They started negotiations within Congress for this particular type of policy. Now, I just want to let you know, immigration policies like this and compromise hasn't happened in literally 30 plus years. So the reason why it's taking so long is because this is unprecedented levels of working together as it relates to border legislation in Congress. This hasn't happened in decades. So I do think that that's the main reason why it took a while. And the issue is that Donald Trump cared more about running on the border being an issue than he actually cared about fixing the conditions of the border. And by the way, 6 months
I agree.
after the administration started is pretty early.
No, yeah, I agree. And I mean, even though they started working on legislation, just like Trump did in his term, he should have used an executive order at least to get things under control while they worked on a solution, because just letting it run rampant and
Do you want me to
also
tell you why he didn't do that actually?
taking years to get one bill through legislation, like that is not an effective precedent. It should not take that long to work on a border bill when it's such a major crisis in our country.
I understand that's just how Congress works.
Well, then he could have used executive order.
So the reason
do
why,
something.
let me explain. The reason why they didn't do an executive order is because it would remove the incentive to work together to get that negotiation done. Because
Remove the
the added
incentive.
pressure of there being literally something happening at the border pushes people to be like, okay, let's compromise to get something done. Inevitably does.
So they used millions of people flooding through our border as motivation to work together. That's the standard we're going to hold our government to let a problem persist because it motivates them to work as a team. I feel like we should hold our government to a higher standard than that.
Well, I'm just going to tell you the realities of what would have happened otherwise. You put the executive order in place, you don't know how long the executive order is going to be in place. It could be shot down by the Supreme Court. It gets shot down, you never have any negotiation. Now you're in a worse standpoint, and now it's going to take even harder to get back into that position in the first place. So yeah, using a lever of being like, okay, yeah, there's a crisis right now. Let's work together. Let's compromise. Let's get something done is a totally relevant thing to do from Congress's perspective.
I mean, I think what Trump did, I don't really necessarily support him shutting down our border the way he did, but he was able to shut down our border with like a week within getting in. And this would have been a perfect thing to do while they came up with legislation.
Executive order is temporary.
Yeah,
Legislation through Congress is more permanent.
Exactly. We only needed a temporary solution while they worked on a longer solution term or a longer term solution.
But
they needed to do something temporarily so that they could work on a solution.
You're thinking way too idealistic. I think the reason why you're thinking too idealistic is because you think that they would have had more of an incentive to work together if the executive order was passed.
if the
No.
I think we wouldn't have had millions of people flooding to our country if an executive order was passed.
Well, I just want to let you know, when you say millions of people flooding to our country, what pisses me off is that there was less than 4 million people that came to our country undocumented.
Less than that's a lot of people.
That's not that many.
4
What is our
million,
population?
especially when they're all flooding into like the same few states at the southern
It's
border.
so annoying. You say flooding. Like, it's just like, this is not a flooding.
Can you
4 million
imagine
is less
4
than
million? Just try to
4 million
picture
is
4
just barely
million
over
people.
1% of the population.
I know, but picture 4 million people just standing in a big group. That is like, when you really put that picture into mind and then just see them coming across the border with no documentation, no nothing. And I support immigrancy 100%. I don't even think we should be deporting illegal immigrants right now. I think, like you say, pathway to citizenship is much more efficient and just. But that doesn't change the fact that all countries have borders and they should all have security. We don't, it's the same thing
No
when you
one's
walk into an
disputing that we don't
airport.
want security. We're just saying this is the best way to maintain permanent security.
I mean, yeah, I agree, but that doesn't mean you should just let a problem persist while it takes you years to think of a solution. I think they could
It's not that they were
have.
thinking of a solution. It's that they would have had one done, and it would have been pretty quick if it wasn't for Trump undermining that bill. And when Trump did undermine that bill, inevitably we ended up passing that executive order because, oh, fuck, we can't do the legislation. We just got to do the non-permanent one. That's inevitably what they were forced to do. But you have to
But I'm
realize that
confused. Why not do the executive order first while you work on a solution
I
for
already
long term?
told you the response to this.
Because an executive order. Well, how does an executive order demotivate
Dude,
them to
I
work
don't
together?
think you realize how unprecedented this compromise is. This immigration policy is. It's been 30 years since we've done something like this. 30 years, dude. 3 decades since we've done when we did this, it was near the end of the Soviet Union when we did that last.
Did what specifically?
Immigration policy, working together, like in Congress and getting a bill passed. This is unprecedented levels of immigration negotiation amongst the right and the left for bipartisan border legislation.
Well, I feel like that's even more. That's a bigger reason that it's clearly something that's going to take a while, and they most likely knew that. So there's just more reason to pass an executive order, even if it's just to put more border patrol on the borders. It doesn't even have to be like shut down the border. It could easily be just apply more judges to assess more asylum claims. I'm not saying shut down the border, but simple things like that would have been a lot more useful than just leaving the door wide open while they sit at a table and try to decide what to do over the span of 3 years. 3 years is crazy. And then where are we
I
at
don't know what
today?
else to tell you at this point. Is there anything else you want to talk about? Because I think I've
I'm
already
sorry.
responded to this multiple times, and I think we're just going to repeat the same thing over and over again. I'm telling you, this is the best way to ensure that we have permanent legislation passed. Your way would not have ensured that, and we wouldn't have been able to get any of that negotiation done. I'm just going to be honest with you. The added pressure is necessary to get things done, to get people to compromise. The bipartisan border bill would have addressed that. And the fact
The added
that
pressure
that we put almost no attention onto the fact that Trump undermined that bill, it fucking pisses me off that no one cares about that on the right. I've never heard a single fucking Trump supporter complain about that Trump undermined that bill. Not a single fucking one. It genuinely pisses me off. It's like you guys don't give a flying fuck about the immigration policy. Stop just blaming Democrats. Be willing to blame your own side.
No, I totally think that Trump he did that to win. That's purely why he did that, and it's fucked up, and he clearly
And it's
doesn't care
okay.
about the country.
So by the way, and again, that's not a disqualifier.
I mean,
so you think the disqualifier for Democrats is that they didn't pass an executive order because they think, there would have been a little time between that and the passing of the Big Beautiful Bill, rather than saying, Trump should have undermined the Big Beautiful Bill, and maybe earlier we would have been able to get that done. There's more time that people had to be able to come into the country through the context of Donald Trump undermining the bill, then inevitably they prevented in the first place by not doing the executive order right away. They could have
No, I
prevented by
totally
not
agree.
doing the
I
executive order
totally
right
agree.
away. So you
I
have to
think
understand that because that's going to be permanent legislation to address these things.
no, absolutely. And in a perfect world, I would have preferred they passed that legislation and Biden maybe even got on a second term. But that's just not the way things went. And at this rate, I just don't. When it was Kamala versus Trump, I don't know. I feel like Kamala. I never even really heard her talk much about the border or like say what, act like she was going to be hard on it. I've seen her say things like she was going to be just like Biden, and I think she stuck way
She
too
did talk
close
about
to
it.
Biden.
She said she wanted to criminalize undocumented entry and wanted to make the legal process go quicker. I agree she should have talked about it more, but she had 107 days, dude.
But that's kind of what they were saying the whole time they were in office. While people like, I feel like they just didn't take accountability. That's like the issue. Like just acting like they did nothing wrong and that they were as effective as possible when so many people
Standards never
have been
applied to Trump.
killed.
Standard is never applied to Trump.
No,
Imagine
I'll
if we
talk
lived in
shit
a
on Trump
world where
too.
people applied that to Trump. Imagine.
I'll talk shit on Trump too, dude.
No, you
I'm not
won't.
a Trump cock. I don't even like Trump like that. Like I said, I would vote for a Democrat over Trump any day. But when it's Kamala and she's directly coming from Biden's term where they just don't accept any accountability, Biden doesn't
You
even
won't be able
speak
to
at
mention the
precedents.
Democrat, and you won't be able to tell me the difference because Kamala Harris still wanted to criminalize undocumented entry. She just wanted to make the legal process go quicker. The reason, and by the way, she had no authority over this. If you want to blame Biden, go ahead, but she didn't have the authority. Even if she wanted to, she wouldn't have
No,
been
she didn't
able
have the
to do any of
authority.
those things.
But she said now coming as president, people were like, "What would you do differently from Biden?" She's like, "Nothing. Not much. Like, I think he did a great job." And that's just like,
I think that
with
she
American
could have
people,
been more
when
clear on that. Yes, she could have been more clear on
when
that.
there's
Now,
been little girls killed from this, it's kind of like you think they would feel the need to accept some sort of accountability when people
she has to
have
be
been
so
killed.
perfect. She has to be so unbelievably perfect. She makes one small little fucking misstep, and people will take it to the fucking end of the world and act like it's the biggest deal. But that's never applied to Trump. I genuinely, it hurts my brain, the standards that are applied to her that are not applied to Trump. And I honestly think that we underestimate, including myself, underestimate how much of it is just misogyny and racism. Like, I don't typically want to just define it as that, but it fucking is.
No, I think that's why
The
she lost,
standards
for
are
sure.
applied to her because people are fucking engaging in misogynoir, and they apply significantly more standards to black women than they apply to white men. It's factual, okay? If these standards were ever applied to Trump, none of you would have been able to support Trump in the very first place.
Well, yeah, but you've seen that a lot of people, like white people, the amount of white people who voted for Biden or Kamala decreased, and people of color increased of almost all races. So that kind of defeats that point a little bit. Obviously, the misogyny still plays a factor, but a big thing I think is
It
that
doesn't defeat that
I
point.
think the number one thing after those 4 years, and the number one thing people were wanting was change, and people thinking Trump was going to be that change, that positive change, is I think a lot of that is just
a lot of it is misinformation. I'm not disputing you there, but you have to realize how many people apply a standard to Kamala Harris that they did not apply to Donald Trump simply because she's a black woman.
Well, I think, no, I agree, but I think a lot of it also is that she was coming from Biden's term. And when she says that she's basically wants to do the same things, people want change.
Dude, of
And
course,
there's nothing
I
that looks like
understand
change
those are
from that.
other reasons, but like, I think what we do when we talk about this, I think that because it's something that we can't quantify specifically, I think we underestimate the effect of that. And it's like, I genuinely, like, I think that's why this annoys me so much, even if it's not because you're doing it for that reason, because of just how many people do this in general, and because of how prevalent it is to do it based upon those reasons. Because there's no other way I could explain the reason why people put the standard onto her other than that. Like, there's actually no other good reason I could do. I guess you could say Biden's held to a higher standard, but even Biden wasn't held to that. You said you would vote for other Democrats, just not Harris.
Mainly because
So to me,
my
it's
only
like,
reason
really?
is
Like,
because she's
what?
coming from Biden. I just don't want anything that came from Biden's term. I think we need a whole new government.
What was so bad about Biden?
Just his lack of, well, one, I think as a presidential figure, he was god awful.
How?
Like he never held press events. You never heard him speak. I've never seen a single speech from him where he inspired our country to work together or
The
close
State
the
of the
divide.
Union? So
State of the
by the
Union.
way, Your whole criticism of Biden was, I didn't fucking pay attention during Biden's administration. That's your criticism? Are you fucking serious? He had plenty of things where he talked to the population. The State of the Union was a national address where he did that.
One time?
That's an example I'm providing to you so you could see it. There's plenty more. There are plenty of more addresses to the nation.
I just don't
know
think
what
he
you're
was
talking about.
very. Who's that one guy? Pete Buttigieg or something.
Pete Buttigieg?
Yeah, I think he's pretty dope. We need someone young like that who's well spoken.
Are you
and
fucking
can
kidding
unify.
me?
Oh
You
wait,
know what's
no,
frustrating
it's
to
not
me?
good.
What is the relevant difference between Pete Buttigieg and Kamala Harris? That means you would vote for one but not the other.
Isn't he like a gay king? I think that'd be good.
So just because he's gay?
Well, they're
Are
trying to
you
overturn
fucking
gay marriage, so that would be dope. But no, I think
You
he's
can't
not
make
part
this
of
shit up,
Biden's
dude.
term.
You can't make this shit up. Did you unironically
not-
just say you would vote for him because he's gay?
No, I think it would be cool because we need diversity in government.
Has a black woman ever been
DEI.
president?
No, I think I honestly think if
Diversity in
Kamala
president?
wasn't-
Hello?
If Kamala
This
wasn't
person,
coming from Biden,
dude, are you trolling me right now? Are you rage baiting me right now?
How am I rage baiting you?
We've never had a black woman as president of the United States, and you just said you would vote for Pete Buttigieg over Trump because you want more diversity. More diversity is a white man who's gay?
Well, the thing is, I think that Kamala would have won if she wasn't coming from Biden's
You know there
term.
have
I
been
think
gay
that's the
presidents before, right? They just were closeted.
I mean, there's a difference. I mean, I think Trump's closeted. That's a different conversation.
Okay, you're trolling me. Get off my line.
No, the Bill Clinton.
Joe, no Trump supporter would say that. Not a single Trump supporter would say that. Courtney, by the way, thank you for the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know, right? It's crazy. Joe, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Exactly. We are not liberating the people of Iran. Justina, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, it is getting near the end of the stream. We are near 6 hours for today. It's a pretty crazy day. Joseph, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. On PayPal, thank you. By the way, everyone, I'm going to answer questions for the next few minutes. Probably until my girlfriend gets home. I thought she would have been back by now. She was supposed to get done earlier today. It actually might be really soon. So yeah, I'm going to stay on for the next 15 minutes answering questions. If you have any questions, you can ask me over Venmo, PayPal, or YouTube Super Chat. Those are the best places to ask me, or you can ask me over the chat. I'll try to get to as many as I possibly can. Ultra Ocelot, thank you for the $5 for do you think a woman can actually win? I want AOC, but I'm scared that America is too sexist and running her would hurt our chances of winning. I do think that we could get someone into that position. I just think that they are held to a significantly higher standard. There's a potentiality around that, but it is a concern. I think it is a legitimate concern. That obviously we'd have to consider, but I don't think I would be like, I'm not going to support her because of that. I would still say that we should put her in that position because she's preferable ideologically. For foot's sake, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Although like these problems exist, like I think that we can still get people elected. Push the money gun, and I don't think it's a mean that we can't get people elected. I just think it's a means to say that like if these are unclear thoughts, it's just a means to say that like it's harder to get someone elected, if that makes sense. Not that we can't. Again, if you want to ask me questions, again, Venmo, PayPal, YouTube Super Chat. Dean said he's about to go live here very soon, so I'm going to be live until Dean hops on. So again, if you're on YouTube, I'd really appreciate if you hit that thumbs up, by the way, as well. Sorry, responding to my girlfriend. Give me 1 second, everyone. I was just doing that. If you have any questions, again, make sure to ask me. Favorite music genre or band? I definitely go with like pop, R&B. I definitely can get behind that. I'll definitely support her if she's nominated, though I worry about the possibility of Republicans winning again if we nominate her. Yeah, I think you could say that in general. I get the point. I think that can be said for almost any candidate in general who are going to be running, though. They've got, like, sort of some characteristic that, you know, there are people in the country that are going to dislike them because of that characteristic or are bigoted in any way. Wandering, think of the $20. Thank you very much for what branded chair you're using. It looks comfy. I think it's like Serta or something. It's like Serta. I got this like in the past, from like a store near me, and I've been using it since. I've had it for like a year at this point, I want to say. Susan, thank you for the $50. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I don't know. Right now, it doesn't look like so. It doesn't look like so. Bro just took the V1, so I don't know if that's gonna happen. But thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo or on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. That's very kind of you. Alex, thank you for the dollar. I really hope that they were a troll. Like, there's no way they're real, right? Stacy, thank you for the $3. Thank you. They said, unfortunately, I think the only way a woman could pull off a win would be Michelle Obama. Michelle Obama, America is way too sexist. America is very sexist. Very, very sexist. Sam, thank you for the $2 for would you ever do friendly lives once in a while? Yeah, these are kind of the ones I would say are kind of like friendly lives. Do you mean like I add people up and whatnot? Michelle Obama would be great. Yeah. I don't think she would ever run, though. What's your favorite bird? Favorite bird? Ooh, that's complicated. I don't know. Hummingbird. Ooh, hummingbird. They're so cute. They're so cute. And throughout my whole life, my family is always, like, whenever I go to my parents' house, we always have a hummingbird feeder. We've always had that our whole life, so whether it be hummingbirds in Iowa or California or, like, at my grandparents' house, we always would set up a hummingbird feeder there, and we can watch the hummingbirds. Whenever I go to my grandparents, I get to see the hummingbirds fly up to see them. Free Punch, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Is it really? Oh my god, I kind of hear that now. Kylie, think of the $2 as well. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh. As well as I like Blue Jays. They're protective. That's cool, that's cool. Favorite place to travel? I haven't really traveled a bunch of places. If you didn't do this, what would you be doing? I would probably be I would have got my master's in economics, which means I would be graduating in about a month. That's actually nuts. Holy fucking shit, dude. That's crazy. Oh my god. I'd be graduating with a master's right now. If I literally wasn't doing this. That's crazy. Just thinking about that, how fast time has flown by. That's nuts. That is crazy. But I wouldn't go back to school as of now. I love this too much. I love this too much. Did you play any sports? I used to when I was a kid. I haven't played in a while though. Like a bunch. I mean, I play like with friends and stuff, but I haven't like I stopped playing once I moved to California. Like organized sports, really. Alrighty, everyone. I'm about to be ending here in a few minutes. Dean just hopped on, so you can go check out Dean's live if you want to. He's already started his live. He's getting someone up here, so he hasn't started on YouTube, I don't think, yet. Let me make sure to check. If he has, I'll just like send everyone over. I don't think he has started on YouTube yet. Yep, he hasn't. So we'll give him a bit to start there. If you have any final questions, you can ask me again, everyone. Philosopher, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you for what do you think will be the driver monitoring requests? Wait, what do you think about the driver monitoring requests for cars starting in 2027, signed into law by the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, Section 24220? I'm actually not familiar with it. I'd have to go check. I'll make sure to look it up, and I guess maybe I'll be able to say later. Kaja, thank you for the $2. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. Favorite strain? I don't think I have like a specific one. Last concert you went to? I went to a Lord concert. Like technically like a big concert I went to. Other than that, I go to like one of my friends, like they do like kind of like concert things at like just like bars and stuff. They play music and we go to them all the time. Me and my girlfriend. Do you want any kids? Yes. My girlfriend and I are the same. We want like 2 to 3 kids or so. Day, thank you for the $5 for always enjoy hearing you and Dean comparing notes on stream about and how MAGA is devolving. Would definitely watch an occasional 30 to 60 minute recap collab type show with y'all discussing current events and trends you are witnessing. I think it would be an interesting thing. It would be hard to set up like a time to do something like that, but like that would be a really fun thing to do. If we ran like a podcast like that. Yeah, Dean is on. He is just looking for debates right now. But he's not on YouTube yet, so we're going to give it a second. Not on YouTube quite yet. Oh, actually, he just hopped on YouTube. Alrighty, everyone. We'll just call it now. Everyone go over to Dean's Live. Spam Parker Raids. Spam love from Parker, everyone. Have a good night, everyone. Tomorrow I should be live. 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, everyone. 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time is when I should be live tomorrow. Just letting everyone know. Alrighty. Have a good day, everyone. I will see everyone tomorrow. If you're on YouTube, I'd really appreciate that thumbs up. About to post my YouTube videos. If you want to go check out my YouTube videos, you can watch them there. I'll be on tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Love y'all.